Alright, fine. You wanna know what I think about this? Well, Krill Dogs, let's get on with it. Hey guys, MasakoX here. Now, this has to be one of the most asked questions I've received in recent months about a what if topic. In fact, it's been one of those ones that has been gathering steam in the background ever since I even started making these what ifs on the very channel, especially when I started making 2 a week. What this is actually pretty obvious if you've been paying attention and looking at the title of the video, but having said that, it is something that seems to be a little bit on the fan-fiction-y sort of side, when it comes to premises. But the question is, how do you start this particular scenario with it being as authentic as possible to the Toriyama experience, and yet also something that fans would find accurate to the way that they interpret the series and character in general? There are many ways to go about this, but in reality, just a few of these would actually score well in both camps, and this is the idea for what if Krillin became a Saiyan? You're right, Masako. This does seem like a fanfiction sort of question. Why aren't you going to be doing this for an April Fool what if then? Well, I think with all the new stories I've made over the past few years, that I think we can realistically come up with something that might be, somewhat believable based on the many times that we've gone through the story and we've received this question, and we've just come up with variations on a theme during our weekly What If Roundtable live streams, where you guys can actually put forward your suggestions for stories to myself, Haverock and Sophie B in real time, and see what we come up with our brains working right in front of you. As I've been observing the many directions that we've gone through with our initial thoughts, as well as your overall musings, I am going to try my best to provide my own interpretation on the thought experiment, which seems like something Krillin would realistically do, or could happen. But before we begin, I would like to give a shout out to today's sponsor, The Ridge. The Ridge makes high quality everyday essentials from phone cases to backpacks, as well as their hallmark item, the Ridge Wallet, which has garnered over 30,000 5-star reviews online in the time it's been on sale. I recently went to Sayacon and got the chance to use multiple products supplied by the Ridge, including their signature wallet, and it saved me tons of space. Just by simply having this mechanism right here, I could keep all of my hotel card keys secure without it getting scuffed in my pocket. And you can fit up to 12 cards in this thing. It's really cool. That, and it's finished in many classy ways, like this burnt titanium finish. Are you interested in this particular product? Then you can get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/Masako, that's ridge.com/Masako, and using the code Masako at checkout to get your 10% off whatever you order. And check out the details again in the description. Thank you. Anyway, back to Krillin. One of my main suppositions as to why Krillin would be the prime candidate in wanting to become a Saiyan, or at least acquiring some of their traits, is because of his connection to Goku. Both he and Goku were best friends for years. They had that connection, and for a good period of time, they were relatively equal in power. That is until Raditz shows up. Sorry, but it's true. Once Goku's brother arrived and he revealed Goku's true origins to everyone at Kame House and everyone that Goku knew that day, things changed, and the main character suddenly increased his potential and power exponentially, leaving his best buddy in his wake, big time. In fact, things got so bad for Krillin's status, with the whole fandom as well as everyone around him, he became a bit of a farce, with many considering him to be the most useless character in the series. Yes, I see how he can act like a goofball throughout the series, but he managed to do a lot of great things, including taming the beast that is Android 16, as well as probably, I realistically think, the most functional family in Dragon Ball ever. So where would we start with this thought experiment of Krillin becoming a Saiyan? Well, a lot of people, when they're supposing this theory, would say that maybe Krillin would wish for this power while he's on Namek, where they had a wish going spare. Maybe he could make himself more useful on the battlefield against Frieza. Like well, we got this wish, so why not moment. But I feel that might be a little bit forced, as well as a little foolish, because if he'd have done that, more people would have been ended as Namek exploded, since Dende wouldn't have been able to wish for everybody to be teleported away onto Earth. So, right, okay, where are we going to do it then? Well, I think the most interesting and least obvious time would be during the 5-year time skip between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Think about it. There's plenty of time to play with here, as well as at least 4 wishes on Shenron to use without interfering with the story, realistically, at all. Mainly for the fact that Goku and Chi-Chi had just disappeared into the forest to have Gohan, and then nobody really socialized with each other for that entire period, half a decade, ever since the tournament happened. Yeah, now that I think about it, that happens a lot in Z, doesn't it? In any case, it all begins with Krillin getting an idea a while after the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. One day, Krillin is training at Master Roshi's place, and is thinking back to that fateful day where Piccolo Jr. rose up and fought against his best friend Goku. He was pretty awesome in fighting back against the son of King Piccolo. To think that that was the same kid that he once thought was a cheater, and was somebody he actually once hated. Man, that was a long time ago. How things have changed. Yes, they have. Krillin then fires a Kamehameha into the ocean, as he often does. It's a miracle he hasn't taken out any kind of ships with that thing. And he's then thinking, oh man, I wish I were like him. Being able to fend off Piccolo like that? That was so cool. If I were him though, I wouldn't have let Piccolo escape. That's gonna cause trouble one day. He's right. Piccolo is out there, and nobody knows what he's going to do and where he's going to strike next. Besides, Goku might want some more pairs of hands helping him. You never know. As he looks at his hands, Krillin starts to piece his thoughts together. He's got something. He wants to be like Goku, right? The same power, potential, and assured nature. If he were like Goku, he would be unstoppable. But where would he begin? How would he try and emulate his best friend? Does he go and live in the forest for a while and try to live off the land like Goku did for nearly all of his childhood? Does he maybe go and try and drink the ultra divine water to unlock his potential? Or maybe eat a lot of senzu beans like Yajirobe? He doesn't know. I mean, each of these thoughts makes Krillin imagine him actually doing that in that situation, and he isn't exactly excited about that. Well, what now? He walks back into Kame House and poses this question to his master, who is busy watching TV. Yeah. Roshi isn't really paying attention to the question that he's being posed by Krillin, so he's trying to brush the young man off by saying off the cuff, why didn't you use the Dragon Balls to be like them or something? A light bulb flashes in his mind. That's it! The Dragon Balls! Wow! Why didn't I think of that sooner? Thanks, Master Roshi! Roshi doesn't even look at Krillin leaving, just going, yeah, you do that. With that, Krillin takes his car and flies straight to Capture Corp and asks Bulma if he can use the Dragon Radar. When Bulma asks why he needs it so badly, he's currently garbling excitedly. Krillin replies saying, I want to, be taller? Bulma blinks for a second, and her once suspicious mood immediately switches to bouts of hysterical laughter as she collapses to the floor. Seriously? What a vain wish! Krillin fires back. Oh yeah? Well, at least I didn't try to use the almighty dragon to find a boyfriend like somebody I know. Bulma stops and then is about to respond, but then goes, well played, short stuff. Bulma gives Krillin the Dragon Radar, and the Krill Dog heads off to find the first Dragon Ball. While he's flying, he is smarting over what just happened. Me? Be taller? Ha! You can't wish for perfection when you've already got it. Once he has gathered the Dragon Balls and then summoned Shenron, Krillin thinks about the wording of the wish that he's going to pose. For a second, that is, and then he just blurts it out. I wish to be like Goku! Shenron pauses for a moment and asks,
what about Son Goku do you wish to be like?
Krillin pauses and gets a little heated. You know, like Goku! Shenron figuratively shrugs and grants Krillin the wish. Now, do you guys know about the legend of the monkey's paw and the phrase, be careful what you wish for? Well, we're seeing that in action right here. It's a good thing that Krillin didn't wish to specifically be like a Saiyan, or else we might have had to deal with an evil Saiyan on Earth already. Krillin, without realizing it, is now no longer human. He is now a Saiyan, just like Goku. And thankfully, he's also inherited Goku's bump on the noggin, you know, being a good nature. At first, Krillin doesn't feel all that different, but then he suddenly feels a surge of adrenaline coming from his back, and then out of nowhere, he sprouts a tail like Goku used to have. This freaks Krillin out, and he is now scared about what's going to happen to him next. As Shenron's watching, he mentions,
Well, you did wish to be like Son Goku. No takebacks. Farewell!
And he pieces out before he has to answer any more questions. Next, Krillin feels another surge of adrenaline, this time pepping him up like nothing has ever done before. He feels great! Then his head feels hot as the follicles of his head begin to rapidly produce hair to round about the same style as it was in the Buu saga. Krillin has no idea what's going on, but all he can think about right now is training. That's weird. I mean, he liked training, sure, but he never wanted to train this much before. He's spoiling for a fight, and with that, he goes after the guy he wants to be, and that is Goku. But wait, something's holding him back. His human side, or what was once human. Not yet. Krillin's original mind is able to rein back this impulse and thinks, wait, I need to train on my own first before I go up against Goku. He beat me instantly. Wow, is training all that Goku thinks about? I guess I got what I asked for. With that, Krillin goes to train for a few weeks and begins to feel the benefits of being like Goku. He trains for longer, recovers faster, and he feels stronger every time he trains, even if it's just by a little bit more than he's used to. That, my friend, is a little taste of the uber power that is the Zenkai. When he feels ready, Krillin flies over to Goku's place and casually walks in the door to find Chi-Chi playing with a baby. Gohan. What the? Goku had a kid? Goku walks up behind Krillin and pats him on the shoulder. Hey, buddy! What brings you here? Goku hasn't noticed the tail yet because Krillin stuffed it down his trousers to try and not arouse suspicion. He didn't want Goku to know that he cheated and used a wish on the dragon to make him more like him. Before you ask though, yes, Krillin was able to avoid the moon when he realized he was exactly like Goku, since now that would happen to him. Krillin asks Goku if they could spar for a little bit after the surprise of seeing Gohan subsides, and the two fight for a little while outside. Goku is pretty surprised at how much Krillin has improved in the couple of years since they last saw each other at the tournament. In fact, there are times where the little guy is able to outdo him, which really surprises Goku. Goku's really getting into this and decides to go all out and lands a sweeping kick which causes Krillin to roll over backwards several times, his tail spilling out of his trousers. And this catches Goku's attention. What the? A tail? Krillin's busted. Hey, Krillin, did you always have a tail? I don't remember seeing you one when we were kids. Krillin is flapping around, trying to come up with some kind of excuse, but can't find one, and so decides to tell his friend the truth. Goku laughs at the end of it and tells him not to worry about it. At least you didn't ask the dragon to make you taller. I mean, come on, that would have been so stupid. Krillin awkwardly laughs too, but at least Goku's not mad. As a result of all of this, Goku and Krillin decide to train more regularly during the rest of the time skip, with Chi-Chi asking Krillin to not tell anyone else that they have a son since she wants the baby to have a somewhat peaceful life for the first couple of years, before all the crazy shenanigans begin around the Dragon Team. It's kind of like a given. Thanks to these extra sparring sessions, Goku and Krillin really come on leaps and bounds with their powers increasing much faster than in the original. When we get to the time when Raditz shows up, Chi-Chi feels the time is right for Goku to reveal to the others that Gohan exists, and Krillin offers to play along. Sure enough, when Goku and Gohan arrive at Kame House, Krillin acts like he knew nothing about this, but Roshi is suspicious. He can sense Krillin's hiding something, and not just the fact that Goku had a son. His energy feels different, more like Goku's in fact. On top of that, for the past few years, Krillin had trained less and less at Kame House and more on his own. That's very unlike Krillin. What's going on here? But these suspicions have to come to a halt as Raditz arrives, having met Piccolo and then seen 2 power levels of about 600 or so. The tall Saiyan then reveals to Goku that he is his brother, and therefore he too is a Saiyan. What? Krillin is just as shocked as Goku this time round, and then looks to his own tail. Wait, I'm a Saiyan too? Everybody turns to face Krillin. Well, The paw's out of the bag now! Roshi's doubts were indeed correct, and Raditz is also left pretty dumbfounded. Another Saiyan? That's odd. I don't remember there being 2 of us sent to this dirtball. Why would they need to? What's your name, Pipsqueak? The name's Krillin, and you better not mess with me or my friends! Krillin? That's not a Saiyan name. And yet, you have a tail. This is quite the mystery. He then turns his attention onto Gohan, who also has a tail. He tries to go for Gohan like in the original, but this time, Krillin is able to defend Goku's kid, and then Goku is able to fend Raditz off, who is also then forced to retreat. Still giving Goku the same ultimatum, you know, off 100 people in 24 hours, but crucially, without Gohan in his grasp for that little bit extra leverage. Why then? Well, it's easy. There's plenty of time to instigate a change such as this, and have it settle in somewhat in a decent amount of time that we don't rush it. And not only that, but you give Krillin the surprise of finding out that he's a Saiyan too when Raditz shows up. He just wished to be like Goku back in the day, that's all he was asking for. He didn't realize he transfigured himself into an alien. He had no idea he had traded in his human card for a Saiyan one. Whatever the case, Krillin's addition to the Saiyan squad proved to be quite helpful in keeping Gohan from being kidnapped by Raditz, and it left Raditz on the back foot indeed, thanks to Krillin and Goku having joint powers of around 600. They could basically play a game of keep away using Gohan as the thing they're keeping away. However, this is going to be something hard to explain to the rest of the gang, so that's where Krillin got the tail. With Raditz retreating back to his pod, having given the same ultimatum to his brother as before, the attention is now placed solely on Krillin. Roshi speaks up. So just as I thought, you used the Dragon Balls to make yourself into a Saiyan thing, like Goku is. Krillin's looking a little worried, but he's not scared like before. He stands up proud, catching him by surprise. Something in him's taking charge. Yeah, I did, but I didn't know I was a Saiyan when I did it. I just wanted to be like Goku, and I guess Shenron took that literally. Goku is looking puzzled, but then understands.
Well, that does explain a lot. I feel like your energy changed a little. Felt more like mine, but hey, guess that means we're aliens, huh, buddy?
Krillin feels embarrassed, and that Roshi is judging him for taking the easy way out. Their master is looking very stern. If we didn't have the pressing matter of an alien invasion upon us, I would have a few more words for you, young man. But you have this power now, so use it. But I'm disappointed in you for resorting to such cheap tricks. Roshi walks inside and slams the door, saying no more. The rest of the gang then wheel back to Krillin for a response. But then Piccolo arrives to break the tension. Krillin never thought in his life that he'd be happy to see that guy. Piccolo, Goku, and Krillin stare at each other, but this time around, since Goku and Krillin are clearly much stronger than him, Piccolo doesn't act so snarkily, and instead acts with more urgency. It doesn't mean that he has to like the fact that he's weaker than them, but hey, he has a technique that could help them win the day outright, so he does have something to bargain with. I've been preparing this special technique. It might be able to stop that Saiyan thing. You weren't planning to use that on us now, were you? Piccolo gives off a sarcastic aura. Not at all. Don't think such things, Short Stack. I heard what you did, and I must say, you would make a great demon for being so devious. That shut him up. Piccolo then goes on to say that if they act together, they can take down that Saiyan thing with minimal fuss. Goku and Krillin would rush in, and then Piccolo can prepare whatever it is that he's got cooking. When he gives the signal, he will rush in. Now, why am I giving off the surprise of the special beam cannon sort of now, guys? Well, it's down to the fact that this is the best way that Piccolo can fight and really interact with the team given the power gap that has arisen between him and the Saiyans. He can be just as useful whilst acknowledging the divide, so it doesn't seem like he's just coming in just for the sake of the story. And with that, the three set off, Gohan staying behind under the protection of Bulma and Roshi. When the trio arrive at where Raditz is hiding, the pod which he arrived in, after tackling himself with the farmer and appearing to be a bit of a challenge, there is a stare down. Raditz thinks that Goku has already complied with his request. Well, well, That was fast! Did you really off 100 people in minutes, brother? If that's the case, then good job. Goku exclaims that he hasn't, and keeps his brother talking about protecting the Earth and saving humanity and all that jazz. While they're expositing about the trials of the Saiyans, this time we find out via Raditz instead of King Kai the whole thing about the non-Arcosians. Piccolo skulks into a nearby pile of bushes near a tree to charge up his attack. The attention moves to Krillin. And you? How did you end up here? Like I said, I don't remember any other Saiyan being sent to Earth. What's your story? This time, Raditz is a little more willing to listen. Since the presence of a second Saiyan on Earth is highly unorthodox, he wants to get to the bottom of this. The truth is, I'm not a Saiyan. Not really. I made a wish to make myself like Goku, the one you call Kakarot. He then goes on to reveal the Dragon Balls to Raditz. But Raditz isn't really registering that particular chestnut. He is taking particular disgust to the notion that somebody, or something in his eyes, resorted to something so cheap to get power. What a joke! You're no Saiyan. We actual Saiyans would never resort to shortcuts to get stronger. We earned our strength through determination and the art of battle. You don't deserve it. You will never deserve it. How dare you? How dare you! Raditz launches himself at Krillin, but then Goku steps in to defend his friend. And the three of them end up in a massive brawl that goes on for ages, whilst Piccolo watches on, charging his attack. Do-do-do-do-do. Despite Raditz having the upper hand in terms of power, two somewhat focused powers in close quarters to him is still a pain that he has to deal with, and it's getting him all discombobulated. With a double Sunday attack, he manages to push Krillin and Goku away from him, enough to then power up a little bit. Raditz is fired up. Goku and Krillin look to each other, with the latter looking very dejected and demoralized. Not only had Roshi shown contempt for his actions, but an actual Saiyan had, effectively casting him out of anything, feeling like he doesn't belong anywhere. And they were right. He had been a coward and taken the easy way out. But Goku gives him a smile, almost as if he had heard Krillin's struggle that was going on internally. Goku hadn't given up on him. They can still win. Krillin may not have become a Saiyan the normal way, but he can't just not use this power, not when Earth is in danger. They both get up and aim two Kamehamehas in the direction of Raditz. They both face each other on opposite sides of Raditz, and Raditz can feel the hot air from both directions, but these powers are nothing that he can't handle. He just decides to take them, to try and weaken their morale. He handles them. He is able to hold the two beams back with little difficulty, it seems. Is this the best you can do, fools? This is nothing! I have seen better performances from beings with no spine! Come on! Give me something I can work with! As soon as he says this, his scouter goes off, registering a surge of energy. Piccolo leaps out of the undergrowth, and his forehead is sparking, him looking jubilant. This is his signal. Raditz is caught in the middle. Sure, he can hold these beams back, but these beams together could do a fair bit of damage if he lets them connect. But he can't move, because there's another thing coming at him. Special Beam Cannon Fire! The beam flies towards Raditz. Raditz is now looking terrified. They caught him in a pincer maneuver. These blue beams weren't meant to finish him off. This one was. If he escapes, he will surely perish, or at least be severely injured. The beam connects, and it goes straight through him. He can feel his grip on the Kamehamehas loosen, but he's going to get it from three ways. Time slowing down. He looks to Krillin, who is looking angry and determined. Not bad, imposter. Not bad. He smiles a little before the beams then engulf him, and the resulting connection of the Kamehamehas from Krillin and Goku and the special beam cannon from Piccolo creates a massive explosion and resultant crater. Raditz is obliterated. Goku, Krillin, and Piccolo take in the scene. They have done it. Krillin collapses to the ground, crying a little. Goku walks up to him and puts a hand on his shoulder.
Buddy, you did it. You were awesome out there.
Krillin looks up and sniffs. But your brother was right. Roshi was right. I did a bad thing, Goku. Goku laughs it off, confusing Krillin somewhat.
That's not how a Saiyan would think. I should know. I'm one of them, apparently. You got to use what you got, and promise to train hard from now on to justify having this power. Okay?
He winks, and this makes the two of them laugh. Meanwhile, Piccolo is looking on the scene with a bit of derision. He'd been the one to land the finishing blow, not them. As far as he was concerned, he had saved the planet from annihilation. If only his dad could see him right now. But just then, Kami gets in touch with him.
Piccolo, are you there?
It's me. We might have a problem. Out in space, Vegeta and Nappa heard everything going down before Raditz was vaporized by the power of the 3 energy blasts, including that bit about the Dragon Balls that Krillin had blabbed, and the fact that a human had become one. They wanted to give that twerp a piece of their mind for daring to besmirch the Saiyan bloodline. That and maybe get their hands on those wish-granting orbs, that sounds kinda cool. It's a road trip to the extreme. Kami tells Piccolo it seems that 2 Saiyans were privy to the discussion and had suddenly made their way to Earth. He requests that the 3 of them then make their way to the lookout immediately.
I hate to break the love in you two, but Kami wants to talk with you.
The 2 blink for a second and then ask why. Piccolo doesn't tell them, insisting that the old man should tell them in person. You might be wondering why Piccolo's not mentioned too. Well, he chooses not to go with them, despite Kami asking him to come along as well. After they get back to Kame House and explain Krillin and Goku the situation, the 2 of them head to the lookout sans Piccolo.
Where's Piccolo?
Asks Kami. The 2 blink again and said that he's not here.
I had a feeling that he would do this. You see, the 2 of us don't see eye to eye, and I suspect that he let his pride get in the way of what's to come. You see, 2 more Saiyans like you are on their way here, and these 2 powers make the one that you just went up against look like a mewling infant.
Are you gonna train us, Kami?
Kami closes his eyes and sighs.
There's nothing I can do. I've taught you everything I know, Goku. I'd be wasting your time. And as for you, Krillin, you wouldn't get much out of me either. The only place I can think of where you might stand a chance of learning something is in the other world.
Kami then explains about it before suggesting that he takes them both to King Yama to see whether they can actually get special permission to go and get training from King Kai. But this leads to something bad happening here on Earth. The moment Piccolo can no longer sense Krillin and Goku on the planet, Piccolo leaps into action. He heads to Kame House where Bulma, Oolong and Roshi are chilling and explains the situation to them, and then tells them that Goku had asked him personally to take Gohan home.
Why wouldn't they just take him home when they were here earlier?
Piccolo growls softly.
They were in a hurry. They've got to go and get special training from the other world because more Saiyans are coming. Stronger than the one that was here. And since I can fly, I could get the brat back in next to no time.
Roshi and Bulma look to each other and cautiously nod, tentatively giving Gohan to Piccolo, who is going along with the whole thing. At least he's getting to go home, or so he thinks. They take off, Roshi looking uneasy. Piccolo flies for a brief while in silence looking at the kid. If those Saiyans got so strong, then maybe this kid has the same potential. It's time to experiment since he's now the strongest person on Earth. Who's gonna stop him now? Gohan then asks if they're going home, since he doesn't recognize the ground beneath him. This isn't the way home. Piccolo flatly says no. They're going to go and do some training for a while. Gohan then begins to panic and cry because he's not going to get to see his mother, and his father is gone. Piccolo can't take this whining and knocks the kid out to shut him up. The rest of the journey is in silence, with Goku and Krillin not suspecting a thing. Krillin even gives Goku a piggyback ride for a while. Krillin is feeling very weird right now. I get the feeling this should be the other way around. This doesn't seem right. Nevertheless, this teamwork has gotten the duo to King Kai's planet a little faster than in the original timeline, since they didn't have to rely on cleaning buggies or having the delay of falling down to Hiffle. However, this does mean that when they try to jump to the planet that their new master lives on, Goku decides to think differently. He hits upon the idea of hurling Krillin up there like a game of hammer throw. When the king spots a huge divot in his front lawn, he inquires, only to find a guy with no nose and a tail staring back at him.
Papa's got a playdate finally. Vamos! Your friend's here!
Krillin tries to explain that he's here to train, but that stops when Goku arrives as well. This was the big deal that he had heard from Kami and Yama earlier. He was expecting guests and then introduces himself, and notes that he finds Krillin curious as being a person who chose to become a Saiyan, and not for the fact that he's a Saiyan with no nose.
I mean, either way though, humans and Saiyans are monkeys, kinda, so there's not much difference in my eyes. Especially when you have a monkey of your own and a locust for a friend.
Their training has begun, with King Kai curious to see how a newly made Saiyan fares against a homegrown one. Does a genetically modified vegetable do better than an organic one? Meanwhile, Piccolo's time with Gohan has been very disruptive to his training. So much so that Piccolo gets incredibly frustrated and tosses the twerp at a rock to get him to shut up. This is how we discover the hidden power in Gohan, and like in the original story, the little one powers up and does his thing, shocking Piccolo. Perhaps this one could be handy in the challenge against the Saiyans, and maybe, after all this is said and done, get himself stronger at the same time. That will show Goku and Krillin who's the real deal on Earth here. He will not be made a fool of and become an also-ran. He's still bitter that Krillin resorted to wishing his way to the top, whereas everyone got there without any need to resort to Shenron. Sure, people could have thought to have done that sooner, but due to pretty much everyone's martial arts heritage and a sense of honor and background, it was an unwritten rule that you don't just simply wish for power. It's just not fair, nor is it right. So then Piccolo hatches his idea about leaving Gohan in the wilderness for a while to build up his confidence and fully tap into this weird power he has at a more frequent level instead of just having to rely upon it in a moment of peril. Back in space, Vegeta and Nappa are discussing this brand new Saiyan. Nappa is not only curious to fight this guy, but he asks his boss whether these Dragon Balls could be used to either make more Saiyans or bring their fallen comrades back. They could maybe restore Planet Vegeta or stop Frieza in some way.
Think of the possibilities, Vegeta! We could be kings! Know your place, Nappa! Only I would be king! Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This interloper is not a natural occurrence, muddying our proud history with commoner traits. I will not allow this creature to survive any longer. And as for bringing our planet back, who's to say Frieza wouldn't just blow it up all over again? I wish to stop Frieza myself. I am not a cheater like this newcomer.
Nappa sits back in his chair and thinks about this for a while, and then agrees that, yeah, this is maybe a better idea.
You're right. First stop the monkeys, then the Dragon Balls.
Vegeta grunts, not taking too kindly to the monkey quip, having heard it far too many times from their benefactor. As Goku and Krillin are training, Krillin has noticed that his new body is adapting quite easily to 10 times Earth gravity here, Goku recognizing the same thing. King Kai then explains that Planet Vegeta was the exact same gravity as this world, just so happens to be so. So their bodies would be naturally suited to these levels of weight being foisted upon them. Humans would struggle more.
So it's a good thing you found that shortcut, short stuff.
Krillin looks insecure at this again. King Kai may be strong and wise, but the jokes are a little bit harsh. It's a good thing Goku's got his back.
Yeah, it's not a hard task since there's not much of a back to get behind.
All of this goading motivates Krillin to master the Kaioken and Genki Dama alongside Goku, with both of them showing similar levels of aptitude. One side effect of all of this is that Krillin has noticed that his mood has changed considerably since they got here. When King Kai would make those asides about himself, his old self, his human self, would have been really knocked back by it, denting his confidence, but now he's spurred on by those quips and gets angry by them, like it's hurt his pride or something. Do Saiyans think like this all the time? Either way, it's certainly helped him get stronger, faster than ever before. The time has come for the two of them to show the fruits of their training, and together they are able to show the Genki Dama off with the energy of the little planetoid, with Goku showing more success than Krillin, but right now the little guy is pleased that he can at least keep up with his friend. This certainly would never have happened if he remained human. It's actually brought him closer to Goku in a way. Kindred spirits, as it were, plus the fact that he was there for him more than ever. Goku feels similarly. It was neat to see Krillin keep close to him in power. It was like the good old days when they were younger, but this time they were taking the fight out into space. It was pretty cool. But what isn't cool is that King Kai has miscalculated the time it would take to get back to Earth, and so they would be late for the Saiyans' arrival. Oops. Krillin looks calm. Relax, we have the Dragon Balls. The guys probably have thought of gathering them to wish us back to Earth in no time. Check in with Kami, and you'll see that I'm right. King Kai does just that, but gets a harrowed response.
Oh, we actually didn't think of that.
Krillin looks shocked and is frantically putting his shoes on and telling Goku to quickly get ready to leave. They need to get back pronto. So much for that bravado. There's no time to gather them now, the Dragon Balls, so with that, the two of them quickly head out. Meanwhile, Nappa and Vegeta are on Earth with Piccolo, Gohan, Yamcha, Tenshinhan, and Chaozu being the last bastions for the planet right now. Vegeta then points out the Namekian heritage of Piccolo, which naturally takes the guy aback a fair bit, but without Krillin there to assist with the Cybermen push, Krillin originally was able to take out 3 of them in a spate of anger and really coolly. The gang are struggling massively with Yamcha succumbing still, and this time, Tenshinhan has to take out 2 of them instead of just the 1. He is pretty much having to take on Krillin's slack. Nappa is getting very bored of seeing these guys struggle, and even a little irritated that this Krillin guy, whoever he is, this new Saiyan, was nowhere to be seen.
Hey, weaklings! Where's your pet Saiyan? We came here to fight him, not you losers!
Piccolo tries to ignore these jibes and instead saves Gohan from more Cybermen, but this only angers Nappa still even more, so he barges in and bites Tenshinhan, and then Chaozu does his thing. Things continue similarly until Vegeta tells Nappa to stop, because this is getting far too easy for all of the effort it took them to get here. They don't need to actually rush things. Not only that, but the 2 Saiyans they expected to be here have seemingly been delayed. So they then wait the 3 hours or so before then getting even more bored and deciding to just go, whatever. They choose to jump back in anyway. But their guests are arriving very soon, with Goku and Krillin getting their sensu beans as well as an extra one just in case. Now, what are their powers like? Well, with them getting some training together in their downtime on King Kai's planet, as well as King Kai's training, their powers have indeed increased in comparison to the original. How much so? Well, instead of me just telling you the numbers, let's just find out right now. With Piccolo down and Gohan the only one left, the Earth Dragon Balls were never used, and they become dormant, with Kami disappearing not long after the 2 Earth-based Saiyans make their way to the battlefield. When they get here, they see a Gohan cowering behind a rock, and are able to save him with Goku giving his son the spare sensu bean. Meanwhile, Krillin steps up to the invaders.
Well, look at this guy. I expected something a little more intimidating.
Krillin is not responding at all. After months of short jokes from King Kai, he is pretty much transcended beyond a level where these jokes would actually matter. You know, he's actually got tactics regarding name calling. He remains silent, and Vegeta notices the change of mood.
What's the matter? Not so talkative as you were when Raditz fought you? Are you scared, little one?
You know, I bet you'd be shorter than me without all that hair. Vegeta is stunned. Nobody has dared call him short. Nappa looks at the 2 of them, and it's like he's mulling over the jibe in actually comparing heights, and then realizing that this new Saiyan might be right.
It's kinda got you there, Vegeta.
Vegeta turns around on the spot and shouts at Nappa to take this person out on the spot. He doesn't care about the origins of this new Saiyan anymore. He just wants him gone. Nappa, after waiting for so long, is more than happy to have a challenge, but little does he know that he is about to get whooped. Goku, you mind if I take this weakling first? Goku and Gohan are watching, and Goku just simply gives him the thumbs up, and Krillin powers up to a power level of above 8,000. The 8-foot behemoth being thrown out of the ring in the area by someone half of his size, and this takes Vegeta by even more surprise than if it was Goku doing a similar thing in the original story. Naturally, Nappa is blasted away like in the original story, but this time it was even more galling that this fake Saiyan was able to outdo a real one. Vegeta is not interested so much in Kakarot this time around. He is now going for Krillin.
Not bad, freak. Your power has served you well thus far, but that ends here. I will show you the real power that Saiyans possess, and you will not be able to stop it from tearing you apart.
Goku offers to help Krillin, but something has come over the little guy. Normally, he would leap at the opportunity to tag team this Vegeta bozo out of the stratosphere, but in the here and now, all that Krillin can focus on is a good one-on-one match. Goku, let me handle this. I can take the guy. Vegeta laughs and gets into position with Goku and Gohan staring transfixed from the sidelines. We resume the story with Krillin and Vegeta squaring off one another. The prince is loving all of this bravado from the little guy, expecting more of the aggression to come from Kakarot.
I never expected the usurper to be the pluckier one. You have my attention, freak.
Now, normally, the Krillin we know would have used this power to utterly dominate from the off, but you can't just pick and choose the perks of being a Saiyan. You get the full package, and that comes with not making exactly the best decisions in terms of planning. For the most part, your heart overrules your head. Krillin, right now, can only focus on the matter at hand, and that is showing the power that he had mastered with his best friend, and to win. Winning was his utmost goal. Goku is amazed at this sudden change of mood. It's like the good old days when they were equal in each other's eyes. Being Saiyan now and Krillin making the wish had ensured this would continue for the rest of their lives. The fight begins with Krillin immediately unleashing the power of Kaioken, unlike Goku in the original, who had gradually built up to it, with Vegeta realizing that he had been holding back. King Kai is observing Krillin closely and is concerned that he is using that power-up far too early. He had warned them of the side effects of Kaioken many times.
Krillin, I pegged you for being the smarter one of the two. Don't let me be wrong.
Despite this power though, Vegeta is still the stronger of the two, but he has noted that this is nowhere near a walk in the space park. Nevertheless, he will continue to entertain this freak of nature just for a little bit longer though. Krillin then powers up to Kaioken times 3, like Goku did, and this is where Vegeta starts to feel the burn. Krillin's energy is skyrocketing here, and thanks to his smaller frame, the power is more densely packed, having to not go too far in terms of extremities, with less mass to carry, unlike his taller friend. I mean, that being said, Goku isn't exactly a giant. Krillin is not struggling as much as King Kai had expected. What's going on? Then it hits him. Of course. Krillin, he remembers, hadn't bothered to learn the Genki Dama as much as Goku did. I did mention that he was goaded to do so in the previous chapter of the story, but in the end, he decided to bail on that part of the training when he realized that it would be a little bit redundant for both of them to learn it right now. He had begun to learn the basics of it, sure, realizing what it could do, but in the end he chose to focus on the efforts of Kaioken more, as it was the more adaptable technique at the time. I just thought I'd clear that up for you in case there was any confusion, in case I glossed over it back then.
Krillin, you little genius,
mutters King Kai to a bemused Bubbles and Gregory. Krillin's Kaioken times 3 is more stable than Goku's, and thusly, he is able to keep it going for longer stints, which bashes Vegeta around a lot more than he got in the original. This is when we get the Gallic Gun vs Kamehameha struggle, but this time with Krillin subbing in for Goku. Speaking of which, Goku is just watching over this battle and is starting to feel really underutilized. This is where the perks of being a Saiyan aren't looking as hot. The opportunistic nature does not sit well in a one-on-one situation, especially given the fact that Goku had been used to being the top banana since he and Bulma set eyes on each other back in the day. In the end, Kaioken times 4 is used and called upon to power up the Kamehameha some more, and Vegeta is sent flying like in the original. Krillin, unlike Goku, is not completely winded. He feels tired, sure, but he is still able to hang in there for the moment, but he and Goku know that Vegeta is not done yet. They both gaze upwards, and the prince is still there, albeit more winded and damaged than before, just a little bit. This is when Vegeta hatches a plan, to use the Power Ball to turn him into a great ape and gain the advantage. But wait, MasakoX. If he does that, then Krillin will transform too, since he has a tail. Exactly. Vegeta lands back down on Earth and uses Krillin's newfound Saiyan powers to his advantage. Like we discovered in the Broly movie with Beats, if you didn't receive the proper training in the giant monkey form, then you had no control over it. You had no sense of self or ability to really kind of do anything. You're just a wild beast. A wild beast with no skill to distinguish who is friend or foe. This doesn't dawn on the gang until it's too late. Vegeta unleashes the ball, and it glows brightly in the sky. Krillin spots it, thinking it's just a regular attack, without thinking, and he begins to change. Goku is witnessing this go down, himself being forgotten by the duo. This is when he also has his flashback and realization that he was the one that stomped his grandpa back in the day, and all those monkey moments in his past were down to him and not some other entity. Krillin then transforms into a great ape for the first time, having not stumbled upon this power before now, nor being able to even know how to control it, and his power is now up to 80,000. However, Kaioken is no longer possible as his mind is all ape. Vegeta, on the other hand, has all of his power intact. Granted, his 18,000 power isn't available to the fullest after the damage he sustained, but he was still strong enough to best this beast mode Krillin, and he was in total control of it, unlike his opponent. The monkey begins to pound mercilessly on Krillin, who despite being in the 5 figures in terms of strength, cannot answer nor focus properly on Vegeta. Great Ape Krillin fires mouth blasts in all directions, one almost taking out Goku, who wasn't paying attention, until he remembers the Genki Dama. Of course, all of this limelight hogging had completely thrown Goku out of Vegeta's peripheral vision or interest. This was Goku's moment. No, wait, Goku! If you fire that thing, you might take out Krillin too! Goku gets into position far away from the battle, thanking his lucky stars this isn't taking place in a city where people could get hurt.
I know, King Kai, but Krillin's a good guy. Surely he wouldn't be harmed by this, right?
That might be true, but then you got a giant monkey who's way stronger than you to still deal with.
The earth begins to glow and share its energy with Goku, completely out of the attention of either of the great apes. When the attack is ready, Goku closes his eyes and thinks to himself,
Krillin, I hope I'm right and you survived this. I know your pure heart's in there. It has to be.
Goku readies himself and throws the ball in the direction of the 2 apes. Suddenly, Great Ape Krillin senses a power that it remembers, somehow. The ape grabs the torso of Vegeta.
What are you trying to pull, you animal?
Krillin lifts Vegeta up in the air and towards the rushing orb, raising the ape up Rafiki style. Before Vegeta can sense any of this happening, the Genki Dama connects and hits Vegeta square in the back, acting like some kind of shield. Great Ape Krillin using his opponent to protect itself instead of acting like some kind of hero or anything, like an assist. It's not Krillin breaking through! No, it just wanted to survive. This technique is enough to devastate Vegeta's back, and in turn, the tail is singed to a crisp, and thusly unable to process the Blutz waves, and as a result, Vegeta starts to change back into a humanoid. Meanwhile, Krillin is still an ape, as he drops the shrinking prince and begins to roam around looking for the power, and then spots Goku in the sky and aims a mouth blast in his direction. Vegeta is forgotten briefly as Goku now has to duck and dive his way out of Krillin's path, but before he can get fully clear, he is struck, and then Krillin catches him in his grasp and begins to squeeze Goku. His prey had been caught. Vegeta, who has now regained consciousness, albeit barely, uses this time to quietly summon his ship and escape.
You may have gotten lucky, freak, but I won the real battle. If it hadn't been for that fool Kakarot, I would have utterly crushed you. We will meet again, and I will finish the job.
The ship flies away, and Goku is left totally unable to free himself. That is until Yajirobe shows up! I bet you never thought I'd say that now, did you? Since Yajirobe realized that the prince had skipped town, he felt more able to slink around and spotted Goku in trouble. He leaps up and slices Krillin's tail off, which then does as you probably would expect. Yajirobe runs for cover in case the ape squashes him, or Krillin wakes up angry, and sure enough, the little guy is now little again, and unconscious. Having avoided the action at the behest of his father, Gohan returns to the scene to find Goku and Krillin on the ground, with the latter unconscious. Yajirobe returns to the scene with Gohan asking what had happened, the former choosing to laud it up as the true victor.
No, this one, looking to Krillin, went crazy, and I had to step in to save your pops. It's all a day's work, and you know, you can thank me later. Some of your mom's cooking.
Gohan isn't paying attention to this, as he tends to his father, who is pleased to see him. Krillin wakes up completely starkers to find the scene completely different to what he remembered. Where'd Vegeta gone? Guys, what happened here? The last thing I remember was Vegeta firing something and then nothing. Where did he go? Goku informs him what happened through labored breaths, which shocks the heck out of Krillin. He had literally gone ape. It all made sense now. He had the same powers as Goku, which includes that ape power that he had shown at that one tournament years ago. Realizing that he had hurt his best friend, he apologizes profusely, whilst Yajirobe averts his gaze for obvious reasons. Goku forgives his best friend understandably. He had been unaware that would happen, but the friend promises to master that power as best as he can to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Either way, Vegeta was gone. They couldn't sense his energy at all, and they assumed that he might have been caught in the crossfire of all of the monkey business that was going on, and that he had been wiped out by the Genki Dama.
Guys, I hate to break it to you, but he kind of bailed on you while you weren't looking.
This is not what they wanted to hear. What makes them so sure that he wouldn't just come back for revenge?
Well, I mean, it won't be for a while. He got scuffed up pretty bad from that attack. Nicely done, Goku.
Goku tries to laugh, but it hurts to laugh. Realizing that his father needs medical attention right now, Gohan and then Krillin lift Goku into the air and fly to the nearest hospital, where Krillin probably should aim to find some clothes, stat. The mood is looking rather bleak, with the wife of Goku looking very annoyed at Krillin. How could he be so thoughtless and not consider the ramifications of his wish? I feel bad enough already, Chi-Chi. I don't need you to make me feel worse. Krillin is feeling quite bold after this encounter. He was hurt, sure, but he was slowly feeling better after getting some rest. And he could also feel his body getting rather stronger, and thusly he felt more invincible and less human. Chi-Chi was starting to feel very sad about this. This Krillin, although really strong, was slowly becoming less and less like the lovable squirt he had once been. What was he turning into? Well, from Chi-Chi's point of view, she didn't like what she saw. But despite this somber revelation, Krillin still comes up with the idea of potentially investigating that Namek place to which Piccolo had seemingly originated from. We still get the Mr. Popo discovery with Bulma and Kami's old ship, and is recovered already for reverse engineering. Meanwhile, Krillin is debating about whether to cut his tail off to prevent the monkey form from appearing again. In terms of power, he knew that he could probably get stronger with Kaioken by his side and remain in control, unlike this giant monkey form. But that being said, he had gotten used to having it there. Would its removal result in what Goku had experienced back in the day when he was younger and he felt totally out of sorts afterwards, for ages in fact? Now, granted, that did happen, but Goku was able to adapt very quickly. So, one day, he decides to do just that, and ask the very person who had removed his now regrown tail to get rid of it for good. Initially, Yajirobe is reluctant to help as it requires effort, but for a small price and a large slap-up meal at the local eatery later, he agrees to do it.
Well, you know, it ain't easy being a hero, but it sure is easy slicing stuff.
Krillin yelps in pain and regrets everything. Maybe having it pulled out would have been better. With his tail removed, Krillin felt very funny for the next few days, but he was keen to show his friends that he had taken active steps to better himself and stop any chaotic gaffes from now on. This had been noticed, and the gang decided to move forward and proceed with a potential trip to Namek to see if their Dragon Balls, if they do exist, could revive their friends, and maybe their own set of orbs. As this plan is forming, Vegeta returns to Frieza Planet 79, where he can recover from his injuries, and the revelation of a newly created Saiyan does actually make its way through the crew. The prince had been mumbling about it in his dreams whilst he was unconscious in the medical tank. When he's recovered and milling about the complex casually, Kui accosts him and teases him profusely for being not only bested, but also being bested by an imposter Saiyan.
Some prince, you can't even beat a faker. Man, your species sure is weak. It was wise for Lord Frieza to get rid of your kind after all.
Vegeta is particularly touchy about this, and instead of icing Kui on Namek, he grabs the purple alien, slams him so hard into the wall of the corridor that it shatters, and causes Kui to be ejected off into space. Vegeta quickly flying back before the nearby door could seal the broken area shut. But this hadn't gone unnoticed. Frieza, who had been there and had heard Kui's last choking breaths on his scouter, obviously not really caring, called Vegeta to his quarters. It turns out that Frieza was going on a little trip, but before he went, he wanted a quiet word with the prince for his actions.
Well, well, look who it is. What has gotten you hot under the collar this time?
Strange, he wasn't angry, seemingly, with the loss of a strong fighter in Kui. Vegeta felt a little bit surprised, but he was still fuming.
It doesn't matter, Lord Frieza. What's done is done.
Clearly, replies the tyrant. That damage you did to my base is coming out of your next paycheck. As for your action resulting in said damage, I think I have just the right punishment for you.
Punishment?
Says Vegeta worryingly.
Oh yes, I was listening into your jabbering on Earth and heard about those so-called dragonballs. Namekians make them, apparently, so I thought, why not go to the source and wish for what you tried to do? Immortality. You gave me such a good idea, it sounds splendid. I wish for you to accompany me by my side. Now this got under Vegeta's skin, because as we know, Vegeta then planned to jump ship and go himself once he found out, but that had been halted now.
And if I refuse?
If you refuse, your bill is increased with your life. So I think you can see, Vegeta, that this offer is quite helpful for your cause. If you help me in securing the Dragon Ball, all is forgiven, and we can forget about that little act of mutiny.
What about your other cronies? They're more suited to the task than I.
Oh, Zarbon and Dodoria? Oh, I'm sure the latter won't mind sitting this one out. Besides, Qui's tasks need subbing in.
Okay, this wasn't so bad. At least Vegeta got to annoy Dodoria by making him do menial jobs. With that, Frieza and his posse head for Namek. A couple of days later, back on Earth, the old Namekian craft is made space-worthy once again, with Bulma, Gohan and Krillin taking the trip, despite Chi-Chi's best wishes. Not only did she not want Gohan to go, but she was also untrusting of Krillin, who, in her mind, was a totally different person. Even though Goku had said that he trusted his friend completely with his son, the mother was still very nervous about this whole thing. The only thing that made her comply with this was that Bulma, a woman of strong character and resolve, would keep the peace and keep an eye on things. They then set off for Namek. There is no fake Namek. Moving on. As the gang arrive on Namek, Krillin's power is much greater than it was in the original story. Having been at 8,000 before the fight with Vegeta, it had increased to around about 12,000, what with his internal training. Gohan had been quite impressed with Krillin's gains, and he had actually asked him to train him up in the absence of Mr. Piccolo while they were heading for the planet. But the Saiyan felt very averse to doing so, remembering what Chi-Chi had said. He had to brush off the young one and act all distant. It made Gohan sad, but Bulma was there to explain somewhat what was going on. Well, as best as you can to someone who's 5. When they arrive, Gohan and Bulma feel very apprehensive after they spot loads of soldiers knocking around, and Gohan can sense that nearly all of these minions are the same power, if not stronger than him. But Krillin comes into his own here. His power is greater than all of them, save for a couple of them, but it means that if they ever ran into trouble with some of these mooks, they can at least survive with Krillin around. With Bulma settling down the base, Krillin heads to find the first Dragon Ball with their existing radar, leaving Gohan behind. Once again, Gohan wanted to go with him, but Krillin's thoughts were still clouded by Gohan's mother's words, and he instead left before Gohan could argue.
Why am I even here? It's not fair! Bulma comforts him and reminds him that he's only being aloof because he's scared of his mother. What? I'm not a weakling though. I can help. Sowing of discontent here. As for Vegeta, he is indeed here on Namek alongside Frieza and Zarbon, leading the efforts to gather the Dragon Balls, and Vegeta is more than keen to take out his anger and frustration on this local populace. Zarbon, however, was very reluctant to be working with this monkey instead of his favoured sidekick.
Lord Frieza, why must I be subject to this oaf's brutish manner of going about things? What was wrong with Dodoria?
Oh, there was nothing wrong with him. Vegeta is only here on punishment detail. This is no means a promotion. If he puts so much as one toe out of line, then I shall eviscerate him. Does that make you feel better, Zarbon?
Yes, Lord Frieza, it most certainly does.
Zarbon replies with an evil smirk. Oh, he can lord it over Vegeta with no repercussions. This feels very satisfying. As for the prince, he's trying to pick the moment when he could do an about face and take the balls for himself. But for now, he bides his time and plays the fool. But something is bothering him. Something he somehow picked up whilst on Earth. With his typical Zenkai boost, he also somehow gained the ability to sense energy without a scouter. He was wearing one, sure, but he didn't actually need to use it to pick up low-level local energy levels. But there was one power that felt strangely familiar, somewhere on this planet. It was enough to distract him from time to time. Once he could get clear, he will investigate this more closely. When Krillin heads to the first village, Bulma gets the news that Goku is now fully recovered and on his way. He will be there with them in 5 or 6 days. Good news. However, What Krillin sees is far from good. When he gets there, he spots that the villagers are all gathered amongst three beings who look very menacing. One is of course Zarbon, the other is Frieza, and the third one... oh no! It's Vegeta. Before he can be spotted, Krillin hides from view, having already hidden his power in case of anything going off on the Scouters and observing the trio haranguing the Namekians. However, it gets to the point where cargo is dispatched, where Krillin cannot stand it anymore. He jumps into the fray, protecting Dende from sharing a similar fate, and escapes with the young Namekian. The Dragon Ball sadly lost to Frieza. Vegeta is aghast. He knew it! It's that imposter Saiyan again! Frieza notices the reaction. I take it this is the one that gave you trouble on Earth, Vegeta. Do you wish to finish the job?
With pleasure, sir.
Good. Then maybe you can stop being distracted and get on with the mission. Go on, have some fun on my watch.
Vegeta then heads off in pursuit.
Are you sure this is wise, Lord Frieza? He might escape, or worse, be ended before I get the chance to do so.
Oh, don't be silly, Zarbon. Even if he were to succumb to injury, I'll have gotten some pleasure out of seeing him suffer. Let him make a fool of himself.
Krillin is already some ways away from the village and can sense Vegeta fast approaching. Realizing that he has to face him or else bringing him right to their base, he lands on the ground and tells Dende to take cover. Dende does so and witnesses the Saiyan Prince land, gazing at Krillin with vicious intent. Before Krillin can speak though, Vegeta takes off his scouter, tosses it to the side, and promptly blasts it to pieces.
This matter is strictly between the two of us. I have longed for this moment, where I tear you asunder.
Krillin gulps but remains steady. This is pointless, Vegeta! You don't have your tail, and neither do I! Stalemate! He motions to his back, showing his tail was gone.
What's your point? I don't need to transform to end your miserable existence.
You may be thinking differently in a second. Krillin powers up to Kaioken ×3, this being much more stable than it was back on Earth. It's time to end this, Vegeta! Gohan from a distance can sense these powers coming together, and feels that he has to go and help. When Bulma wasn't paying attention, he sneaks out of the base and flies in the direction of the battle. The battle is fierce, intense even. Krillin had briefly flashed into Kaioken ×3 to scare Vegeta into submission, but the Saiyan really didn't notice. So, it seems that he couldn't really sense energy the way Krillin could. Krillin, unlike Goku, chose to use Kaioken ×3 again, and go all out from the start, to which Vegeta has no answer. His power level was 24,000 or so, and much like with his battle with Zarbon, he was on the back foot, but refused to accept this. After being battered around by Krillin some more, Vegeta is getting absolutely manic. I mean, what do you expect? He's not getting it his own way.
How? How can an imposter outclass the Prince of all Saiyans?
Krillin is in total control here, and it feels good. If only it was this easy as it was on Earth. Because I have a little thing called humility. I realize that there will always be someone stronger than me out there. I strive to get stronger every single day. Something that I learned from a wise old friend of mine. And that is something I will do to the day I die. Vegeta growls and prepares a Gallic gun, not listening to a word of this. Krillin sighs and is about to charge a Destructo Disc. Before he can though, he hears Gohan calling out to him.
Ha! Gotcha!
Vegeta abruptly changes the beam's direction to Gohan, to which the young one can't defend and, all together now,
dodge!
Krillin has to, at the very last second, aim his disc into the beam, and it explodes just 10 feet away from the son of Goku. Gohan! Get out of here!
But I want to help, Krillin! I'm tired of being cooped up in that base!
Base, eh? So there's more of you. Interesting.
Krillin is getting anxious. He charges forward and engages in Kaioken ×5, something he didn't want to resort to as he hadn't perfected it all that well, or at least as much as he would have liked. This shut Vegeta up, and quickly. Looking bruised and battered, Vegeta is out cold, and Gohan is now on the ground, frantically shaken. Dende comes up to Krillin and introduces himself to Gohan.
So, what are we gonna do with him?
Gohan points to Vegeta, out cold on the floor. Well, we can't take him back to base. He'll tear us apart, or else lure Freezer there. Whew. But we just can't leave him here, or else he'll come back stronger. I don't want that. But then Krillin twinges with pain, Kaioken times 5 taking a lot more out of him than he would have liked. It's a good thing he brought senzu beans with him. While they're trying to decide on what to do, Zarbon's scouter spots that Vegeta's power has gone down considerably. So much so that it seemed like he was out cold. That's not right. As much as Zarbon felt extremely satisfied to see this, he had to do his duty and let his master know.
Lord Frieza, it appears that your pet monkey has had the wind removed from his sails.
Oh my goodness, I did not expect that to happen today. Seems like whatever that was that gave us a fright had some get up and go. How amusing. Zarbon, be a dear and take the prince back to the ship for a tune-up. Zarbon sighs, hoping that they could have just left him there to rot, but he ultimately complies. This, of course, catches the attention of Krillin, and so they now have no choice but to retreat and leave the prince there. So long as he didn't know where they were going, which direction it was, they were, for now, still safe. With that, Vegeta is left on the ground and then subsequently taken back to Frieza's ship for recovery. That might have been a big mistake, Frieza. When our heroes get back to base, Gohan, Krillin and Dende are processing the events and feel that they got extremely lucky. But now, they sense the power of Zarbon's taking Vegeta away, meaning that he will heal, probably. And if the same thing happened to Krillin that happened to Vegeta, that Zenkai, then it will be raring for round 3. Now healed up with a bean, Krillin feels absolutely fantastic, and much stronger than before. That Kaioken had been much more brutal than he had thought. Dende gives his thanks for his rescue, and suggests that maybe the gang go to see Elder Guru for some answers. He actually also has a Dragon Ball, and he could offer guidance perhaps in the darkest hour for the Namekians. Krillin agrees to this, that this is a good idea as any, and hey, free Dragon Ball. They could be the fly in Frieza's ointment. Gohan asks to go with him, expecting the answer no, but is met with a yes. Gohan, I can't afford you to pull another stunt like that again. It almost cost us both our lives. In the long run, you're safer with me. Bulma rounds on them.
What is that supposed to mean? Am I not capable of taking care of a kid?
You let him run free and he almost got killed. Bulma then blinks and remembers that, oh yeah, that did happen.
Oh, okay, just go.
She then decides to busy herself with some other pretend science stuff. Meanwhile, Vegeta is taken back to the ship and recovers in the medical tank. He can feel his body getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps the fake Saiyan gave him a blessing in disguise. Sure, he was an absolute abomination, something that shouldn't exist and should be erased from this mortal coil, but he could prove very useful in terms of training and ultimately taking down Frieza. With 2 Saiyans getting the boost of Zenkai in quick succession, the gains would be incredible. Maybe he should pay a visit again. If he doesn't agree, then hey, he's gonna be destroyed, as well as that runt. When he feels that he is ready to come out, he is summoned to Zarbon's quarters for a dressing down before then reporting to Frieza. The green-haired minion looks to Vegeta in his office and sighs.
Let's get things straight, Vegeta. I don't like you, and you probably don't like me even more.
Yes, that's accurate, but go on.
Yes. Right now, I am in charge of this mission, not you. You were lucky that Frieza humored you and let you gallivant off to play with another monkey. But I call the shots from now on. You answer only to me. Understood?
Ah, pulling rank are we, Zarbon? Over Lord Frieza even. He wouldn't like to hear you were getting too big for your boots now.
He won't find out so long as I am around.
That's quite right. As long as you're around.
What?
Vegeta surges forward and grabs Zarbon's torso. You should have left me behind. He explodes in an arc of light and energy, much like he did on Earth when exploding from that cave when he was getting angry with Goku. The power is enough to vaporize Zarbon and a good chunk of the ship. In the midst of the chaos, Vegeta's power had risen to 40,000 and caught Zarbon napping. Thusly, he couldn't buff up to counter. He rushes to Frieza's quarters to find the Dragon Balls, or whatever they gathered, in there, and does his thing of tossing them out the window. There aren't all the Dragon Balls, but there are some. Frieza wasn't there actually, already finding other Dragon Balls. If I can't get the wish, then I'm sure as hell I'm gonna make sure that you don't, Frieza. And so Vegeta flies off in pursuit of the balls that he had tossed. Krillin and Gohan can sense the chaos too, but are glad that it is not them involved, and that Vegeta's power hadn't risen too much. Krillin could still counter if Kaioken times 4 could be relied on. Dende assures them that the things that Guru can possibly teach them are remarkable, and sure enough, they arrive. Nail presents himself and is surprised to see Dende here, but then is saddened at the news of the loss of his village.
I can only express sorrow for your loss, young one. Allow me to help you and your friends.
Nail! Bring them in. I wish to see them for myself.
Guru then takes in the kind auras of Krillin and Gohan, sensing their amiable nature and honorable intentions.
You,
He points to Krillin.
you seem different to the other Saiyan present. Might you explain why this is?
Well, it's because,
He used the Dragon Balls on our planet to become a Saiyan, mister.
Gohan,
Oh, so you have Dragon Balls on your planet too. Fascinating. I guess Namekians still exist amongst the stars, but I digress. How may I be of service?
They point to the Dragon Ball up top and note that they wish to bring their friends back. Guru allows them to take it and then offers them something else, the chance to unlock their hidden potential. Gohan is amazed. At last, he could get stronger and contribute to things instead of just being hidden away all the time. He knew he could do it. He wouldn't let Mr. Piccolo down. Gohan goes first and he can feel his power surge incredibly. Sure enough, he had tons of potential. His power was now much greater, similar to Krillin's when he had arrived on Namek pre the Vegeta fight. When Krillin did it, he felt absolutely incredible. Those Zenkais, this was nothing. His power had surged from about 15,000 to 80,000. Wow. Krillin knew he could take on Vegeta without needing Kaioken, but first, they need to actually get more Dragon Balls and save their friends.
This should give you a fighting chance. But before I go, Dende, come up to me. How could I forget one of my own children?
He motions Dende to have his potential unlocked, and this is where he gains the power of healing. Guru smiles, but then coughs, noting that they have to act soon, or else the balls will be inert due to Guru passing out of old age. Vegeta is feeling jubilant, and something else had changed. Since recovering in the medical tank, he seemed to have gained the ability to sense energy of sorts, like the Earthlings kept on talking about. Excellent! No need for those ridiculous scouters! But before he could do anything about this, he felt a terrible sensation with this newfound power of his. 5 beings were approaching the planet, and they were in formation. Oh, there's no mistaking that presence. Even if he didn't know the specific energy signatures of each member, the fact that it was 5 of them, and it was really intense and scary, it made it clear. The Ginyu Force were coming. How were they arriving so quickly? Well, Frieza had anticipated this from the very start. He knew that Vegeta would go rogue. He knew that. He was just waiting for the moment that it happened, and he had the Ginyus ready to step in at a much quicker notice and get rid of the Monkey Prince for good. Yes, this is all well and good, but it's a shame Zarbon is no longer with us to enjoy in the chase. He takes a sip of wine, now looking out of the window of his damaged quarters. He didn't feel too upset about losing a few of the balls. Captain Ginyu would get them back quickly. Krillin was flying back with the Dragon Ball, and Gohan and Dende following close behind. But suddenly, Vegeta accosts them, looking terrified.
No time to explain! I need your help!
What do you think I am, an idiot? I ain't falling for your tricks, Vegeta. I beat you twice now. I ain't fighting you again. It wouldn't be fair for you.
Cease your prattle! If you can sense energy like I can, cast your eyes upwards and feel that!
He points to the sky, and it dawns on Krillin and Gohan that 5 very strong scary powers were coming. They had been distracted before by Guru's power increase, and the Dragon Ball acquisition they hadn't noticed.
Our battle isn't over yet, imposter, but I feel that we have a bigger issue at present to deal with. Besides, it seems that your newfound Saiyan powers might be of use to me, and perhaps yourself. Do you feel more spirited after each heavy battle?
Krillin silently nods.
That is one of our greatest assets in battle. Every time we reach the brink of death or major injury and live to tell the tale, we come back stronger than ever. If we can make use of this in time, we can send those guys packing, and maybe Frieza too.
Gohan chimes in.
So what you're saying is you want to join forces or something?
You could say that.
Well, Krillin didn't expect this to happen. The mood is apprehensive. Gohan and Krillin are witnessing their previous enemy offering an olive branch, or what the space-age equivalent of an olive would be, in regards to their current predicament. Krillin didn't know much about what it meant to be a Saiyan in terms of the history, so Vegeta's tutelage at the moment could be pretty illuminating, and his current pivot is noteworthy in being very unusual. But it is unusual, and that's something that doesn't sit right with Krillin. But there was no mistaking that those 5 powers were heading towards them, towards the planet. Seems like Vegeta is telling the truth. But Gohan then asks whether they have time to improve at all in the minutes they have before the power lands on the planet. Dende reluctantly offers to help, offering his healing services.
It pains me to offer help to the likes of you.
He looks towards Vegeta sickeningly.
But my friends trust you. I can heal you both.
Krillin is pleased to hear this, him willing to offer. It meant that their sensory beams were safe and not dwindling any further. That would make the beam machine feel much better in the long run. Okay, but if you try anything funny, Vegeta, those ghouls there will finish you. Consider them my insurance policy.
Don't push your luck, imposter. You are in no position to flex your muscles. Let's get this over with.
Gohan is then told to take the Dragon Ball that they had back to the base, whilst Krillin and Vegeta quickly spar, going all out as fast as they can, hopefully healing in time before it's too late. But it is too late. The Ginyu Force arrive. They're not going to get much time. Disembarking from their pods, Captain Ginyu and their crew report to Frieza, who informs them all that Vegeta has indeed gone rogue and destroyed most of his battalion, ended Zarbon, and stolen the Dragon Balls from under his very nose. Ginyu closes his eyes and sighs. I should have known that Despot would have betrayed you, Lord Frieza. It is indeed entirely my fault for not being here in person to oversee operations up until now and put him in his place sooner. Don't beat yourself up over this, Ginyu. I would rather you beat up that foolish monkey instead. That is a far better use of your time.
Agreed, my liege. Then, set your scouters onto Vegeta, and let's teach him a lesson. He will rue the day that he would ever try to get in our leader's way.
They then do a little jig to boost morale before flying off in the direction of Vegeta. Frieza is left standing there to both praise their gusto as well as question their style. As the battle proceeds, Vegeta can sense that the Ginyus are coming this way right now, and is hurling expletives in Krillin's direction for not going all out, not trying hard enough, but neither of them had been able to make much headway in injuring one another, and so this got under the prince's skin.
Useless! This is no time to be soft, imposter! Give me all you have!
This was the last straw. Krillin had had enough of being called a faker, an imposter, and he let rip. Kaioken times 5, something he hadn't dared try for risking great injury before, but that was what the prince wanted. I mean, my name is Krillin! He goes red, punches a clean hole right through Vegeta's torso, and this leaves both reeling. Vegeta with obviously a hole in the chest, and Krillin collapsing from pushing his body further than ever. But he wasn't actually that badly injured. He was surprised to feel that times 5 Kaioken hadn't torn him apart like he thought it would. Seems like this unlocking of potential that Guru did was actually pretty handy. It still hurt though. Dende gingerly makes his way to Krillin and heals him up with Vegeta coughing and spluttering for the healer to get to him.
You can wait. Now you'll feel what it's like to suffer like my people are right now. All thanks to your leader's selfish desires.
Now is not the time to be all high and mighty, runt. Just get on with it.
Krillin's injuries were less, and so therefore that meant he was able to heal up quickly. But his power increase wasn't as great as Vegeta's would be. But that guy needed more time to heal, as Ginyu arrived on the scene. At the sight of Krillin, Ginyu and his crew let out a laugh of derision. Is this it? Is this the problem? A short stack and a prince already out cold? This will be no trouble at all. I don't even see why we even needed to come here. Raccoon, be a dear and finish this one off quickly.
Wait, Captain. I can finish this off even quicker. After all, my speed is unmatched by any in the universe.
Doesn't matter who it is, Berta. All right, let rip. Berta cracks his knuckles and readies himself whilst Jace is checking out the power to see how easy this will be. He really wished that he hadn't. The scouter read bad news. Berta, you might want to be careful with this one. The scouter says that he's over 80,000.
What? That little guy? Don't be silly, Jace. I've got this.
Ignoring this warning, badly, Berta leaps in and meets nothing. All he can see is the little Namekian healing Vegeta. Having missed something of the first, Berta takes his annoyance of being outpaced on Dende, firing a blast at him, but Krillin re-emerges and deflects the blast, which takes out a whole hill in the background. Krillin felt incredible. He knew his power was greater than 80,000, but there was no need to go all out just yet. Why was he even worried in the first place? Big mistake, buddy! With one swift kick forward, Berta is sent to the floor in agony, clutching his gut. The rest of his team are left stunned. How did their scouters not possibly recognize this strength beforehand? They could have prepared for this. Well, when they programmed in their course, both Vegeta and Krillin's powers were at least half of what they are now of this one. This increase was so abrupt, to say the least. With the rest of his teammates chalking this up to a mistake on Berta's part, out of just sheer terror and denial, Ginyu orders him to get back up and try again. But the same thing happens again, only with the blue guy taking longer to get up this time. Berta, seriously, the scouter's no joke! Be careful! You want a hand?
No! This guy's got under my skin! I'll get him even if it kills me.
Your words, not mine, growls Krillin before letting out a flurry of blows so fast that only Ginyu can keep up with it. The rest of his crew are left horrified and unable to see a thing. Berta is out cold, Krillin choosing to spare him. Let that be a warning to you! Get out of here if you know what's good for you! Ginyu, unlike his crew, let out a laugh. Not bad, Pipsqueak, but despite your impressive power, you are no match for myself. Krillin, letting his inner Saiyan pride get the better of him in this moment, really unfortunate, chooses now to hammer home his warning. He lets out his power, and even though his injuries weren't as severe as Vegeta's, the increase of that Zenkai was certainly present. Kaioken would definitely not be necessary here. All of the Ginyu Force's scouters shatter in seconds. The last reading that any scouter got was that of 300,000. How was that possible? Well, it's enough to terrify Ginyu's posse, but Ginyu, he's got an idea. He postulates some more before flexing his muscle, trying to hide his nervousness. Not bad. You've got my attention. I'll fight you. Are you sure? You're no match for me now, says an overly confident Krillin. Definitely. He gets into position and Jace instantly understands what the captain is up to and feels much more assured. That catches Krillin off guard, but this distraction is just the beginning. Ginyu then slams his fist into his own chest, injuring himself badly like in the original, before then letting out a yell. Change now! Krillin and Ginyu switch bodies in a second without the former having the chance to counter. When the light dissipates, Krillin can feel a stinging in his chest, right where Ginyu had hit himself. He looks down and then sees a torso with purple skin. What? What's going on? Why am I in this body? Now you understand why it is wrong to get in the way of the Ginyu Force, Saiyan. Enjoy walking that off. Jace, can you get a chance to read this body's power? Is it close to 300,000? Jace then reminds the captain that all the scouters got total just now, so they don't know. But the captain chooses to shrug this off, decides to go for it anyway. He decides to attack the stricken Krillin Ginyu, but despite the latter being hurt, the attacks weren't as bad as he had expected. Something wasn't right. What is going on? This body should be so strong that I can shatter you in the blink of an eye! There is then suddenly a laugh from behind. I can answer your question, Ginyu. No, you're not even close to the Run's power potential. Vegeta! You're alive! Krillin Ginyu then can sense Vegeta's power, and thanks to his injury being more severe, his power was just as great as his had gotten. Krillin and Vegeta were now, in theory, equal. Good thing that he had Kaioken on top of that to keep the balance in favor of the good guys if they're able to get out of this. Sorry, Ginyu, but your time to get used to that imp's body is up. Allow me to break it in further for you. Vegeta, don't get any ideas! Cease your prattle! I'm going to enjoy this. In the midst of this, Gohan has arrived back at base with a Dragon Ball, but he can sense something else, something he recognized, but it wasn't Krillin or Vegeta. It wasn't far away either. It was Goku. His dad had arrived in time.
Yay! Dad made it! I hope he can make it in time to help Krillin.
Oh, Gohan, Krillin didn't need any help right this second. Goku is surveying the scene, and his training had proven pretty good, being a base power of about 120,000 after all of this gravity training. But this was not enough, it seems. He can sense Vegeta and Krillin, and their power had... How did that happen? They were way stronger than him. Whatever happened, he wanted a piece of this. Without another moment's hesitation, he rushes to the scene. However, as he was flying at fantastic speed, he could sense Vegeta's power sparking and Krillin's getting worse, and assuming that Vegeta had gotten Krillin. But fortunately for Goku, this wasn't the case. Vegeta was on their side for the time being. Ginyu Krillin had no answer to this, and even with Recoome and Jace jumping in to help their captain, they still couldn't stop the prince. Goldo tried his best to assist with his time freeze, but then had to contend with Krillin Ginyu, who despite his injuries, had enough strength left to at least put this green dude in his place and knock him out cold. Vegeta, though, was far crueler and iced both Recoome and Jace without question. When the dust had settled, Krillin Ginyu saw that both these two were dead, and he told Vegeta not to do the same to Ginyu in his body.
Don't you tell me what to do! Be grateful that I'm even helping you out!
Ginyu Krillin lets out a laugh. No matter his plan didn't work, he was buoyed by avenging his fallen crew.
You will pay for that, Vegeta! You've made a strong case. Strong case? For what? Change now!
Krillin Ginyu saw this coming a mile off and, like in the original with Goku Ginyu, leapt in the way of the attack, leaving Ginyu back in his body and Krillin in his, in agony. Vegeta, without acknowledging Krillin's heroics at all, slinks over to Ginyu in pain on the ground and places a hand over his mouth to ensure he can't do that again.
You're right. There will be change. Now and forever.
He blasts Ginyu to bits. When the smoke clears, Ginyu is gone completely, and Krillin is on the ground.
Thanks, Vegeta. We did a good job. I can't move. Pass me a senzu bean, will ya?
He motions his head to the bag located in his belt, to which the prince takes, but doesn't give him any beans.
Thanks for the beans, imposter. I think I'll be taking these. Might come in handy when I go and finish off Frieza. And oh yes, those two you let live. They are going to enjoy taking their anger out on you killing their crew. Pleasure doing business with you, pint size.
With that, Vegeta takes the beans, grabs Dende by the back, and flies away, leaving Krillin helpless. Sure enough, Berta and Goldo did come to see Recoome and Jace lifeless, and no trace of Ginyu whatsoever. They were livid.
You killed our friends. No more mercy. Goldo, make him suffer.
Gladly! Goldo gets into position and is about to hold his breath with Krillin looking on, unable to do a thing. Berta and Goldo were toying with Krillin. Even though the Saiyan had enough power to at least defend himself to a very small degree, he was in no condition to do any damage to these two. Goldo and Berta were reveling in this turn of events. They had witnessed this pint-sized person maul their comrades, and now Krillin was in a position to have the same done to him.
You are so lucky that we are nice enough to not off you right here and now. I'll go slow, which is saying something given my reputation.
Goldo rolled all four of his eyes and froze time, grabbing Krillin and getting him in an arm lock ready for his buddy. When time resumed, Krillin found himself being pummeled like a punching bag by Berta, who was rapidly barraging him as fast as he could, with the Saiyan unable to break out of this lock, his limbs far too weak and noodly to pull himself free. In the distance, Goku felt Krillin's power dwindling, as well as Vegeta speeding away. Well, that was odd. Why was the prince flying? Oh no.
Krillin, I'm coming, buddy!
Goku used up all of his power to speed even faster to the scene, and fortunately for the two tyrants right now, they couldn't sense him coming. It was probably for the best. When he did arrive, his best friend was on the verge of passing out from the injuries handed to him by the blue speedy boy.
Hey, let go of my friend!
Berta stopped and looked at Goku.
Ah, come to avenge this little one? I fear you may be too late. Poor little thing. Vegeta left him to die as if he were nothing but trash. Well, I won't say no to cleaning up this piece of scum who killed my best friend.
Goldo was a little unnerved despite the satisfaction of wasting Krillin. Berta? Are you okay?
Shut up, Goat!
In that moment of distraction, Goku elbowed Berta out of the way, sending him flying for quite a distance, and then set his sights on Goldo, who was now quivering with fear.
Let him go! Now!
Goku was looking at him with a look of fury, and this indeed made the green dude, sure enough, let go of Krillin. Goku grabbed his best friend and checked to see if he was still alive.
Krillin, wake up! Are you alright?
Krillin's eyes squinted open and he smiled. Goku, boy am I glad to see you. You got any senzu beans there, buddy? Goku rummaged in his pocket and produced one that he gave to his friend. Seconds later, Krillin's injuries started to fade away, and he was able to stand on his own 2 feet feeling absolutely fantastic. Wow! The feeling of these beans never get old. Thanks, Goku! I thought I was a goner.
No problem, but whoa! Now I can actually sense it properly. You gotten way stronger since I last saw you. How'd you do it?
Well, I can show you if you want, but first... They turned to Berta clambering out of the rock pile, and when he saw Krillin up and about, looking fit as a fiddle, Yeah, he noped out of there. He hightailed out of there grabbing Goldo on the way because, he's still a fast boy.
Buddy, shouldn't we be stopping them or something?
Nah, Goku, they're not worth it. Krillin took Goku to Guru's tower and explained to him what Vegeta had been up to. Speaking of Vegeta, his original plan was to go and find the Dragon Balls with nobody around to stop him, aside from Frieza, who had taken a back seat for the moment, assuming that the Ginyus were dealing with the Vegeta pest problem. However, now that he actually had no opposition, sensu beans and a Dende. Ooh, he felt a little bit frisky. Was he going to go after his former employer? The prince looked at his combination of sensu beans and Dende, mulling over which to rely on for this upcoming battle. In the end, he chose to dump the kid. He took the child to where he could sense Gohan, rudimentarily, and chucked him outside, Gohan rushing outside to see Dende, looking a bit battered and bruised, and spotted Vegeta without Krillin.
Wait, where's Krillin?
Vegeta chose to make something up. Why would the brat even know?
He took a bad spill and I had to ensure that this little green one got back unhurt and... Yeah, don't worry, I shall go back for him right now, I promise, I pinky promise or whatever.
Gohan scowled at him. He didn't believe him for a second. He knew that Krillin was in danger. Vegeta was only just discovering how to sense energy without the need of machinery. He assumed that what he knew was the same as what the Dragon Team knew and could do. No, not even close. Gohan was testing him, and the prince had failed. He was lying. However, Gohan could sense that his dad did find Krillin and had revived him, so they were okay. He chose not to let the prince know because he might not be able to sense it, and it's probably for the best that he didn't know. If he had come here, he obviously wasn't adept enough to sense that the person he had abandoned was back on his feet, and probably keen to vent his anger with some Kaioken.
Okay, stay safe, Vegeta.
Vegeta was a little surprised to how easy this questioning was. He flew off looking particularly confused, but hey, he rolled with it. Dende then told Gohan what had happened, but the latter explained that everything was indeed okay, and that Vegeta couldn't be all that bad if he had actually delivered the former to them directly, not leaving them to find him. He could have just left them out to rot in a random plane, but nope. Still though, he couldn't be fully trusted, so it would seem.
Should we go and help your dad, Gohan?
Gohan shook his head.
No need. Krillin and Dad will be fine. We just gotta protect this Dragon Ball that we got and make sure Vegeta doesn't come back to find it.
When Krillin and Goku got to Guru's, he looked quite weak, with Nail explaining that his life force was fading fast. He was also disappointed with Vegeta's actions.
It saddens me that Vegeta was not able to overcome his base needs, but I am glad that you are safe, my friend,
he said to Krillin. He then spotted Goku and welcomed him. Goku! Guru here can help unlock your hidden potential, make you way stronger, lickety-split! Krillin expected Goku to leap on this actual turn of events, make the most of getting stronger quickly, but Goku didn't look so sure about this.
I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I kind of want to earn my strength, you know? I don't want to be given it and stuff.
This surprised Krillin. Why was his friend resisting the chance to power up instantly and take out Vegeta and maybe this Frieza guy? This is like a free Zenkai or something without having to go through the painful means of actually getting said boost. Goku, why are you passing up this opportunity? You're being rude. His friend turned to him with a serious expression.
I think this is something you don't fully get, Krillin, because of, you.
Krillin felt hurt by this. So, you're just the same as Vegeta. You think I'm some kind of freak after all. Goku's expression softened.
No, buddy. I meant, because of your unique nature, you still remember your human instincts to seize every opportunity going. If you were born as a Saiyan and lived it entirely, like me, as a Saiyan, you may understand what I'm getting at.
But, Goku,
think about it. Deep down, does earning power instantly like this really seem fair and worth it?
Krillin was looking uncomfortable and shifted slightly. Indeed, deep down, Goku was right. The buzz from recovering from those injuries was so good. Sure, the potential unlock felt good in itself, but the Zenkai, in terms of sensation, it topped it, no question. You're right, Goku. I'm sorry for dragging you all the way out here. We're wasting time.
It's okay. I know you meant well.
Guru smiled.
Your resolve is quite formidable, Goku. I wish you the best of luck and respect your decision.
Thanks, Guru. Let's go and sort Vegeta out before he gets in trouble.
Krillin nods, and with that, they head for where they sense the prince is going. Meanwhile, Frieza had come out of his malaise and felt uneasy. The Ginyus were taking their sweet time, and so he chose to put his scouter back on and locate where they had gotten to. Were they dawdling? But, wait. Was the scouter broken? He couldn't sense Ginyu at all. Nor could he sense Raccoon or Jace. There were only 2 of them he could find, and they were busy doing a whole lot of nothing. They were just going in a direction or something.
What in the world happened to my crew?
Vegeta. He tapped on the scouter and sensed that Vegeta was coming his way. Why?
I don't understand those filthy monkeys. He already stole the Dragon Ball, so why is he coming back here and bothering me? Is he really that stupid? Well, I'll give him a lesson that he will never forget, for it will be his last.
With that, he puts down his glass of wine, preparing to receive Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin are speeding back to base and arrive to spot Gohan leaping up and down with the Dragon Radar.
Dad, you're okay!
He hugs his father and then proceeds to tell the group that the Dragon Balls are conveniently located in one group. Vegeta obviously stole them earlier, and Vegeta is nowhere near them. Krillin is perplexed, but then remembers what the prince had said earlier. I don't believe it.
What? What's he doing?
He's gonna go after Frieza and take him out.
Seriously? He's gonna get killed.
He's got the senso beans I brought with us. He'll keep eating them until he's powerful enough to do it. But I don't think Frieza's gonna give him a chance to eat them that often. What do we do?
Leave him to it. He got himself into this mess. For us, easy. Go and get the Dragon Balls.
He takes the radar and proceeds to lead a scout party to the place where Vegeta had thrown them to. And as for the prince, he's busy being a fool heady with power. In no time at all, with no resistance, all 7 balls are back at base, as they can sense Vegeta and Frieza face to face, miles away. Krillin is mulling over something, now that actually everything had been put into place. It's giving him pause for thought. This doesn't feel right, Goku. I just can't leave him to die. We got the Dragon Balls now, and we know how to summon the dragon with Dende's help. I'm gonna go help him. He flies off, and Goku follows seconds later, keen to assist wherever he can. Gohan would go after him, but they need to use the Dragon Balls quickly as Guru is slowly dying, and Dende can feel it. Back at the ship, Frieza and Vegeta are locked in each other's gaze.
Vegeta, what brings you back here? You've already stolen my Dragon Balls. I don't have any more. What else are you going to take away from me? I already know what I want. Your head on a spike.
Vegeta scoffs.
I can honestly say I'd love to see the same happen to you. I'm far stronger than I used to be, Frieza. You're not dealing with the average Saiyan warrior anymore.
Yeah, I thought I'd throw that one in here.
Oh, really? Go on then. I could do with a laugh.
Vegeta powers up, and he knows that he will get pummeled initially, but he didn't expect that to happen so quickly, but thanks to the beans in his possession, he will slowly start to toughen up. The fight begins, and Vegeta is down Kaputski in seconds. But before he passes out, he consumes a bean and gets back up on his feet. Frieza looking surprised.
Well, resilient, aren't we? As well as moronic.
I didn't hear no bell, Frieza. Come at me!
This repeats, and Vegeta gets back up again. This time he is able to counter, which surprises Frieza.
I don't know how you're doing this, but I'm impressed. Perhaps you aren't as idiotic as I first thought. Or, actually, you're more moronic than I thought, because I'm going to let you in on a secret. This form that you see before you isn't even my final form.
What?
Let me demonstrate.
With that, Frieza bulks up and enters his second form.
What do you think, Vegeta? How do I look?
Vegeta is stunned. Even with his limited ability in sensing energy, he could sense Frieza's power doubled in one go. No amount of beans could counter that. However, luckily for him, Krillin and Goku had arrived to help.
I don't need your help. I've got this.
Vegeta, stop. You don't got this, said Krillin with a sense of pity in his voice. We got a common enemy here, so just shut up and let's fight him together.
You got friends, Vegeta? Don't deny them a chance to witness his power now. That would be awfully rude of you.
Frieza then offered Krillin the chance to attack, and he did, at Kaioken times 5, with an extra Zenkai. Yeah, Frieza was down. Krillin was amazed by the effects of this latest Zenkai, and he just sped off to finish Frieza off in the distance, and Kaioken times 5 had done that. It didn't even hurt as much as the last time he'd used it. He was getting more and more resilient. Wow. He was jazzed, and wanting to deck Frieza in the schnoz some more. Goku was watching this unfold from a distance, sensing it more technically, and was starting to get a little jealous. Perhaps he should have accepted the unlocking of his potential. But before he could regret this any further, Krillin was flying back, and then crumpled to the ground. Frieza had returned in a whole new form, looking absolutely terrifying. Frieza's third form loomed over all 3 Saiyans. He was reveling in the fact that the little monkey that had wronged him just now was now beginning to remember his place and look at him with fear and dread, as it should be.
Well now, nice to see you filthy monkeys recalling your place. Who wants to have a go at being wrong next? Vegeta? Oh, I remember you were very keen to do that a moment ago.
Vegeta was looking much more hesitant than he was before. With his ability to sense energy naturally slowly starting to refine itself, somehow, he could now feel the huge power coming from Frieza. This was nothing like he expected, and he now was internally counting his lucky stars that the 2 lesser Saiyans here, the lower class Saiyans here, had come to assist. Had they not, he probably would have fallen a long time ago. But he's not going to necessarily tell them that. No, he had an image to keep up after all.
Buddy, what do you think? Can we take down Frieza?
Said Goku with trepidation. I think so. I got surprised with that transformation, but if I push Kaioken a little more, we could keep him down long enough for the others to use the dragon.
And Vegeta?
Let him do what he wants. If he can sense energy now, though, I think he'll be more likely to listen to us. Now, speaking of Vegeta, he was trying his best to remain composed in front of this monstrous form of Frieza. He also had an image to keep up.
So, you had to resort to further forms to put Saiyans down, Frieza. You see, I told you. You should never underestimate the power of a
Frieza gut-punched Vegeta and had a very wry smile on his elongated face.
Would you pack it in with that nonsense? I tolerated it back in the day because it was cute, but now I grow weary of it. All those moments were lucky shots, nothing more. Besides, I've always wanted to just silence you like this. It feels very, very good.
Ironically, Krillin then surges into Frieza's back, snapping his spine something awful with a shriek of, Kaioken times 10! And the tyrant could now feel his bones crackling underneath his skin, and he fell forward on top of Vegeta with the prince
wriggling himself out from underneath the hulking beast because he's a big un.
The Emperor was now wincing and coughing.
All the underhanded, devious tactics. If it weren't for the fact that you are my enemy, I'd be proud of that.
Krillin fell back and powered back down, holding his leg which had twitched profusely from the sudden jolt of Kaioken. Kaioken times 10, big deal.
You okay, pal?
Said Goku. Yeah, but I don't want to be doing that much longer. Hopefully that was enough to keep him down for good. Meanwhile, Gohan and Dende, as well as the rest of the crew, were ready with the Dragon Balls that Vegeta had sourced earlier, and they were ready to summon the dragon. Gohan could feel Krillin's power spark up for a second before falling back down again, but after that, Frieza was unable to respond in a timely manner. Gohan started to laugh with relief, to which Dende was rather curious of.
What's going on, Gohan? Frieza's down! He won't be getting up anymore. Yeah, we got this! Now I can summon Porunga with no interruption.
Dende smiled, and with that, they began to prepare for the dragon's arrival. Vegeta, having been wronged by the Emperor, was now kicking him in the head while he was down, and laughing at the situation.
Ha 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 ha! What's the matter, Frieza? Got nothing left? Did that little squirt put you out of action? Such disgrace for a once great overlord. How pathetic. Saiyans will always prevail.
A tail came by and swished the prince away like an annoying gnat. Frieza was now trying to get up, rather slowly and with difficulty, with every moment with his hulking form.
Vegeta, you are quick to judge. You see, this isn't even my final form.
Goku and Krillin gasped, and Frieza was starting to smile again, despite the pain being unbearable.
Perhaps shedding a few pounds will alleviate my suffering, and offload it onto you all permanently.
He shrieked and powered up once more, with the others being blown away, literally. When the screaming from Frieza ceased, a much smaller and sleeker form of Frieza arose, fully healed, his final form. He turned to Vegeta and smirked. "Could you repeat that, please? Are you sure that Saiyan's prevailing was what you meant to say?" This form was way worse than the last one. Nobody had anything to say. The only thing that kept the gang from being pummeled or them running away was the blackening of the sky. Frieza, not knowing about how Dragon Balls worked, had no idea what this was. But he chose to ignore it, assuming it was just some quirk of the planet. He was enjoying this look of fear on the Saiyans too much to care. Goku and Krillin had had enough of this grandstanding, and powered up to Kaioken times 5 to test the waters, but it proved futile. Frieza was just standing there, letting the punches wash over him. The Dragon Team duo desperate to distract him as much as possible, so that the wishes on the dragon could be made without interruption. Porunga arose and was ready to be used. Down below, Gohan was static with fear, having sensed Frieza's resurgence, and Dende had to prod him in the side to get him out of that terrifying spiral. The dragon looked down and awaited the wish, which was to resurrect Piccolo, to which this was granted. Piccolo's halo disappeared, and then he immediately rushed off King Kai's world and back to the check-in station, ready to help back on Earth where he can. Meanwhile, on said Earth, Kami reappeared on the lookout, and Mr. Popo was thrilled to see him back. And immediately, Kami got into action. He summoned the Earth Dragon Ball search to begin, and his assistant gladly undertook this mission, so that they could be ready to use Shenron if they needed to. With this confirmation, Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest hurdle was cleared.
What is your second wish?
Second wish?
Dende reminded him that this dragon, unlike their one, could grant 3 wishes, and Gohan was pleased to remember this. Now, Piccolo doesn't get teleported over to Namek here, since the situation is a little more frenetic and advanced than before. Gohan then suggests that those killed by Frieza and his men could be the second wish. They could be brought back, but Porunga, at least at the time before they got bored of that in the original story, couldn't do multi-res, only one person at a time. Gohan looked concerned at this, that might have to be a wish for Shenron possibly. Whilst Gohan was considering potential wishes, Frieza was lording it up as the Saiyans were struggling. They had taken the fight to the sky, and Krillin had tried to use Kaioken times 10 some more, but this proved futile as well, and also he was regretting this overuse by his legs almost giving out on him. It was a good thing they could fly. Goku had tried even using Kaioken times 20, a trick he had learnt through gravity training, to which Krillin vowed to catch up to if they got out of this, him regretting the fact that he couldn't use a full-on gravity chamber.
So, monkeys, are you willing to admit defeat in the dead of this Namekian... Wait a minute. From this higher viewing point, Frieza spotted a yellow glow in the distance, in the corner of his eye. When he turned to face it directly, he could see a dragon. What is this? Is this some kind of Namekian No. Frieza clenched his fist, and without another word to anyone, he rushed over in the direction of Porunga. No! Krillin, we gotta go! I can't, Goku! I'm at my limit. Wait, Vegeta! Give me one of those beans you stole from me! Vegeta was not going to, and Goku lost his cool. This isn't the time for your pride to get in the way, Vegeta! Hand them over! Now! Vegeta clenched his fist and reluctantly threw the bag to Goku, and the pair ate from it. With their energy restored, Krillin chucked a bean back at Vegeta. There! You're lucky this Saiyan still has some humanity left in him. With that, Goku and Krillin rushed off to stop Frieza. Gohan could sense this monster approaching, and was frantically trying to come up with another wish, but... I would hold your tongue if I were you, brat. He turned to spot Frieza right there. Whoa! How is he that fast? Frieza! Oh good, you know of me already. That makes things all the better. Less words required before I kill you and your friends. Unless you do what I say, and only what I say. He was lording it over the small fry, seemingly no surprise with this one. Tell me, have you used this dragon yet? Gohan chose to lie, but was still scared as he tentatively shook his head. But fortunately, Frieza bought it. Good. Smart decision to wait for me. Now, Listen carefully. You are to wish to make me immortal. You do know what immortal means, right? Before Gohan could reply, Goku and Krillin had arrived and were ready to stop Frieza. "Let my son go!" roared Goku, as he and his friend landed on the ground. "I haven't captured your son, monkey. Yet. He's been so far a good boy and listened well to me, haven't you?" Gohan was quivering with fear. "Here's how this is going to go," said Frieza with absolute authority. "You are to stand there and shut your mouths as this one here wishes for my immortality to come to fruition. After that, well, it won't really matter. You'll be dead. But if you interfere, you'll be dead a lot sooner." Gohan had to think of something fast. The only thing he could think of. Outsmart Frieza. "Porunga! I wish for you to go away!" "What?" Dende, without pause, spoke the wish in Namekian, and seconds later, Porunga just vanished. But the balls remained in their place. They had to summon him, but Frieza didn't know how, and no one was going to tell him. And he was too shocked to have done anything instantly. Oh, of all the... Without a word, he turned back to Gohan and shot him through the heart with a death beam before anyone could respond. Gohan fell to the ground and was gone. Again. Both Krillin and Goku were left paralyzed with horror. Goku, watching his son die for a second time. Krillin, watching the one he had promised Chi-Chi he would protect, here, in the distance of space, die on his watch. Frieza, though, was lapping it up. "That child was an utter waste of space if he couldn't listen to simple instructions. Frankly, this was for the best." Nobody responded. Both Krillin and Goku were just standing there, sparking with fury and anger. A golden aura was starting to flicker around both fighters. Vegeta, having caught up, could see this happening, and sensed something deep within them rising to the surface.
This power, it's horrendous. Could this be the...
He didn't need long to find out. With the sound of Bulma's tears puncturing the silence, Krillin and Goku, in unison, roared with a primal rage, their hair turning a brilliant shade of gold. Both of them had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, fueled by their humanity from which they had acquired through the power of nurture. And this was something of which Vegeta would know nothing about. This compassion sparking off a chain reaction which awoke the beasts within. However, Frieza, who could not sense energy, was left confused. Is this some kind of light show to distract me? What are you doing? "Frieza," said a wild Goku.
How dare you? You will die!"
said a Krillin who was beyond furious. They let out another growl, and as one, almost as if they were tied by a figurative string of relative empathy, punched Frieza at the same time. And Frieza had nothing to say except coughing up blood as this tremendous force met his torso, and was lucky not to have collapsed under the pressure and sheer brute strength. The Namekians around them were flabbergasted, and then recalled that these two might be the legendary Super Saiyan of legend. Vegeta, hearing this from a distance away, was stunned.
How? How can two be a single legend?
He then looked at the Super Saiyan Krillin.
It's to do with him. He has tarnished this legend. To think I accepted his generosity with that being! That freak of nature! What am I doing here, helping him?
As Vegeta was seething with his own personal demons, the two Saiyans positioned themselves together and stared Frieza down. "It's over, Frieza. Your killing days are done. You have destroyed countless lives with your cruelty, your selfishness. Now, you will feel all the pain you have caused."
Frieza!
shouted Goku with all of the rage of his ancestors. Krillin looked to the lifeless form of Gohan, and a single tear formed in each of his eyes.
Gohan, thank you. I swear, I'll get you home safe.
He was feeling very unsure of this power. Yeah, it felt incredible, but this was the first time since he had his tail removed that he could feel this much Saiyan blood rushing to his head, overwhelming his remaining human memories and sentiments. He was starting to lose rational thought. He had better get this done fast and stop Frieza and then get Gohan back however he can. Frieza, not being able to sense energy,
was not convinced in the slightest that these two were the legendary Super Saiyans that he had been told about all those years ago. Frieza let out a bout of laughter, which screamed of utter derision and skepticism. He didn't believe these two one bit.
Is that what I was supposed to be scared of? For all of these years? A couple of blonde upstarts who got their feelings hurt? This is no legend. This is just a mere tantrum from a couple of sore losers.
Neither Krillin or Goku said a word. Vegeta, though, he was feeling a little bit concerned at the moment. Sure, he was still smarting after the fact that Krillin had gotten this power before he had done, but these two's demeanour had changed considerably. It was weird. Gone were the jovial, relaxed and soft mannerisms, and in their place were the marks of true Saiyans. This tonal shift might have been welcomed had they been still in their base forms, but with the prince slowly coming to terms with his newfound ability to sense energy himself without a scouter, he was getting more scared by the second. Yet he couldn't show it, no, not in front of Frieza.
What's the matter? Suddenly got nothing to say?
Come on now, speak for me. You've done plenty of that already. What's the harm in a little... Frieza was stopped in his tracks when Krillin rushed forward and gut-punched him with all of his strength. Frieza looked down and could see the smouldering gold hair and aura licking his chin, and it felt extremely hot. All this coming from a singular person. Even though he couldn't sense the true power behind it, the sheer amount of thermal energy on display was enough to give him pause for thought. He felt that. That and the sheer punch hurt like a mother. Krillin still said nothing, but Goku chose to speak for them both.
Bulma, get Gohan away from here. We need to make sure he's safe until we can bring him back.
Bulma sniffed and brushed the tears away from her eyes and nodded.
Right, Goku.
Vegeta, Goku added, cover her. What? Vegeta said, having been stirred from his own thoughts and being miles away. Why should I? He snarled with gritted teeth. But then he was met with Goku, who after-imaged his way straight in front of the prince and looked down at him with sheer contempt.
You are in no position to argue. I am telling you, take her back to the ship. I know you can sense energy, and I know that you're smarter than what your actions have suggested. Do the right thing for once, and stay out of our way.
Vegeta said nothing. Instead, he and walked over to Bulma. Come on, woman! Bulma chose to take the offer, but before they left, Vegeta looked back at Goku. This isn't over. What you have now is fleeting. I will reclaim my place as the strongest of all Saiyans! With that, the pair took Gohan and left. Frieza had regained his composure and saw the trio fly away. Aww. It's a shame that the prince chose to run away. He's always wanted to see me suffer. Now you've got him running errands for you. I suppose that's a little bit entertaining. But you made a big mistake going full pelt from the start. Krillin had jumped back and given the Emperor a sour look. Shut up! I will not let you kill anyone else! With Goku having charged Vegeta, he joined his friend and they stood firm side by side. Frieza was still assured of himself that he could win against these monkeys, especially since he was in his final form after all, and not even using, actually, a quarter of his full power. Well, go on then, let's get this over with. I'm only just getting started. What? You've got another form you're hiding from us? No, I respect you enough to walk amongst you in my true form, but I have plenty of power under the hood, as it were. If you would let me show you, I can give you what you primates want, right? A good fight? Goku was tempted by this prospect. King Kai, watching from his planet, was pleading with Goku through the airwaves not to let Frieza power up. Goku! Don't give him what he wants! You've got the upper hand here! Finish him! With Goku seriously considering his options, Krillin, though, was decided. I don't care what power you are! You killed my friend! The one I was supposed to keep safe, he said with venom in his voice. And you did a pretty miserable job at it. If you would just let me power up to 100%, I can at least ensure that your death isn't as pathetic. You died in battle, with glory. That's what Saiyans admire most, isn't it? I'm not like other Saiyans. Without further elaboration, Krillin powered up to maximum and let forth a flurry of blows against Frieza with everything he had. King Kai was whooping and cheering with delight and was amazed with Krillin's resolve. Remarkable! Krillin, your humanity's still there, thank goodness! Use it to show that monster what for. He was right. Krillin's humanity was overriding the same desire to fight fair, or at least let their enemy power up. But the little guy was fighting his own battles to ensure it stayed that way. Sure, Krillin was also tempted to let Frieza power up to full, but that image of Gohan being slain was just too much to bear. The fact that Krillin had been human most of his life was not something that could be brushed away so easily. He was a Super Saiyan with the spirit of a human. Frieza was clearly not going to get the chance to do so in powering up, and so he chose to unleash his signature Death Ball attack and tried to pull the rug, figuratively speaking, out from underneath these buffoons. But in the midst of his beatdown from Krillin, he'd forgotten that Goku was right there, a Super Saiyan, and able to stop the ball from making contact with the planet's surface and mantle. It had struck the ocean below and started to plow into the Namekian crust, but Goku had gotten past it, and from underneath the water used every single ounce of power he had left to push it out, back from below the depths. Frieza could not sense his attack doing what it was supposed to do. Instead, it had risen from the water and begun to float into the sky. Goku steering it away from the planet. "I think this belongs to you, Frieza!" Frieza seethed with rage. That is not supposed to happen! How could you? You don't get it! You're never gonna get it! Krillin would chuckle, as if he had been trying to explain the simplest of things to an imbecile for many moons. Goku then arched backwards, steering the Death Ball back towards Frieza, and then chucked it in the direction of the Emperor. Frieza saw it coming and tried to escape, but he was being held in place by Krillin. "You're not going anywhere! You will die right here, by your own destructive force! Only then will you understand the pain you inflicted upon the galaxy!" To further ensure Frieza couldn't escape, Krillin then began to launch himself towards the ball, carrying Frieza with him. "No! Krillin, don't do it!" This fell on deaf ears. Krillin had made his mind up. He was going to sacrifice himself. "Gohan, I'm sorry," were his last thoughts before he and Frieza struck the ball and it exploded in midair. Goku was thrown back by the blast, and Vegeta and Bulma turned around many miles away to see the explosion over the horizon. What happened?" trembled Bulma. Vegeta just hung there in silence before muttering to himself. "The small one. He's gone." Bulma was shocked. Krillin was dead?
Frieza's gone as well. I can't sense him either. Whatever it was, he went down. Like a Saiyan.
Seeing no immediate threat, Vegeta ordered Bulma to carry on to the ship without him. But as you can probably tell, that wasn't going to happen. She ordered him to take her back to where Goku was, and after many protestations, he capitulated. When they did get there, Goku had powered down to his base form, and was utterly exhausted and devastated. He explained as best he could what had gone down. That Krillin had hurled himself and Frieza into his own planet-destroying attack to ensure he couldn't power up and pull any fast ones. Krillin had used his unique situation to do what a full-blooded Saiyan could not: look past the allure of strength and do what needed to be done, regardless of personal temptation. Vegeta then remembered something.
There's always the Dragon Balls.
Goku then shook his head and said that since Krillin had died once already, years ago, the balls couldn't wish him back. But then Vegeta snarled.
Idiot! You haven't even tried! There's still one wish left on these Namekian balls! Your son sent the dragon away with one wish left to spare!
Goku heard this and looked stunned. You're right! We gotta find Dende and the other Namekians! They rushed over to the nearest Namekian village, with people still in it, and explained what went down. Having heard that Frieza was no longer alive, they cheered with delight and vowed to help them however they could. And after using Bulma's dragon radar to double back to where the balls were gathered, Porunga returned and awaited for the last wish.
Speak now, your third wish.
Goku thought for a moment. He didn't know who to wish back, but then he settled on his friend Krillin. But the dragon could not make the wish happen. The one called Krillin did not want to return. Then Goku sensed a voice in his ear, telling him that Gohan should be brought back instead, if it was possible. Weird. That voice sounded like that was Krillin himself. But now guided by this voice, whatever it was, Goku then instead chose Gohan. When the wish was granted, Gohan came to in Bulma's arms, and was very confused as to what had happened, but was very happy to at least see that Frieza was gone. As for the Earth Dragon Balls, they were ready to go, and they were used to bring back all those that were killed by Frieza and his men, leading to many other Namekians coming to life. As for Krillin, it turned out he could be brought back in a few months' time with the Namekian Dragon Balls, now that knowing that the one-time resurrection thing here wasn't a thing. 1 year on Namek also was 4 months on Earth, so you only have to wait a few months. Goku then yelled up to the sky with relief, and told Krillin via King Kai that they will bring him back the next time Porunga could be summoned. And with that, Krillin, with his body intact, chose to make his way to Snake Way, and train some more with King Kai personally. On the way there, he ran into Piccolo, who was going the other way, almost getting to the check-in station. Piccolo then noticed Krillin's halo.
So, you gone for good?
Nope, you ain't getting rid of me that easily, Krillin chuckled. I'll be back in a few months, the Namekian smirked.
Good luck with that. And hey, nice work on Namek. You really came through for them.
Krillin smiled. Thanks. I'm just glad Gohan's okay. This power I got, it was scary. I need to figure out how it works before I can use it again. Piccolo nodded, and without further talking, he finished his flight back to Earth. In those 4 months, Krillin spent his days training with King Kai to perfect his Super Saiyan transformation, to figure out how it worked. King Kai was also taking notes with this power for his own research.
Wow, I never thought I would see this power again.
Again? You mean you've seen this before?
Well, sorta. Many centuries ago. And it wasn't like I was there or anything, but I could feel it though. Real scary. The Super Saiyan of legend wrought havoc across the universe with its strength. The only thing that could stop it was itself. It was too strong for its own good, and so he was all consumed by it, and was wiped out by his own power. Anyway, let's hope the same thing doesn't happen to you,
he said with awkward laughter, and that was the end of it. Krillin gulped. Right.
One thing's for sure, to have a Super Saiyan here, it could spell good things for Kaioken should any of you lot show up here again. I don't want my technique being forgotten.
So with each other's help, Krillin began to understand the power of Super Saiyan, and King Kai, in turn, took on board this information for his own purposes. Back on Earth, Goku was also trying to figure out his way to mastering Super Saiyan. And as for Vegeta, he chose to naturally do it his own way by taking off into the stars as in the original. For now, all was well. But as we know, a certain cold force might come a-knocking soon enough. After 4 months of training in a constant 10 times gravity, Krillin had managed to get down his Super Saiyan transformation. In that time, he had been able to make it so he could change into it with minimal struggle, and keep total control of his mind. Brilliant! He had been in regular contact also with Goku on Earth, all through King Kai's antennae, reporting his findings and techniques so that his friend wouldn't be left out in the cold or falling behind. It wouldn't be fair if I were to get stronger than you, buddy, said Krillin tongue-in-cheek. King Kai found this rather intriguing.
Wow, I've never seen a Saiyan actively being selfless and helpful to a potential rival.
Remember, I'm not like other Saiyans, King Kai.
Yes, I keep forgetting.
The two got on quite well, much more amiable and laid back than it would be when Goku was around and just dossing around and whatnot. So, what happens with Kaioken? Well, King Kai was able to look at how Super Saiyan burnt through energy, and felt like it could be beneficial to emulate some of that into Kaioken, to make it more accessible and efficient, more forgiving on the body. I mean, granted, he would have liked to have had more time to work on it, having years and years and years on it, to actually do it properly. But fortunately, he had already the basics down, and Krillin was very good with feedback, so this was a case of some decent refinement for now. Let's just say that at the moment, Kaioken won't utterly destroy your stamina as much as before. The time came for Krillin to return home, and after his months of training, he wanted to see what his Super Saiyan power could make of the journey back to the check-in station. When the Namekians had wished for him to be returned to life, and his halo from up top disappeared from view, he was ready to go. He considered that to be his signal to go. Thanks, King Kai. This has been fun. Hope you can get some rest. Later, Bubbles! Later, Gregory! And with that, the little guy powered up to Super Saiyan and flew right off the planet. As King Kai was watching this spectacle, he suddenly got a worrying pang of panic from his antenna. At first, he wasn't sure what it was, but then, when he regained his composure and actually focused on it, he realized the significance of this. He was shocked. There was an angry energy heading toward Earth, and it felt eerily like Frieza's.
No way. He's woken out of retirement. And... Krillin, I hope you get back there as fast as you can.
Back on Earth, Kami had felt this too. He reported this to the rest of the Dragon team, and they were utterly terrified. Goku, though, was actually sort of curious to see a Frieza-like power coming their way. He was keen to test out his power, as well as the little bit of good news tacked onto the report.
I'm about to meet Krillin at King Yama's office. He's making very good time thanks to his new power.
Yeah-huh,
Nodded Goku.
that's Super Saiyan for ya. It's amazing.
It bothers me somewhat that you are deeming what was once a horrifying force of evil in the galaxy as amazing. But I understand where you're coming from. Be sure to be ready for this power. We need all hands on deck. This is not a game, Goku. Remember that.
Minutes later, Krillin had arrived at King Yama's, and Kami had only just arrived. He had barely time to gather his bearings, in fact, when Krillin was right there, waving to Kami, being pleased to see him. Hey, Kami! Took you long enough! The smart Alec had been there for a few minutes already, talking with Yama about the power and how he had actually set a new record for traversing Snake Way, something that was once an arduous path that took centuries to cross.
It doesn't really count if you flew over the path, Krillin, but nevertheless, I'm glad this power is now contained and is a force for good. I remember that power from thousands of years ago. That was a very busy day indeed.
He shuddered at the memory of all that really difficult paperwork. When Yama had been satisfied that Krillin had once again returned to life, he and Kami vanished back to Earth, the Saiyan rushing to Goku's side as well as his friends. When he leapt off at the lookout, a pang of energy struck him like a freight train. Whoa! That's almost like Frieza's energy! Only more mature and stronger. Man, it's almost like we're facing Frieza at his full power after all. When he got to the group, they were thrilled to see him, of course, glad to have some sense of relief and good news on this side, rather than this precarious and uncertain day that had panned out thus far. Vegeta had returned not long ago either, and was sporting a rather interesting pink shirt and yellow trousers combo. Hey, Vegeta, said Krillin with him doing his best to stifle his laughter.
One word about my clothes, freak, and you'll be sorry.
Well, at least something on you is yellow, muttered Krillin, clearly digging at the observation that the prince had seemingly not yet found out Super Saiyan.
What was that?
Vegeta barked, but before he could continue this, he felt the energy spike reach the top of the sky.
It's cold.
Cold? Vegeta, it's sunny out, said Yamcha. It's not cold at all.
Not that cold, you imbecile! King Cold. Frieza's father.
Krillin looked up to the sky and nodded. Huh. Well, that makes sense from what I felt earlier. The ship landed on the ground, and out from it exited a rather striking-looking individual. He looked like somewhat Frieza in his second form, but all the more imposing and all the more purple. He carried a rather regal and confident aura about him, unlike the rather maniacal and desperate attitude of his apparent son they faced on Namek. Cold walked off the ramp and touched the ground of the Earth, and just took it in.
So, this is Earth, the home of the beings that murdered my boy. You are lucky I'm rather intrigued as to how you did it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered landing here and blown just simply your planet up from orbit. Isn't that generous of me?
He then spotted Vegeta in his pink shirt.
Goodness, Vegeta. I expected to see you here, but not like that.
Vegeta cursed under his breath, and as he hadn't gotten Super Saiyan, it wouldn't be wise to face Cold right now.
Got nothing to say? That's definitely a shocker. Shame. All right, to business. Which one of you killed my son?
He looked at the group and then spotted Goku and Krillin.
You two. You look ready for combat. Like you knew I was coming.
Krillin stepped forward, him very keen to snuff this one out too, after having been the one to kill Frieza. That would be me! I did it! Goku was a little unnerved at his friend's forwardness.
Krillin, buddy.
What's the point of hiding it? We did it, and we would do it again if we had the chance. Let's be real, Goku.
Frieza needed to be stopped. The galaxy needs to heal, free from his tyranny and suffering, like we saw in Namek. If you think you can stop us, then you're wrong. We hadn't even gone all out against him. Cold reeled backward at the sheer arrogance of these monkeys.
As I thought. Monkeys being monkeys, as per usual. Well, if it is a fight that you want,
Cold powered up.
that's exactly what you will get.
Well, King Cold had no idea of the Super Saiyan power since his son wasn't around to tell him, so this is going to be fun. However, our heroes were stopped when a shout came from the distance. Hey! Cold!
Is that one of your friends trying to be all stealth-like? Well, if so, they very much fail at being sneaky by shouting like that.
Goku and Krillin then looked at each other and were utterly bewildered. Who could that be? Everyone they knew who could fight was already here. Who was that person? And why couldn't they sense their energy? Nothing was coming from them at all. The blonde hair could be seen though from afar, and it caught Krillin's attention.
Another Super Saiyan? Vegeta scoffed. Great. More competition. And a woman to boot.
Bulma gave him a nasty scowl.
Less of that, non-Super Saiyan.
Vegeta grimaced, but chose to ignore the slight from Bulma. He quite liked the cut of her jib, to be fair. The woman then disappeared from view, and there was no trace of them. Cold blinked.
Well, that happened. What was the point of that, then? If they weren't even going to fight me. What a disappointment. Well, I guess I'll have to settle for you two.
Cold stopped talking and started to cough up blood. He looked down and saw a small hand sticking out of his torso.
Don't worry, said the woman. I ain't going anywhere.
She then pulled her arm out and then blasted the back of King Cold, causing him to topple to the ground. He was stinging with the pain. But the woman just didn't care, flicking her arm clean of the blood, and looked at the group for a second before smiling. Krillin's jaw dropped. She was beautiful. She noticed this, her smile growing a little, before snapping back to her more stern first impression.
Well, go on then. Finish him off.
Krillin snapped out of his daze and, with the desire to impress, lifted his hand to Cold's face, him lifting it to meet his hand. Sorry, Cold. Not interested in playing games. Krillin powered up to Super Saiyan instantly, shocking everyone around bar Goku. But before we could hear his laments again, Cold was staring into the golden power with utter horror.
How is that possible?
I could tell you, but what'll be the point? You're gonna die, Krillin said with sinister tones before blasting the king away. Suddenly, a rush of troops stormed out of the ship. But as soon as they saw the likes of the woman, Goku and Krillin, their scouters exploding off of their faces, they stopped in their tracks. The woman simply shook her head.
Trust me, boys. You don't want to get in the middle of this. Go home.
They didn't need telling twice. Sure enough, they ran back inside, the ramp protracted, and the ship got out of there sharpish. With the sight of the ship now gone from their view and nothing left of King Cold, the woman sighed deeply.
Well, that was satisfying. Good job, boys.
She looked at the rest of the group, them utterly unsure as to who she was.
You two, a word if you don't mind. I've got something to tell you.
Whatever you got to say to us, you can say it here.
She shook her head again. Not this, Goku. This is serious.
You know his name? Muttered Krillin.
I know yours too, Krillin.
Krillin blushed profusely. She smiled again before motioning to a clearing not too far from where the ship stood, out of earshot from everyone else. Well, almost everyone. The woman then spoke of her identity and place of origin.
My name is Lazuli, and I come from the future.
The future? Both the Saiyans said as one.
That's right. Get used to it, buckos. You're going to be hearing plenty of that from now on.
She then went on to explain how she came back in time, with the help of future Bulma and the remains of Capsule Corp.
Dr. Bulma has been the only thing keeping society going relatively smoothly. There's not many of your crew left to fight. The only survivors are myself, her boy, and Gohan. My brother was most recently lost, slain at the hands of the unstoppable killing machine set loose by Dr. Gero.
Wait, Dr. Gero? Blinked Goku.
I heard that name before.
Does he work for the Red Ribbon Army? Lazuli nodded.
Got it in one. Dr. Gero, in his journey to avenge his fallen comrades and his own son, created a collection of androids set about razing society to the ground in order to begin anew in his vision. But instead of prosperity and a new world order, all that he got with his latest creation was utter chaos and bedlam in its wake. all to counter the Super Saiyan menace he deemed travesty of nature.
Super Saiyan? You mean this thing, whatever it is stronger than that? Krillin trembled with fear.
Yes. 4 years from now, Jiro let loose a giant automaton in the likeness of his lost son, programmed originally to kill Son Goku. She turned to Goku when she said that, but his programming was corrupted in the rush to prepare. That thing did kill Goku, but it didn't stop killing after that. It even killed its own creator in the end, Jiro trying to control it as best he could. But ironically, his own son destroyed him. Earth is not a safe place where I come from. It hasn't been safe for decades. It can sense energy, whereas we can't sense its energy. It's the ultimate decimator.
Krillin then asked where Lazuli came in all of this.
Dr. Bulma rescued us. She looked awkwardly at them both, choosing now to omit some information for the moment. Both me and my brother Lapis were recruited to stop this thing, but we could barely make a dent in it. In the end, my brother was torn apart by it not too long ago. That's when Dr. Bulma set about going back in time to perhaps fix things, fix time, or at least stop a timeline from facing our own fate.
Lazuli finished speaking, and Krillin and Goku looked seriously at her, taking on board what she had said.
So what do you need from us? They said. Train. Train as hard as you can. Make sure that monstrosity never sees the light of day. You've got 4 years, boys. I gotta go.
Krillin then rushed to her and grabbed her hand. Wait! Will we see you again? Her expression softened as she looked at his frantic face.
Maybe. I'll bring back up 2, perhaps. If this creation shows up here, you're gonna need as much help as you can get. She used her other hand to gently lift Krillin's off and waved goodbye as she flew away from view.
With the thought of that future woman in his mind, and the feeling of her hand at the forefront of said thoughts, Krillin had been doing his best to train with Goku as best as he could. The two Super Saiyans clashed many days, them getting more and more confident in their transformation by the day. Then, Krillin remembered his time on King Kai's planet, and realized that he could now start to show the rest of the team that he hadn't forgotten about them since becoming a Saiyan, albeit the fact that he only fully realized what he was getting into later. One day, Krillin went up to the lookout to talk with Kami, and request that he could communicate with King Kai. However, the Guardian informed him that he actually could easily contact with King Kai on his own, since he had been with him for so long. That would have been enough to have established a connection, of some description. I will oblige this one time, though, since you asked so cordially. Unlike Goku, I am charmed by his endearing manner, but sometimes I wish he would learn to be patient and take things a little slower. Krillin chuckled and said he was ready to talk. In his conversation with the Kai, he asked whether some of his friends could be granted passage to his planet to train, them being testbeds potentially for his more refined Kaioken. King Kai was, though, in 2 minds about this. Sure, it was great to have potentially willing subjects to practice this new Kaioken on, understanding that Krillin didn't really need to use the power much anymore now he had Super Saiyan, which was just as good. But at the same time, he had doubts. He did like being either with very few people or, better yet, on his own. He had been like that for 500 years prior to Earth's meddling when Goku and Krillin arrived. In the end, he accepted this proposal. But they'd better play by the rules and not eat me out of house and home. Oh, it'll be fine, King Kai. None of them are Saiyan, and one of them doesn't even eat. Him talking about Piccolo. The call ended, and Kami was admittedly impressed. How are you able to get through to him so easily? The King Kai I know was a classic loner, who wanted to spend as little time around people as possible. How did you get him to open up like that? Krillin brushed this aside. Oh, I provided him some, inspiration for his technique. I also think he liked I took an interest and offered my help. Kami bowed. If this works, this should be very advantageous for us in our future battles. Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu were taken by Kami to the other world and told to traverse Snake Way to meet King Kai on his planet for some very intense training. Little did he realize that this wasn't really a challenge anymore. All of them could fly, and they arrived at the King's planet within a couple of hours, instead of the years it took most people who tried up until recently. However, there was one person who rejected this invitation. Piccolo. What's stopping you teaching me? Krillin was surprised that not only had the Namekian declined direct training, but the fact that he was even showing interest in being trained by him. Well,
I didn't think that you'd,
Please, this thing we're training for is bigger than any of our past differences. I can look past that. I want to learn this technique, but I also want to stay close to you and Goku. Your training regime could be useful for me as well.
Krillin thought about this and reckoned that it should be alright for Piccolo to tag along for this training, seeing as Gohan liked him at least. He'd be happy. At least somebody would be happy. And so, the years of training before the androids arrived went like this. The trio of humanoid fighters spent their time on King Kai's planet, learning the arts of Kaioken and being like guinea pigs for the technique. Tenshin Han, naturally, took to this like a duck to water. He took it seriously, and very much liked the idea of this technique, bringing him back to some even keel with Goku, something he had always dreamed about, and now it was possible. Yamcha did well too, him wanting to keep up with his good friend. But Chaozu though, he struggled. Despite him having very interesting powers and techniques, his body was just not tough enough to withstand the power for very long. It was really just not practical. King Kai could sense his troubles and took him aside.
Hey, what's the problem, little guy? I'm not cut out for this power, King Kai. My small body is not meant for physical games like this.
I see your point. But one good thing came out of this.
What?
If you'd been learning the old Kaioken, you'd have been torn to shreds long before now. So, that's something.
Chaozu didn't understand the casual nature of the statement.
Thanks?
I get it. You ain't exactly gonna be full pelt of the front line, kiddo. But we can at least steal you up in other ways and maybe improve the stuff you're already good at.
We can?
Sure. I know what you can do. All that psycho stuff. And if we can focus that... Hey! You might be good for the spirit bomb since your key manifestation's pretty good.
Chaozu beamed at that prospect. He didn't feel useless anymore. Sure, he and Tenshin Han's power set would be diverging a little bit, but at least the little vampire could do something while he was here, not feeling like a third wheel. Back on Earth, the arrangement of the quartet was going alright. Krillin wasn't used to training people in this way, and Piccolo wasn't exactly the best student. Their past was not meant to factor into this, but it still found its way into conversation, mostly in side remarks from the Namekian.
If my father could see me now, he'd be rolling in his grave.
Goku and Krillin weren't liking the reminders of the atrocities of King Piccolo all that much, but they were distracted by the fact that Piccolo was pretty good at handling Kaioken for a newbie. His body actually was able to handle the sheer intensity of it easily. The regenerative properties of his physique, meaning he could use levels of the power for much longer with less pain and stress.
Trust me, this is way less straining than my giant form. Remember that fight, Goku? I was in constant agony every second I used it.
Huh. Must have been a last resort kind of thing, huh?
Yeah. Shame it didn't work out in my victory, but oh well.
In fact, despite Krillin's lack of experience of being an educator of Kaioken, Kaioken times 50 was very much in Piccolo's sight, and this meant that he could, for quite a while, keep up with Super Saiyan, which did wonders for his training and increasing his fortitude. Gohan was very pleased about this, seeing his friend improving and keeping up. Granted, Piccolo wasn't thrilled in relying on these people's help, but this power was incredible, and this opportunity was not something to pass up. Besides, like he said, their fate was bigger than any petty squabble they had. Thanks to this extra year, it meant that the Dragon Team were more powerful than ever. But, with Yamcha being away on King Kai's planet, this meant that his relationship with Bulma had naturally broken down, with the time spent away from one another. This also meant that the likes of Vegeta could swoop in, due to this brash nature of his surprisingly clicking with Bulma, and sure enough, they had had a kid, whom was named Trunks, and he was also born a year earlier than in the original story. Vegeta's demeanour though wasn't any more endearing or loving in this story. In fact, he was finding the fact that not only were Kakarot and that imposter Saiyan now Super Saiyans at the same time, but now the Namekian was rubbing salt into the wound, rivaling this power for ever-increasing lengths. This would not do. He would find a better power on his own, away from here. He took the spacefaring ship from Capture Corp and launched himself into his intense training in space during most of this time before the androids arrived, him only coming back every few months for supply gathering, as well as maybe some, booty calls. This extra determination did yield results for him though. Super Saiyan did come to him in this time, but his resolve would make him all the more venomous and willing to prove a point. Even though he had accepted that Krillin was starting to act more like a Saiyan than he had done when he first met him, he still couldn't quite get over the fact that all this power had come to a person who was not born from a Saiyan. But at least Vegeta wasn't wanting to see him dead anymore. Just be put in his place. By any means necessary. Progress? 4 years had passed and everyone was ready to go. Lazarly's warning had mentioned something about Amembo Island being the place where the androids would first strike. With the team making their way there, with Goku and Krillin heading the charge, the group as a whole weren't worried at all after what they'd been through. Goku and Krillin were the first to arrive on Amembo Island, and something dawned on them. They hadn't seen Vegeta in 4 years. He had not been around to check on them. Now, in fact, they couldn't even sense his energy on the planet.
Man, Vegeta picked the wrong time to be away on vacation, huh?
Said Krillin with a very terse aside.
Relax, buddy. We don't need him. This power we got is more than enough to take these robots down, surely.
Krillin nervously laughed.
I hope so.
Not long after that, the trio who had trained under King Kai arrived, followed by Piccolo. Tenshinhan was very pleased to see Goku, and he said that once this was all over, he would like to fight with Goku for old time's sake, as well as to test this new Kaioken power against him.
Not in your regular form, Goku. I would like to fight you in your golden power.
You're on, friend. It'll be like back in the tournament. Sounds fun.
Tenshinhan smiled, Goku smiling back, and then turned to Piccolo.
Seems like you too have gotten stronger, Piccolo.
How did you do it?
You know what I did. Surely you can tell from my energy.
So, you learned Kaioken too. It'll be interesting to see how yours differs from ours. Before they could bicker some more, Chaozu then spotted a small explosion located down in the island city below, and this was the call to action for all concerned. They would have to start this battle without the prince. However, an explosion is pretty obvious to see, but the very real realization that started to dawn on our gang was this. They couldn't sense the android's energy. Well, of course they couldn't. They weren't powered by ki, much like Lazuli was. They couldn't sense her power when she jumped cold in them all those years ago, so how would this be different? But speaking of Lazuli, Krillin had almost forgotten about her. When he was searching the city, he wondered to himself whether she would come back to help, like she said, and maybe even indeed bring backup.
I hope we're strong enough to stop this.
Just then, Krillin spotted two weird-looking individuals who were wearing auspiciously baggy pants. These were the androids. Krillin could recognize this, their insignia, being that of the Red Ribbon Army. Him all too well remembering the times they had previously been acquainted with the squad. He could maybe just waste them right now, in Super Saiyan, under the cover of being hidden. But this was something he couldn't do. His Saiyan nature of revenge and a desire for bloodlust got the better of him. He decided to tackle them head on. I'm not sure whether that was right to do though. He leapt out of his cover and faced Dr. Gero and Android 19 head on, but they were left not intimidated, but confused.
You are not Son Goku. 19, who is this fool?
Scanning. Krillin looked determined, him not backing down from his previous leap of courage. Scanners provide a 78% match for the subject known as Krillin.
Krillin, huh? A human. Very bold of you to step in front of us like this.
Human? Buddy? Things have changed a lot since I last ran into the likes of you.
19, this fool is clearly deluded. Deal with him. Perhaps this might be a strong enough message for Son Goku. He should take our conquest seriously.
19 then surged forward and began to fight Krillin in his base form. But the Saiyan wasn't initially worried at all. 19's power wasn't that bad. I mean, sure, Super Saiyan might be needed later on, but for now, he could toy with this clown for a bit. Or at least, he would have done that had he not been grasped by the leg and suddenly felt very tired.
Gero smiled deeply. Whatever you are, you clearly underestimated our abilities. Now your energy will be used against you, as 19 drains you dry.
Krillin turned to see 19's smug face looking back at him. The drain was very quick, much faster than he thought it would be. He was taken by surprise, because this weren't no gimmick. Once again, the Saiyan part of his mind led him into a very unnecessary battle. If only he had just gone back and alerted the others instead of going in on his own. Now, he didn't know what was going to happen. That's the thing about the multiverse, you see. It can sometimes be a female dog. As part of this preparation, Krillin's training with King Kai had led to a more refined version of Kaioken being developed, off of the back of Super Saiyan to boot, and its power management. And many of the Dragon team were deployed to said world to get the basics down in time for the arrival of potential androids, whoever it was. When they would arrive, Krillin felt a little disappointed. 19 and 20 had arrived on the scene, and he had gotten so strong, he didn't even need to go Super Saiyan to give 19 some trouble. But that all changed when the clown bot outstretched its arm and began to drain Krillin's energy. With nobody nearby, can our Saiyan dog get out of this tricky situation? The scene looked bleak. Krillin was feeling very tired. 19's grip was far too strong, and felt as if it were mechanically locked in position. The only way you could in theory free yourself right now from its clutches was essentially to cleave the hand right off of its arm. Wait, that was it! With one last surge of strength, Krillin unleashed a destructive disc with one hand and a miniature solar flare with the other hand. It was tricky, but it did the job. It caught 19's attention and also cut straight through the automaton's wrist, freeing Krillin from its grip and allowing the little guy to get some distance between him and his target. When the light, which again wasn't quite as bright as usual since only one hand was used, returned to normal brightness, 19 looked down and saw it was missing a limb, oil spouting from the end of his arm. Krillin was breathing heavily, plucking out a sensu bean from his vest, because naturally, he's the bean daddy on Earth. Ah yeah, I sensu bean myself! Also, thanks to his flare-up and fluctuating energy levels, the rest of the gang had arrived to back him up. Are you alright, Krillin? Said Goku, looking concerned for his friend. I'm alright, buddy. I'm all beamed up and raring to go. Goku nodded with a smile, and then turned with a stern expression toward Jiro.
So, you must be Lapis then.
Jiro looked confused.
No, I am Dr. Giro of the Red Ribbon Army, and you must be Son Goku. I have waited a long time for this moment, to bring you down and avenge our fallen organization.
19 was cauterizing his wound as his master was saying this.
We are strong enough to handle your advances. I have calculated it myself. No matter what you may have in your arsenal, we are able to counter. You might as well give up now and accept your fate.
Krillin was unmoved. He's lying, Goku! I fought that clown over there just now, and I didn't even have to need to go Super Saiyan to give him trouble.
Super... what?
Said Jiro.
Explain! Is that some sort of code? Do not hide things from me! Show whatever desperate move you may have to save your sorry hides.
The pair looked at each other. Well, doctor's orders. And so the pair of them powered up to Super Saiyan at the same time. The dust kicked up something fierce, and 19 scanners flew off the charts. These powers vastly exceeded their predicted maximums. Both Krillin and Goku were massively overpowered. But Jiro was still unfazed, thinking this was, just some dying gasp, and instructed 19 to go forward anyway. Leave that one to me, Goku! I want the last laugh. Krillin then went full ham on 19, not holding back, keen to assert his dominance on the clown, for round 2. And within seconds, 19 was but a pile of scrap metal on the ground, and a head carrying a look of abject fear upon its visage. The group were impressed with the speed of his attack. That Lazuli had nothing to worry about here, clearly. They had it under control. However, Jiro was now like a wounded tiger, prone to rash moves. With his eye beam, he frantically struck Goku in the torso before turning tail and running. They needed to take care of him. The beam had connected, but the Saiyan wasn't mortally wounded, but it hurt like a mother. Breathing heavily, Goku asked Krillin for a beam, to which he obliged because, once again, Bean Daddy. In the hubbub, Jiro had been able to escape, but they knew where he was going. During the 4 years they had been training, Krillin and Bulma had hatched a plan, considering launching a surprise attack on Jiro's North City base, based on her intel, trying to get the jump on him, as it were. However, 2 things halted their stealth mode maneuver. First, the notion coming from Lazuli's warning back in that time that Android 16 could be wheeled out prematurely and its corrupted programming or botched startup sequence may come to bear. For all they knew, their interference might have been the thing that sparked that temporal action in the first place, so yeah, they abandoned that idea. Second, also, Krillin's Saiyan instincts made it so that he probably wouldn't have done it anyway, because he wanted to have a good fight at the end of it all. He didn't like it when his Saiyan mind did that sort of thing. But after that ordeal with 19, it had a point. Fighting felt very good. Just then, a familiar voice rang across the wasteland. "Not bad, short stack." It was Lazuli. She had arrived to help out. In fact, she had been around a while, observing Krillin and 19's battle just now. "Well, why didn't you come in and help me then? I could have used your help," said a rather annoyed Krill Dog. "I would have done, but the sight of Jiro froze me on the spot. Besides, if he saw me, he would have fled there and then, and probably done something rash." "Good point," said Krillin. Logic was on her side. "We've got no time to lose," said Ten Shinhan, keen to get things nipped in the bud as soon as possible. "Yeah," said Yamcha. "If Jiro gets back to his lab and we're not there to stop him, he'll activate 16 in a state of panic. And you know what happens next." With that reminder, Lazuli and Krillin led the flight to North City Mountains and the lab of Dr. Jiro. On the way, the two of them got talking. Lazuli impressed with Krillin's wily tactics and resourceful nature. "Thanks! I learned a lot of that from before I became a Saiyan. Wait, I've been meaning to ask you, how did I die?" The thought had occurred just then, to which Lazuli looked uncertain, not entirely sure whether to tell him or not, but she ultimately did so. "In the future, you tried to take down 16 on your own. You went looking for him, thinking with your skill set, you could perhaps trick him, but you can't outwit what is essentially a computer with fists. He lured you into the city, where he knew you wouldn't be able to go all out for the risk of collateral damage or something. And there, when you didn't know it, he ripped your head clean from your shoulders." Krillin looked horrified, instinctively rubbing his neck. What? "I know, barbaric, but 16 at that point had done far worse. To him, that was nothing. Let's hope this 16 is nowhere near as vicious, or better yet, never sees the light of day." Krillin could tell from this that Lazuli had seen copious amounts of death in her timeline, and was keen not to see any more here if she could help it. When they arrived at Jiro's lab, Lazuli was able to unlock the door herself with her internal memory, possessing the security codes for Jiro's base. She never thought it would once again come in handy here. This naturally surprised the Doctor when the door opened of its own volition, but what else surprised him was Lazuli's eyes staring back at them all. Instead of 16 being awoken, he had awoken Lapis and Lazuli, or better known in this timeline, 17 and 18. Jiro had not chosen to activate 16, thankfully not resorting to that tactic in this version of events. 18 and Lazuli gazed upon one another, and the former spoke first. "What on earth is going on?" her voice wavering with genuine confusion and slight fear. "Cool," said her brother, completely not fussed. "There's two of you. Where's the other me then? I didn't know we'd be duplicated." Lazuli smiled. It was nice to hear her brother's voice again, even if the mind behind that voice wasn't the same version. "No, Lapis, it's complicated. Don't stress out over it. Instead, I'd be more concerned about what that old kook over there has got in store for you." 17 looked to Jiro. The old kook was seething and had in his hand a device which looked rather suspicious. 17 nabbed it from his grasp and crushed it. "Old man, stay out of this. Things just got a whole lot more interesting around here. And I don't need you gumming up the works, got it? Just be quiet, okay?" Jiro naturally chose to do the opposite. No such thing. And he paid the price for it. Be it on his now disembodied head. 17 and 18 then turned to face Goku. They had just spotted him. "Oh, neat. Look who it is, sis," said 17. "It's that guy the old man told us to kill. Should we do that?" 18 sized Goku up and then turned to her other self. "Nah, that's boring. I'm keen to find out more about myself." The pair walked forward so that they were staring at each other almost nose to nose. Piccolo was weighing up the situation.
"So, does this mean we stop things from happening in the future? Why is the future 18 still here?"
Lazuli thought the same thing, although she would have appreciated being called Lazuli instead of future 18. But again, the Namekian had a point. She had thought that if she stopped 16 from being released or awoken, things would change and she'd maybe disappear, reverting to a version of herself back in the future who had never come back in time in the first place, or maybe even never woken up at all. Something was preventing that from happening. "Clearly something's changed, but we're not done here," 18 smirked.
Does something else get in the way? Sis? Not sure. What are you planning on doing now?
Whatever we feel like. Lazuli looked seriously at the pair of them.
Not if I have a say. I know how you operate. You can't just go about doing whatever you please. Things don't work like that in the real world. You have your freedom, but use it for a better purpose. Not the one that old coot had in mind for you. You're not drones. You're human beings first and foremost.
17 and 18 thought about this, but just as they were about to acquiesce and go along with the plan, a surge of light followed by shouting, "Big Bang Attack!" lit the room. The Dragon team had to duck out of the way at a second's notice to not get caught out themselves. The attack decimated the lab, and when the smoke cleared, Vegeta was in view, in Super Saiyan, looking triumphant.
You should be thankful. Clearly you were all too scared to act. Not I.
The droids were furious. Had they been played? In that instance, they activated 16, keen for some extra assistance and retaliation. Krillin rounded on the prince. "What have you done? We had this under control!"
It's not my fault you were standing around doing nothing. Somebody had to act.
Goku gave Vegeta a foul glare as 16 rose from his pod, but he didn't look all that menacing. That is until he saw Goku and promptly attacked, because
I have to eliminate Son Goku.
And then the scene descended into utter bedlam. The Dragon team had to do their best to keep up, not wanting to destroy 17 and 18 yet, as they hadn't been the ones to unleash hell in the future. But they weren't exactly making a case for their safety or protection. In the distance, though, a bug was overseeing the whole thing. Chaos. Pure chaos. It loved that sort of thing. Everything looked like it was falling apart. And what was this? Not only were his siblings present, but another 18? A double serving a sister. I wonder what that would taste like. Licking its lips some more, Cell skulked around the remains of Jiro's lab, waiting for the right time to strike. Fortunately for the man insect, the group were tippy-toeing around the issue. They didn't want to spark 16 to a state of madness and hysteria like had been foretold. But despite its relentless push towards offing Goku, it did not exhibit any other act of randomness, no signs of lashing out on anybody else. It was just Goku. And it was a touchy spot that they were in too. And this played into Cell's hands even more. As 17, 18, Lazuli and Krillin were duking it out themselves, Cell surged forward, with a solar flare courtesy of the hybrid. Krillin had just about enough time to cover his eyes, but in that split second, when he was distracted, Cell had jumped forward, knocking him over. He flexed his tail, opened its maw to its greatest extent, and swallowed all three robots at once. None of them had any idea of what had happened. 1 minute they were fighting, Cell's body transfigured itself into something that was beyond perfect. With two 18s in its database and core, this version of Cell looked even sleeker than the original, more refined than Perfect Cell ever got. Its blue eyes looked at the team, and a smile appeared on its face.
You absolute cretins! You had everything in the palm of your hands, and yet you still managed to botch it. I can't believe it was so easy.
Krillin was horrified. What are you? Cell looked willing to explain, since the odds were very much in their favor right now.
I am Cell. I am Dr. Giro's ultimate creation. A biomechanical marvel comprised of the creme de la creme that this puny planet has to offer. Krillin, all of your DNA resides within me. And thanks to my siblings' contributions, it has activated a change in me to fully realize my potential. But I must admit, even I didn't expect to have a second helping of my sister. This is remarkable. Now, who would like to have first dibs at trying me? Anyone?
Nobody said a word. Even 16 had ceased its onslaught against Goku, completely unaware of Cell's existence or presence prior. Was this an enemy? I mean, it had traces of Goku within it, but the full Goku was right here too. It therefore stood there and did nothing. Now, look. If you constantly think I'm bagging on Vegeta because I don't like him, you're wrong. I do like Vegeta as a character, and his character development has been the most astonishing in the entire series, Super included. It's just that in the early days of the show, he was very capable of making the Dragon Team's life rather miserable with his selfish actions. We can't sugarcoat it, folks. What we also can't sugarcoat is the feeling of deceit that the twins had felt because of this act. This caused chaos, and Cell here, oh, he loves chaos. In the midst of the mayhem, which included activating 16, the Bugman swooped in and absorbed not just the present androids, but also Lazuli. So, he got a double serving of 18. 36? The situation wasn't looking good, with a super duper perfect Cell in their midst. Super duper perfect Cell was gazing at everybody, completely devoid of nervous tension. It held the floor right here and now, and was prepared to make everybody's life miserable, or end it altogether. He turned to Krillin, the little guy expecting an absolute wreckfest to come his way. But Cell didn't attack.
You're lucky that my dinner liked you, Krillin.
What? What are you going on about? Is this some kind of act to throw me off guard? 'Cause it won't work! Cell shook his head.
No, I have no time for such pathetic tactics. That second 18, whoever she was, had a crush on you.
Krillin was beet red right now, but he tried his best to contain this rather inappropriate emotion for the battlefield. This was no time to be feeling smitten and, you know.
Because of that, you will be the last to feel my wrath. But as for you, Prince...
Cell had turned his attention toward Vegeta, who wasn't looking worried in the slightest.
Yeah? What are you gonna do, freak? You wanna go? Because I've been waiting for a challenge ever since I got to... Ah!
Cell had surged forward without warning and kneed Vegeta in the gut, sending the prince careening through the sky for several hundred meters into a cliff face. Now, you would think that the crew would be surprised or horrified at this, but this to them wasn't really a surprise. Nor was it really horrific to see the prince being pummeled right now. Quite frankly, after what he had just done, throwing the entire situation into jeopardy for no reason, and benefiting only Cell, the Dragon Team actually didn't mind Vegeta being wrecked for a while. Goku and Krillin looked to each other and were trying to figure out some kind of game plan. They had no real answer to this Cell or whoever he was. They had no idea of the scope of his power. What could they do to turn the tide in their favor? Wait, that thing had a somewhat liking to me, right? Mused Krillin. You think it might be willing to listen to what I have to say? Maybe I could reason with it, tell it to go away, or at least give us some time to do something. Whatever we do, we can't rely on Vegeta. He's only gonna make things worse. Goku nodded. Yeah, worth a try. I still want to have a go, though. See if I can wear him down a little. Goku rushed forward before Krillin could protest, powering up to his maximum, giving Cell a surprise kick to the back of the head. Cell rounded on Goku, and was quite curious to see what the Saiyan could do. As they were busy fighting, something that Cell was kind of looking forward to, 16 had hovered over to Krillin and inquired as to what was going on. Krillin, who was already nervous of the big robot, spluttered a reply. That bug absorbed your siblings? And a future sibling. I know it's hard to understand, but... 16 shook his head.
I understand. Does that mean that my directive has changed? The doctor did not factor in a superior model into my archive.
Krillin shrugged. Yeah? 16's eyes beeped and glowed.
Affirmative. Prior directive erased. Please state new directive.
Krillin couldn't believe his luck. At least with Cell's arrival, they had now managed to find some help. Now, this is where things might get a little sad for you all. But in the context of this scenario, it can't be helped. These folks were desperate, and they had no real attachment to 16 right now. Yeah! New directive! You see that thing up there fighting Goku? 16 looked up and nodded. Kill it! Use everything you've got to stop it!
Affirmative. You might want to call off Son Goku.
With that, 16 flew up to the fight, with Krillin telling Goku to get out of the way. Goku was not faring well, and assumed that 16 had come here to help, for some reason. But the robot instructed Goku to stand aside, with a look of seriousness upon his chiseled jaw. Goku reluctantly complied.
You might want to get some distance away, prior directive. What I am about to do might lead to substantial collateral damage if unheeded.
Confused, Goku flew to the gang and told them to fall back. Vegeta chose not to take this advice, thinking that,
oh, this was just the crew running away from the scary Bugman.
He stood his ground. Cell was confused also with 16's stand.
16? What is the meaning of this?
Surely you must be aware of the gulf that is the power differential between us. What do you expect to achieve going up against me? I have your playbook locked away in my cranium. You are powerless against me. And besides, weren't you built to kill Goku or something? I'm not your target!
Affirmative. But your presence has superseded that former directive. My scanners have detected you as the greater threat.
Cell rolled his eyes. Such primitive and clinical mannerisms. He thanked his lucky stars he wasn't as droll and bland in terms of his verbiage as this one. The battle began, and sure enough, 16 couldn't make much headway into Cell's defenses, despite Goku wearing him down a little. But then this is where his ace in the hole comes in. Something that Cell didn't have because of his, makeup. 16 got Cell in a full Nelson, and the bug couldn't extricate himself from the grip, bizarrely.
16? Is this your idea of a joke? What do you expect to gain from holding me at Oh. Oh no.
16 charged up his body, it glowing red hot.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Cell looked petrified. It all came back to him. He'd overlooked it. Each of the robots that Jiro had made contained an explosive device prior to him that could be used as a last resort tactic in case their directive had failed or the odds were too stacked against them, and also to preserve Red Ribbon secrets. Cell was doing his damnedest to get out of the grip, but 16's piston-driven grip was too strong. It had no stamina issue. It was using all of its operational power right now to lock the bug in place, spooling up the drive which would set off the detonator within him.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Cell screamed out in fear, and the others covered their eyes as the robot exploded. 16 had blown himself up. Vegeta, who had chosen to remain in place, then frantically tried to get away from the incoming blast when he realized that the robot was counting down. That never sounded good. But he was caught in the explosion and severely injured. The gang could see him trying to fly away, but then the blast wave threw him into a nearby cliff face, and his back was completely eviscerated, Kakame style, hair singed. Despite the fact that Cell and 16 were in the air, the force was so vast that it left a crater in the ground below. There was no trace left of 16, and upon the ground, when investigated, there was only a leg of what was once Cell. Krillin walked up to the leg and kicked it. Goku and Piccolo examined what was left also, but they weren't jumping for joy right now. Even though Cell had been clearly blown to bits with that robot too, they could still sense energy coming from that limb. What was going on? Surely Cell was gone, right? Krillin recoiled in disgust as the leg metamorphosed into a full leg, then a pelvis, then another leg, before it hopped up onto its feet, and within a few more seconds, Cell was back to normal. But just as soon as it had become whole again, it fell backwards onto its butt. Cell was extremely fatigued by doing this, struggling to breathe.
What was that?
It said. Krillin stood over him, not really understanding what had happened, but grateful for the robot's sacrifice. At least it didn't try to take out Goku.
You can regenerate also?
Said Piccolo from behind Krillin.
Correct. Thanks to your DNA, Piccolo.
It labored to speak. The tides had seemingly turned in their favor. Cell was barely alive, having used all of its strength and energy to not only withstand the blast from 16's point-blank attack, and now seemingly regeneration, trying to do your entire body, that's got to take it out of you. It was clear that super-duper perfect Cell wasn't feeling super-duper right now. Krillin then kicked Cell again, to which the bug grimaced in agony.
Why shouldn't we kill you right now?
Cell then chuckled.
Because if you do, you'll never see your crush ever again. And I know how much she wanted to see you again. You wouldn't do that to her now, would you? Her fear was delicious when I consumed her.
Krillin was getting mad. He clenched his fist and looked to Goku before powering up to Super Saiyan, scaring Cell.
That won't work! The real Lazuli would rather ensure this place were rid of scum like you and those androids!
I will finish it. For her. Following his lead, Goku powered up as well. Yamcha and the others joined in, using their Kaioken gains to aid as well. Krillin then tapped into the thing that he had been working on with King Kai for so long, the Super Kaioken, just to rub salt into the wound. He had managed to make Super Kaioken work. with a roar from everybody. They fired off their strongest key attacks and utterly wasted Cell in his exhausted state. Cell was no more. Krillin powered down when it was evident that Cell's energy signature was gone. He was winded despite only using that power for less than a minute. But it worked. He was still standing, and it proved that it was possible with some tweaking from King Kai to make the powers work together. They had done it. They had saved the world from the androids in record time. But at what cost? Goku walked over to his best friend.
Are you alright, Krillin? I know that losing Lazuli must be hard.
Krillin looked stoic, but otherwise held his nerve.
It's all good, buddy. In a way, she saved us all. If she hadn't had feelings for me, Cell wouldn't have shown mercy toward me. Instead, he was distracted by... you know.
They looked to Vegeta, who was out cold and severely burnt.
Probably should get him a sensu.
Krillin rummaged in his pockets, but he'd run out.
Oh, darn. All out!
He had an evil smirk upon his face.
We better get him to Korin's. We'll have to wait a little longer for that bean.
Goku did so, whilst Krillin thought about what had just happened. He wasn't upset, though. He knew that all was not lost. Cell had thought that he had taken something precious from Krillin, but he didn't know about the Dragon Balls. But would they work on androids? Well, they got to at least try. Whilst Vegeta was being dealt with by Goku and Korin, Krillin requested the Dragon Radar from Bulma and promptly gathered them in a matter of hours. When they had done so, Shenron had been summoned, and Krillin had wished for Lazuli and everyone else killed by Gero and subsequently Cell's actions to be revived, to which the dragon was able to do so. And in an instant, miles away, back at the crater of what was once Gero's lab, Lazuli, 17 and 18 awoke, completely unaware of what had transpired just now. 17 was floored.
What happened? Last thing I remember was the bug swallowing us whole.
That was gross. Lazuli was also puzzled, but smirked.
The Dragon Balls.
The dragon what? Said 18 with no idea of what her future self was talking about.
Dragon Balls. Things that grant you wishes. They were long gone in my timeline, but here, she smiled, we were lucky.
Later, Lazuli and Krillin met and embraced one another, the latter confessing to hearing from Cell that she had feelings toward him, and she awkwardly confirmed that that was true.
Well, it saved us! Love truly conquers all! Even scary bugmen!
Said Krillin, trying to ease the tension in the air, but it worked. Now the question is, what do they do now? With Vegeta having been healed and promptly given a dressing down from Goku, 17 and 18 were reassured that they wouldn't come to harm again. The prince was scowling and retreated back to Capsule Court to lick his wounds. They chose not to tell Bulma what he had done. He had already had his pride well and truly wounded already. But now the question is, does Lazuli stay behind in the past to be with Krillin? Well, hold up, she's got a future to fix. But how? She had a plan though, which we will cover right now. She kissed Krillin goodbye and settled for a timeline. When she got there, she immediately headed for the remains of Gero's lab. When she got there, she investigated the inner sanctums of it, and promptly found blueprints for 16, and herself and Lapis. It was very surreal to see that for herself, but she had gotten what she had come here for. With 16 busy terrorizing the other side of the world right now, she had gotten back to the Capsule Corp bunkers and delivered to future Bulma the means in which to stop 16 once and for all.
The bomb! Right here!
She pointed to the device in 16's chest.
If we use the frequencies derived from this, we can blow him up without having to get near him. But wait, you have a bomb inside of you as well. Won't you explode also?
She felt her chest and sighed.
You're right.
Damn it.
Well, wait now. I can make a Faraday cage for you. That'll keep the signal from getting to you so long as you stay in there. I'll get close enough to activate the remote. I'll do it.
Are you sure? Said Lazuli.
Isn't it risky for you to go?
Bulma shrugged. I'm tired just sitting around in this hole doing nothing. In time, she had passed through the blueprints and had come up with the device ready to set off 16's bomb. With Lazuli locked away in the Faraday cage for her own safety, Bulma set out to get close enough to 16 going off of radio reports. Eventually, she found him and got a distance away and pressed the button. At first, she wasn't sure if it worked, but 10 seconds later, with 16 completely unaware, it went boom. The crater was half a mile wide and 100 meters deep, but there was not a trace of him left. Bulma whooped with delight, despite the shockwaves buffeting her transporter ship quite badly. Yeah! How do you like that, Jiro? She then headed back to base, and thankfully found Lazuli still in one piece. The cage had worked. With 16 gone, they had to now rebuild, but at least they could rebuild in peace. And the best way to go about that was to try and find New Namek and get them to summon the Dragon Balls. Lazuli headed for the lookout and requested to speak to a King Kai via Mr. Popo. She got through to him and gave the instructions to report to New Namek and request the use of their Dragon Balls, to bring back Kami and all those felled by 16. It took a while, but it worked. Kami was revived, the Dragon Balls brought back to working order, and the process of rebuilding properly could begin in earnest. It took years still. Lazuli and the subsequently revived Lapis had to ensure that things went by smoothly, even when the Dragon team was slowly revived also. As for Cell in that timeline, they had found him thanks to Bulma granting them scanners, sensing energy, after looking through 16's schematics. Cell had just been birthed from his larval state, and barely absorbed any life energy from around him. But now he was facing multiple Dragon team members who knew exactly who he was. Yeah, he was toast. With that, Lazuli had done it. Her future was safe. It had taken 5 years to do so, but she had done it. Everything was back to how it should be. In the past, it had been only just a couple of days since Lazuli had left, but Krillin waited for her return, and sure enough, she did. She hadn't seen him in years, but to him it was just a couple of days, a weekend. Despite knowing a Krillin in her timeline, he wasn't the same though. When their eyes met, in the past, Krillin joked. "Huh, about time." Lazuli just smiled and wept. Shenron brought back all those felled by Cell and Jiro, and that meant the androids were revived and left to go about their business. Lazuli went back to the future and dealt with her version of 16 by getting Bulma to probe Jiro's lab and make a device to stop 16 with 18 safely locked away. The future was saved, and Lazuli was able to return to the past to reunite with the Saiyan Krillin who she had grown to love. And this is where we resume. Lazuli and Krillin were staring at one another. It was a rather surreal position for Lazuli to find herself in. For the first time in her entire waking life as an android, she had nothing to worry about. She and her revived Dragon Team allies had managed to find and destroy Cell in the future before it had a chance to do any harm to her home, and thusly save the future from any further potential threats. Now, she was here, back in the past. What was she going to do now? Was she going to stay here and live a life with Krillin, someone she had grown to love? But then she would have to cope with the fact that she was sharing a world with another version of herself, and yet not herself. This version of herself, 18, was not quite like her. Thanks to Bulma taking her in, she had managed to claw back more of her past life and memory, whereas with this 18, that was sadly not possible. The traces of hope that could have brought that memory back, long gone with the remains of Jiro's lab. Quite frankly, they were lucky to be alive thanks to the Dragon Balls. Could she take Krillin with her to the future, perhaps? Well, not quite. He'd have to deal with a Krillin there. Krillin could tell Lazuli was struggling, but chose to talk it out with her. On a date to the beach, Krillin asked her what she wanted to do. "I just want to get away from it all. I've known nothing but merciless destruction at the hands of my supposed brother unit. 16 did nothing but decimate everything in its path. It was programmed to obliterate Goku, and yet it saw everything as that. Nothing was safe, and now everything is safe, and done with something so straightforward. It makes me sick to know that something like that was so obvious. We spent years bashing our heads against a wall, and the solution was practically staring us in the face. It's a lot to unpack." Krillin nodded. "I get it. It's really heavy to realize your will's changed all of a sudden. When I wished to be like Goku, I didn't realize what could change for me going forward. In one wish, I changed everything about me. I became stronger, had more potential, and yet I'd given up a lot of what made me me. It's a lot to take in, I'm sure, but it's nothing to be scared of." "It's not?" Lazuli looked curious. "Of course not," said the duck with a smile. "It's the chance to start something new. Besides, you have a time machine right there. You can go back to where you left off if you didn't like it. Well, come on. You spent 5 years fixing the world to ensure it'll thrive. I think you've earned a little break, am I right?" Lazuli quietly chuckled. that part's true. Well, I guess I can afford to hang out here for a while. Maybe more. She gave Krillin a sultry look, to which the duck blushed profusely. Indeed, there was more. Lazuli and Krillin ended up getting married not long after. They had a feeling that they could bond even more thanks to them having a massive upheaval in their lives, and that they really could rely on each other for companionship and solace. And hey, she found the little guy quite cute and all. Everyone was pleased to see Lazuli choose to remain in the past. She'd done plenty for the future and deserved the chance for some happiness. Thanks to her, the future had managed to regain its heroes and would ensure that they would never rest and always be training for any future threat, which, as we know, is a handy way to go about things given what is destined to come in the future's future, if you know what I mean. Now I bet you're all wondering about Vegeta. What happened to him? What kind of ways could I make his life really miserable? Because that's apparently what I like to do in these stories, which is absolutely not true. He just makes the decisions for himself. Well, he was quite sore as to what happened with Cell. And granted, Krillin had nothing to do with him being quite handily trounced by the Bugman, but neither could he get over the fact that Krillin had, quite frankly, stolen the show. After all of the years of putting up with that fake Saiyan, the little monkey wannabe had genuinely shown promise and was potentially a divergent evolution of the Saiyan model. A Saiyan with the heart of a human as well as the spirit that was bolstered by the Saiyan acquired potential. It was a formidable thing to go up against. Perhaps Vegeta was wrong. Krillin might have actually done something smart without him even knowing that he'd done it. He didn't run away from it either, or choose to reverse it. In fact, if Vegeta wanted to, he could easily just wish for the Saiyan within Krillin to be removed. Really show that punk what for, but that wasn't his style. He hated the status quo right now, sure, but to do something so petty? No. This was an important yardstick in which to aim for, actually. He had to find a way to get past Krillin in power. He would find a way. Vegeta was focused, not lost, unlike the original. And as for the others, they kept on training. They were buoyed by the powers of Kaioken, and Goku desperately wanted to get a handle on Super Kaioken himself, or as Krillin liked to coin it, Super Saiyan. Had a nice ring to it, he thought. But also the little guy was feeling that Super Saiyan itself could be taken further than what had been previously discovered. I think there's more to this power. Like, there are more levels.
Well, what are we waiting for? Said a pumped Goku. Let's find it! I want to find out where we can go with this, buddy.
Krillin was just so happy to hear that he and Goku were closer than ever as friends. By him becoming a Saiyan, it had given Goku more focus and awareness of his friends on Earth and kept him further grounded instead of only thinking for himself. The duck had sensed it starting to happen back after the 23rd tournament. That Goku was starting to drift away from the group, sensing that he was different from them without knowing he was a Saiyan. Granted, being away for 3 years too would do that to most people, but it was never a nice thing to encounter. Here though, Goku was level-headed and willing to learn. Piccolo too was eager to push Kaioken to its limits. Thanks to his physiology, he could push the power further than most others. Kaioken times 100 thanks to Krillin and King Kai's modifications was quite possible in short bursts, with times 50 more stable, akin to regular Super Saiyan, thusly keeping Piccolo in line with the Saiyans for much longer, something of which Gohan and the Namekian were quite pleased about. For many years, this remained the same. Gohan grew up with a good dynamic and had gained a brother in the form of Goten, who in turn had a father there all the time, and someone to train with instead of it being solely Chi-Chi and Gohan. The Son family were a little more harmonious here than in the original, but Chi-Chi was still insistent though of Gohan's tutelage, and Krillin chose not to rock the boat in that regard. Sure, he liked Gohan training, but he also understood that an education was necessary for living on Earth, the human part of him factoring into that. In fact, another factor was influencing his decision. He and Lazuli had had a kid. That's Marron. This Marron, though, is now half Saiyan, half human cyborg. Now, I know a lot of you have been wondering about Marron's potential, and fear not, we will cover this here, much more so than the official lore has done. which is next to non-existent. For now though, let the gal have a calm upbringing for now. Her time will come. We now reach age 774. Gohan is heading for high school, and the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament is coming up. Apparently, there has been some buzz as to the previous champion and his whereabouts. Hercule had won the last one. Whilst the bluster with Cell had been going down, our heroes had sadly missed the contest to try and find a way of keeping the championship within the family. And yeah, so it was natural for them to want to have a go and not miss out this time around. Hercule though, the incumbent champion, had been missing. He hadn't been seen for a while, and there would be constant newscasts of his daughter Videl pleading for him to come home. He had been quite popular too. Yes, not as popular as he was in the original, but he was still a B-list celebrity, not bad at all. So him vanishing was starting to make headlines over the weeks. When Gohan got to school, he had realised that Videl was in his class. He was quite the shy boy, him having had little experience of city life. He also hadn't become the great Saiyan man in this timeline. Shocking, I know. Him having spent all his training time with Krillin and his dad, and that meant something had to give. The influence of the Ginyu Force hadn't quite permeated through to him as much as before. Meanwhile, up on the lookout, which by coincidence is a podcast of Havanars, by the way, go check it out there. There had been a change of the guard. Kami had been wishing to retire, and Gohan had set upon the idea of recruiting Dende from New Namek to replace him in time. Dende had been teleported to Earth via the Namekian Dragon Balls after going through King Kai's communications and instructions, and had been really excited to become the new Guardian of Earth in the fullness of time. By the time we get to age 774, Kami felt that his time was well and truly up. He had nothing left to teach Dende, and so he felt that he could hand over the reins, as it were, with confidence. Before he did though, he requested Piccolo to be there to witness the handover. But he had something else in mind too. When the big green got there, he didn't expect what Kami was about to say.
Piccolo, I've uncovered something in my studies. Something I wish to share with you. Something of which is forbidden amongst the Namekians, but I feel might be the best way of thanking you.
Thanking me? For what?
For not destroying the world. I feared for a long time that King Piccolo's influence would one day supersede your own, but I am relieved that it has not come to pass. You have been tempted many times, have been blessed with great power, and not taken the chance when it was open to you. With that, I thank you. Place your hand on my chest, friend.
Piccolo was stunned. Not once before had Kami called him a friend. Dende was resolute. He knew what was about to happen, as did Mr. Popo.
Dende, take this.
He chucked over his staff, and that set Dende off. Tears were welling up. Piccolo didn't notice though, as he placed his hand on Kami's chest.
Use my gift wisely. I will be watching you.
Watching?
But before Piccolo could finish that train of thought, Kami powered up and glowed white hot, and in a few seconds, he was gone. This was amazing. He felt incredible.
What's happened? Where's Kami?
But he kinda knew the answer. But then Dende explained the art of Namekian fusion, something that had been banned amongst Namekians due to their numbers being so few. They needed as many hands as they could muster, and to fuse would not only be incredibly selfish, but it would reduce the number of skilled hands and genetic diversity. Here though, Kami chose not to tell Piccolo, but Piccolo could feel the gains. It was quite the potent gift, that's for sure.
Huh, wily old coot.
He felt great though. Dende immediately set to work. Piccolo, I shall get to making my own copy of Shenron. With Kami a part of you, unfortunately, the balls are inert. It'll take me a while, but we'll have a new set ready soon. Hopefully with some upgrades, he said with a happy expression. A little bit later, the gang had arrived at the tournament and were planning on taking part. Even Vegeta rocked up to take part. Him keen to show off some of his new powers and hoping to face Krillin in the ring. However, there was a figure that caused a stir. Somebody who had been missing for weeks now, and had just suddenly turned up. Hercule had arrived. Yet he looked somehow odd. He was paler. His hair wasn't as voluminous as before, much smaller. Yet he looked more jacked than ever. and topless too. Only his trousers were the same. And despite Videl being there to take part as well, he had not been moved at the sight of his own daughter, not even her hugging him. And that got everyone concerned. What happened to him to cause him to become so callous and distant? Was this some kind of training to help him defend his title? Was it worth this stark change? Well, the ring would decide that. Gohan saw Videl and asked if she was okay. She hadn't taken to Gohan here as well as the original, and barely acknowledged his presence. "I'm fine. Leave me alone." Gohan tried to help her relax, but she kept rebuffing him. Not knowing what to say, Gohan simply left her alone. "Oh, Gohan, you gave up too soon, mate." As for Krillin, he felt great and confident. He hadn't noticed Hercule's changes, and instead was wanting to get the win from Goku. He had won the 23rd contest, and for Krillin to take the next one that they were entered for would be the ultimate icing on the cake. Sadly though, they wouldn't be meeting up in the rounds for a while. Krillin was going up against Ten Shinhan instead. As he watched the first round, which was Hercule against his own daughter, he spotted a weird-looking figure. Short, purple with white hair, and with a much taller person beside him. Piccolo, who'd arrived just in time, was staring at them too, him sort of clocking onto them. And it became clear that something big was about to happen. With all these bizarre instances in one place, it was more than likely that Krillin's time of peace was about to be curtailed. In the midst of this, Goku and Krillin perfected the art of Super Saiyan. That's basically using Super Saiyan and Kaioken together. And King Kai was very pleased to see his technique not only being used a lot, but being perfected too. He knew that the power was in good hands with these two, despite their heritage wanting to say something different. The biggest change from all this though, as we go into the Buu saga, is that there is no great Saiyaman, since Gohan's influence was not swayed by that team, and more focused towards his friends this time, so no dressing up here. But there is also the matter of a different Hercule, and now fighting his daughter. But he didn't look right, and nor would he act right when we resume things. Piccolo stared at these two beings clearly not from this world. Krillin asked him what was up with those two, but the Namekian, who would usually oblige when asked, didn't. Instead, he ignored our little duck, but lazily insisted that Piccolo answer her husband, or else she would give him a smack.
I doubt you'd be able to lay a finger on me right now.
"What was that, you overgrown pickle?" she barked with anger and feeling a little insulted.
But the big green pickle had a point, Krillin thought. Now that he had thought about it and could sense it clearly, Piccolo's energy did feel different, stronger. But like also he combined with someone else? Piccolo? Why does it feel like Kami's here too? But I can't see him anywhere. Piccolo looked a little shifty.
Well, you see, it's to do with...
But before they could find out more about Piccolo's precarious predicament, sudden fusion with Kami, the crowd were aghast with the events that were going on the arena floor. Now you think that Videl had a rough time against Popovich? Well, it's worse here. This isn't for effect either, because Videl here was utterly wasted by her own father. Without Gohan's training to not even give her a slight leg up and a chance against someone imbued with ki and magic like Popovich was, she was quite simply walking meat for this weird Hercule to dunk on. The announcer was utterly confused. Why would Hercule be so cruel and vicious against its own daughter? Granted, they were both martial artists, they had that background, and that injury in that sport was accidental and came with the territory. But this was going too far. Videl was left on the brink of death. She was gasping for air, unable to get up, and about to be finished by her own dad. The crowd could almost hear her cries for help, begging her father to stop, but they fell on deaf ears, and the crowd were just numb. They had no idea what to do. They were demanding this to stop, and the announcer could sense this. He felt this was enough. He warned Hercule that despite his role as being defending champion, that fatalities were against the rules and that he would not only be disqualified if he carried on, but arrested for such acts. "Yeah! You tell him, announcer dude!" The giant figure of Hercule just silently walked out of the ring once the announcer had declared victory to Hercule. But there were no cheers for him. Not even boos. Just silence. I don't know whether that's better or worse. Gohan and all this? Well, he was quite mad, but this madness was not love-driven. Instead here, he just wanted to be a nice guy. Not a nice guy, a nice bloke. He asked if anybody had any senzu beans to hand. Piccolo did. He stopped off at Korin's place before he got here, seemingly thinking they might be necessary. Well, they were. Krillin was thankful for this since he had been meaning to ask Korin himself. Thusly, Gohan took one bean and went off to find Videl. He found her off near one of the exits on a stretcher, about to be loaded by the ambulance workers into an awaiting vehicle. He fed her the bean and helped her chew it. She was unable to see straight and assumed that this was one of the doctors, so complied. But in seconds, her sight was fully restored, and all her wounds were gone. Healed. She felt fine. She bolted upright on the stretcher and looked around with frantic alarm, and then spotted Gohan. Gohan? What are you doing here? I came and, healed you. Healed me? She looked confused. Could he do that? He was weird, to be fair. He then explained that he had special beans that could fix all wounds and restore energy. I mean, she couldn't deny that fact, since she had just experienced it. Well, I don't know what to say. Thanks, I guess. She was a little muted, since her father had almost killed her without any sign of regret. I'd do that to you. Gohan then explained that something didn't feel right with Hercule, and that could explain his actions. I could tell from his energy that he wasn't acting himself, if it makes you feel any better. Something was wrong. I'm sure that he didn't mean to hurt you that much if he were in total control of his faculties. Videl was still processing this. Are you some kind of homeopath, Gohan? Gohan was bemused with the question, but since he didn't want to overwhelm her right now, he muttered, You could say that. And the pair of them then got talking. As he escorted her to a nearby drinks bar, just to recover, the physicians were looking very confused as to how she could suddenly get up from that beatdown, what she had been through.
Whoa! These kids today are bomb-proof!
Meanwhile, Krillin and Tenshinhan had been sparring in the ring, thankfully taking the mind off of Videl's beatdown from the crowd. This was being a good fight, like how you're supposed to. But Piccolo was still watching the odd couple nearby. Could this be the Supreme Kai and his attendant? The fight ended with Krillin winning, but not before a very spirited fight between the pair of them. Tenshinhan was quite pleased that he could at least keep up with the new Saiyan these days, and Krillin himself was surprised that even after all this time, his vitality felt the same as it had done when he first got the wish to become like Goku. Did Saiyans age at all, he thought? Well, about that, you'll find out soon enough. It's kind of drastic. It came to Krillin's turn again, and he was now facing that Hercule guy. He wasn't worried, though. Despite this fool's rather barbaric nature, his daughter was only slightly stronger than the strongest martial artist from the regular folk who wasn't a Dragon Team member, so this bozo should be a walk in the park. Right? Well, that was until he started talking, something he hadn't done since arriving.
Show me, Krillin.
You know my name? It was odd. He had never met Hercule before in his life. Did this guy recognize him from the 23rd tournament, perhaps?
Your Super Saiyan strength. Show me.
Krillin was stunned. He would definitely not know about that if he were a regular bloke. He refused and started to fight Hercule with his regular form. But surprisingly, he was struggling against this one. What was going on here? The Dragon Team were aghast. How could a human be this strong? In a fit of bravado and slight necessity, Krillin chose to oblige this idiot and then would proceed to waste him. Hopefully. Krillin powered up and smirked. There! You happy? Hercule remained ashen-faced.
There it is. Ill-gotten gains.
Huh? What are you talking about?
You don't deserve that power. You only got that through desperation. No making of amends can eschew that fact. You are a chancer, a low-life sneak, and not worthy of that energy. It doesn't belong to you.
Krillin was starting to get a little scared, but the Saiyan nature in him kept him in place. Or at least, he thought that was his Saiyan pride keeping him in place. It felt very constraining. But he was still keen to take this moron down for hurting his pride like that, though. Lazuli was trying to calm her husband down, make him see sense, but he wasn't listening to her or anyone. He was in his own head and, well, actually crumbling. How could he know any of this? It was like this guy was in his head, reading his worries, parroting his concerns to all. It was horrible, hearing this being said out loud. I've not yet begun to show you what I can do. I'll make you sorry! With that, without heeding the others' warnings, Krillin activated Super Saiyan, and the entire ring was covered in red energy. Looked good for the crowds, though. Are you satisfied now? Before I slam your face into the dirt! Hercule smirked back.
It still doesn't take away the fact that the power doesn't belong to you. Let us relieve you of that burden.
Instantly, his accomplice, it's Karoni because why not, leapt into the ring and grabbed Krillin by the torso and inserted something into him. Stop it! The energy doohickey, come on. In seconds, Krillin could feel his energy being drained, and yet something was keeping him in place, like he couldn't move of his own free will. He thought that had been his Saiyan pride keeping him in this place, his bravery, but nope. Not even he would have run by now. Not long after that, he powered down and was clinging onto consciousness. When he tried to lock eyes on the dastardly Hercule and his crony, oh, they were gone. He could feel the thing holding him there dissipate though, and he collapsed. Lazuli grabbed a beam from Piccolo and hurried onto the ring. You idiot. He fell for his trick. Wow, what a bedside manner, Lazuli. Krillin smiled jokingly whilst regaining his strength. Sorry, hon. That was the monkey talking. She smiled though. At least he was back in the room. Piccolo then turned to the two strangers and then demanded to know what they were doing here. Yeah, it took you long enough to ask, Piccolo. The duo announced themselves as Shin and Kibito and told them of the perils of Barbary and Dabura. They were here to awaken a powerful genie locked away in the depths of Earth, which could spell doom for not only the galaxy, but the entire universe. Majin Buu. I apologize for allowing you to be subjected to that, Krillin, but it had to be done. Now we know where they're going with your energy. We must take this chance and go after them. With that, the crew set off to find Hercule and Karoni, but not before finding out that Piccolo had fused with Kami and thusly there were no Dragon Balls now, until Dende could make some new ones. No pressure. Gohan though chose to stay behind and keep an eye on the kids and make sure that Videl got home safely. But she wasn't going anywhere. You intrigue me, dork. I want to know more about you. Gohan didn't really like being called that, but at least she was talking to him. He could set the record straight now. It also helped matters that she found out that he was the son of the 23rd martial arts champion Goku. Good little icebreaker that. When the others got to the location of Hercule and Karoni, they could see another two figures outside a little building. That's the top of Barbady's spaceship, by the way. The being known as Hercule handed the device over to what looked like a little potato man. The taller man, though, smirked as Barbary praised his two cronies for doing well. But he no longer needed them, and before either of them could process what that meant and what this could spell for their future, well, Hercule came down with a bad case of the explosions. A very bad case of it, whilst Karoni was simply blasted by Dabura when he tried to turn tail and run. The Dragon team were horrified at the callous nature of those two. And how would Videl handle finding out that her dad was dead? That is if she forgave him, of course. Lazuli elected to get a little closer. Since she gave off no energy thanks to her android composition, she might be able to try and get the jump on them, maybe try and get the device off that little one. Shin agreed to this and Lazuli begun to slunk down the rock face. But before she could get any distance away, Dabura had spotted the main group, not her yet, and greeted them with a little spit shine, which got Piccolo and Tenshinhan this time around, and then turned them into stone. In the midst of this, the group was stunned into silence. He then spoke.
Think of that as a warning. Do not intervene in mine and Master Barbady's business. No matter what that purple oaf there tells you, this is for the betterment of all of life.
Lazuli had used her stealth mode and punched Dabura in the nads from below. Dabura was compromised, and before he could find out who had done it, Goku and Krillin took this chance, used this moment, and charged on the beast, and with Lazuli's assistance to boot, completely pummeled him into submission. But before they could finish him off entirely, Barbary had noticed this carnage unexpectedly and transported his attendant and himself deep into the bowels of his vessel to safety. Lazuli cursed this missed opportunity. I almost had him. Hey, we helped too, said Krillin with a mild resentment. That being said, The crew felt a little optimistic at least that this could maybe wrapped up soon enough had this guy been that much of a pushover. I mean, they did almost have him, like Lazuli said. Shin was astounded. Your power is immense, stronger than even Frieza's. Krillin gave him the thumbs up. Buddy, everyone here is stronger than Frieza. Whilst processing that, the plan now was to access the base of Babidi and Dabura, trying to get themselves closer to where that spherical ball that housed Majin Buu was located, and ensuring that Krillin's energy was not used against them. They got to the door and it bizarrely opened without question. It was almost like Babidi was testing them. No matter, these tests would be a doddle, right? Vegeta was now getting annoyed. He had been wanting to showcase his new powers, and yet had no chance to do so at this point. Not even against that Demon King. Whoever we find first, let me at them. You got that, he grumbled. The others let him have that, and sure enough, Pui Pui was there to oblige. Sadly for the prince though, he didn't even need to use his Super Saiyan powers to utterly dominate against Pui Pui, to tank him. That doesn't count, he muttered to the group. They shrugged and just let him have the next one. They didn't really care. So long as they made it down to the ship below as quickly as possible and stopped Buu being awoken, then that's fine. Meanwhile, Dabura was suffering badly. His injuries were quite bad. Babidi hadn't specialized in healing powers himself and merely told his attendant to walk it off, await Buu's awakening to be revived because he could heal well. Dabura then watched on in pain as he watched the group face off against Yakon, hoping that Babidi's pet would be enough to stop them long enough for him to recover a little bit. So we see the Dragon team face off against Yakon, and Dabura is simply breaking it right now. After all, these fighters have been able to get the jump on him. He, the King of Demons. And had it not been for Babidi's intervention, he probably would have been wasted right then to these mortals, leaving nobody to protect the wizard from achieving his goal of bringing Buu back. His hope for Yakon gobbling up their chances were very short-lived. Within minutes, Goku had figured out the same idea that he had done in the original and overwhelmed Yakon with energy, causing the beast to explode thanks to its own greed. The stage was set for Krillin to take the lead and challenge Dabura. Even though he was incredibly weakened by their prior engagement, Dabura still faced them down. And nothing to do with the fact that Babidi had screamed his head off for him to get in there and fight them, suck it up. So really, the Demon King had no choice but to comply. But back at the World Tournament, Gohan and Videl had been talking whilst the rest of the tournament had gone down. They weren't really paying attention in what was going down in the actual ring, other than when Gohan stepped in because he was actually still in the contest, and did his matches, and he actually easily won. Quite frankly, this was a walk in the park, and it did indeed lead to Gohan winning the 25th tournament without him really acknowledging that he had done. He was just making up the numbers now. It had barely registered with him, since he was more preoccupied with what was going down far away from here. He had sensed Piccolo's energy being tempered somewhat, not knowing the stone tomb thing, and then remaining static whilst the others were moving around. But they hadn't wavered too much, so he wasn't overly worried. That was why he ultimately stayed at the tournament, since the gang seemed to be handling themselves okay up until now. They didn't really need his help yet. So he was sort of on autopilot with the tournament battles, but indeed, he walked away with the crown and the prize money, to which Chi-Chi was very pleased about. I always told Goku to make money with his skills, but would he listen? Oh no, at least my son has sense. Gohan was still not really paying much attention, but now it was more to Videl being the distraction. She was finding him to be a very interesting specimen indeed. Well, they had no idea about the fact that Hercule was dead. That would have been a buzzkill, I can assure you. When the hype had died down, and Gohan was busy with the press conferences, not the conferences he actually liked, Marron walked up to Videl and asked her whether they were dating now. Videl was blushing profusely and found it hard to answer a toddler such a forward question. Well, it's complicated. Marron blinked. Mama and Papa are complicated too. She then laughed, as if she understood the situation because, to be fair, her mother was a future badass cyborg and her father was an ex-human now Saiyan prodigy. That's kind of complicated if you ask me. Videl found the little kid quite endearing. She reminded her of herself back then, with her father quite the busy guy. She hoped that her dad would come back to his senses soon and try and make amends and explain why he had gone crazy in the ring and almost tore her apart. Well, again, that's going to be complicated in itself to explain that away. Back on the 3rd floor of Barbody's ship, Krillin was ready to take on Dabura. Dabura spotted Lazuli watching on and looked extremely nervous, but thankful that he wasn't taking her on. He had no read on her thanks to her not giving out normal energy. He considered her a freak. What kind of life form was she? A badass, that's what. As for Krillin, he had fought him before, but not when he was going full beans. That would become clear soon enough. In seconds, Krillin went into Super Saiyan and began to tear into Dabura with convincing ease. Barbody, who had been watching this go down, was starting to get a little bit nervous. His only crumb of comfort right now is that the energy that was being exuded from this battle, in his own ship, was helping to fuel the sealed ball. If he could keep them fighting at their strongest, then they would unknowingly be bringing about their own foolish demise. This is how he was coping at the moment, knowing that he was smarter than all of them. Even that blasted Supreme Kai over there, who was watching on with so much copium.
Oh, I can't wait to crush your spirit once more, Kai.
The Spud said with smugness. That self-praise was masking the situation at hand, in that Dabura was simply being handed left, right, and centre. Since he was still under the control of Barbody, he was still aware that his sacrifice would be going towards Boo's revival, and that kept him in the fight, because otherwise if he didn't have that, he would have run away. But that didn't dull the pain, though, that he was experiencing. He tried to undermine Krillin thanks to the fact that it worked with Hercule, but this time, the monkey duck wasn't listening to any of this. Your flunky tried to shake me out of my groove, but that ain't gonna work a second time!
Second time? It worked the first time. That might just be enough.
Krillin chalked this up to Dabura trying to wriggle his way out of the pressing matter of him losing. So he decided to press the matter even further, and then tore into Dabura. The last thing that Dabura saw was the former human staring him down with determination and focus, knowing full well what he was and what he was going to do. Lazuli was impressed with this display, but also deeply saddened that she wasn't the one to tank Dabura. She had gotten a taste of that earlier, but wanted to be the one to wipe that smirk off his face. But, compromise marriage. The Dragon team were impressed. Nobody had gotten badly hurt. Barbody had no remaining fighters seemingly to bring them down because he wasted 2 of them, and the amount of energy that he had gathered was not quite enough to summon Boo out from his slumber, so Barbody was very, very nettled right now. What was he going to do? Piccolo and Tenshinhan were freed from their cement crypts and tried to gather their bearings as to what was going on right now. They could sense the group further down the ship, and as such were clearly doing very well. Piccolo then used his ability to talk to people, telepathy, thanks Kami, to communicate with the Supreme Kai to ask what was happening down there, assuming that the others might be busy fighting. He then finds out that Dabura had been slain, and now the only thing that remained to be done was to find Barbody and stop him.
Do you need us to step in?
But before he could get a reply, Shin was distracted by Barbody's next tactic, this being the signal for Piccolo and Tenshinhan to definitely make their way down to help. Since he had yet to find any cerebral openings amongst the Dragon team to control their minds and bodies, and since Vegeta hadn't yet lashed out at Krillin or anybody, and it becoming obvious to him his grievances with Krillin, nobody was able to become a margin. The best thing that Barbody could do now was to just try and fool those fighters into thinking that the fight wasn't over. Since they were on Barbody's ship and very close by, he was still physically safe, he decided to make use of his home advantage to change people. Just then, Krillin could no longer see Goku, and Lazuli could no longer see Vegeta. Instead, they had been replaced with random, strange, strong minions who looked a lot like Dabura. For Vegeta and Goku, they also couldn't see their colleagues, and saw these mirages in their stead. What they had no idea of was that Barbody had altered their perceptions of their friends and made it out that they were now fighting other minions. But in actuality, they were just going to end up fighting themselves.
Excellent. Their simple minds were so easy to distract. With them thinking they are fighting other enemies, they won't hold back and tear themselves into shreds. Oh, how moronic these fools are at the hands of the great Babidi!
If you want to boil it down, they all rolled perception and got 1. As for Shin, he could see the whole thing go down and was completely unaware of Babidi's japery. What are you all doing? Stop this! What has gotten into you all? But his voice was being dulled by Babidi's magic, which was at its strongest in his own ship den. As the 4 of them were going at it, Babidi could see the gauge going up with each and every minute. It wasn't rapid, but it was a steady climb. But this then got the attention of Gohan, back on Papaya Island when the last questions had been answered. Gohan was busy having a drink with Videl as Chi-Chi and Bulma were getting ready to head home with the kids. Then he could sense Goku, Vegeta, Lazuli and Krillin suddenly going all out. What the? Had another fighter come in? Granted, Piccolo and Tenshinhan were okay again, that was the silver lining, but this all didn't feel right. He told Videl that he had to go and help his friends, but he would be back soon. Gohan sped off as fast as he could to the scene to help wherever he could, even though he had no idea of the context behind the malady. Back in the room, Krillin was utterly perplexed with this demon he was going up against. Man, it's like he knows my every move. It's like I'm fighting Goku or something. What kind of tricks is that wizard up to? He was so close to figuring it out, but the duck presumed it was simple stalking and research over the years, and not the fact that his eyes were playing tricks on him and he was actually fighting his best friend. For Vegeta versus Lazuli, it was even harder to fathom, since Vegeta and Lazuli had never fought one another before, and yet their encounter was just completely blind. For the prince, he was choosing not to worry about this too much, sensing this was the challenge that he had asked for earlier, and he was game for this.
Ha! At last! I was beginning to get bored.
Smartass, are you? Quit talking, you oaf! I'm going to crush you.
Vegeta, hearing this from a demon, gladly accepted this, and it kept going. Babidi was enthralled with the spectacle, basking in his own splendor, but now blissfully not paying any attention to Piccolo and Tenshinhan's swift arrival. With no more fighters to block their path, the pair's descent down into the depths of the spaceship was much swifter than the Dragon Team's first encounter. When they got down to the level where their colleagues were, they were left wide-eyed with disbelief.
They're fighting each other.
Tenshinhan was extremely rattled.
What's going on? What's caused them to go off the deep end like this?
Shin turned to face them with a look of relief. Piccolo, Tenshinhan, thank goodness you're here. We need to snap them out of this. Babidi's taken over their senses somehow. The trio set about grabbing onto the fighters to try and pull them out, but this led to the combatants simply feeling disorientated. They had no idea that their allies were holding onto them and trying to bring them back to reality. They couldn't explain it away. This was leading them to assume that, oh, this was like fatigue, like there was a big weight on their shoulders. Piccolo was getting tired of this after a while.
This is getting us nowhere!
Babidi was reveling in his discovering of these two, and their complete lack of effectiveness. Tenshinhan then had the idea of trying to think like the Saiyans since 3 of them were present. With that, he raised his fist and whacked Goku in the head as hard as he could. You see? Hit them really hard. There you go. Goku snapped out of Babidi's control and could now see the bizarre turn of events going down around him.
What's going on? Where's the demon guy I was just fighting?
They never existed, Goku, said Shin. We've been trying to tell you for ages. We got to stop the others from doing themselves even more damage. Goku had to admit that he was starting to get a little tired from his encounter, and as such, he aided in helping knock some sense into the others, and one by one, they fell out of their distorted realities. Babidi had not sensed that coming, but his mind was placated though by the sight of the sealed ball. It had made a beeping sound, and the energy gauge read 100%. It was time. With that excellent news, he chose to bask in his glory and transported all the occupants of the room into his den, where the ball was contained, and welcomed them all. He thanked them oh so much for their contributions into waking Majin Buu. He turned to the Supreme Kai.
Oh, Shin, you were so close to stopping me, but those meatheads of yours you relied upon were just so malleable.
Shin stamped the ground. We fell for it! How could we have been so blind? Sure enough, the fighters witnessed the birth of Majin Buu when he had burst forth from the container and into the eyes of his awaiting targets. When they saw Boo, they were very much taken aback. Instead of a scary and universe-destroying entity that they should fear, they saw a rotund and soft genie who was busy just jumping around and making very unfunny quips as he roamed around the ball that he once called his home for many millions of years. Shin remained focused and tense, whereas the rest of the team started to relax a little bit. Babidi was jubilant though.
At long last, Majin Buu is free and mind control!
Vegeta found this all to be rather funny.
Please, this is the thing you were scared of, Kai.
Shin didn't care about this jibe. Indeed, Vegeta. This visage is not something to trust. He may look placid, but deep down, this is the most terrifying being in the known universe. But everyone found it very hard to believe. Goku walked over to Boo and said hello, albeit tentatively.
Hello, Boo?
Boo stopped dancing around and looked at the Saiyan.
Hello, who are you? I'm Goku. How are you? Boo fine. Bit stiff though.
He cracked his back casually.
You come to play with Boo? Play? What kind of play?
Boo nodded and proceeded to fight Goku. That was an odd choice of game. But Goku wasn't immediately frightened by this power. Piccolo witnessed this with derision.
Seriously? This is where all the energy gathered went? This Boo's no fighter. He's just a bowl full of jelly!
Shin looked at him. Piccolo, you know better than that. Think to what Kami, a part of you, would recall. This Boo is the manifestation of evil, who took me from my former master. I was there and saw the whole thing. He sacrificed himself to stop Boo from annihilating everything we hold dear. He has absorbed a part of him. Piccolo closed his eyes for a second and recalled Kami's thoughts. Shin was right. This Boo was a combination of the Grand Supreme Kai and the real Majin Buu. And from what he could see in the flashback, it's kind of scary. He didn't know how it worked, but that absorption had neutralized the immediate threat seemingly. But nevertheless, a world with Boo free to roam was clearly not a place that Shin wanted to be in. After their play fight had gone on for a while, Boo clapped his hands.
Ah, you're fun, Goku. Boo enjoyed that warm-up. Thank you.
Goku shakily gave him a thumbs up as he was pretty beat up from that encounter. Babidi, though, was apoplectic that all of this ceased.
Do not stop, you moron! You are supposed to kill him! Kill them all! Why would Boo do that? Boo would have no friend to play with. I don't like you, tiny man.
He stuck his tongue out at the mage. Babidi got mad and tried to control Boo's mind right there and then, which worked for a brief second, but Boo quickly chucked him out of there. Clearly, this being had a very unorthodox mind, which, without careful study, Babidi would struggle to rein in. He was clearly clutching at straws. At this, Krillin had an idea. Now, call me crazy, but this guy is kinda simple. He's not, Krillin, don't you understand? Lamented Shin. Boo is the embodiment of evil. You say that, but he's not all Boo. Like you said, your master negated the badness within him, at least enough to stop him from doing anything rash all of a sudden. Couldn't we, talk to him? Took to Goku really well. Vegeta scoffed.
Yeah, they were really close.
Goku limped over as Babidi and Boo were bickering.
He's got a point, Shin. Let Krillin talk to him. He's very good at talking to people and all.
Gohan offered to go with Krillin, but Krillin declined this offer. No thanks, Gohan. I don't think he'll take kindly to... Lazuli placed a hand on his shoulder. Let me help, hon. Lazuli? You sure? Think about it. We got a kid, and that thing acts like a kid. Let's try. If he doesn't comply, then, we can kick his ass. Krillin pondered this for a moment before agreeing to go along with this. Marron was a good egg. They'd raised her fairly well so far. This coming from arguably the most functional family in Dragon Ball, am I right? So, with that, Shin ready to step in, really spitting feathers, Krillin and Lazuli walked toward Boo. He and the Spud Sorcerer were fiercely shouting at one another before Boo slapped him away, telling him to shut up and knocking him out. Krillin nervously hailed him and Boo turned to face them.
What?
Said Boo, clearly still irritated from his previous argument. Hey, buddy, wizards, am I right? So annoying. Boo smiled a little.
Yeah, that one is mean.
Lazuli nodded. Very mean. Say, What do you like to do, Boo?
Boo like to play and, eat.
Well, would you look at that, said Krillin, growing some confidence. Me and Goku like to eat. If we get you some food, let's talk a little bit.
You get Boo food?
Lazuli outstretched a hand. Just promise not to hurt anyone until we get back, okay? Boo, unsure what to do with his hand, poked it. Deal, said Lazuli with a slightly forced laugh. Boo then did a happy dance, a little happy jig, and was looking forward to get something to eat after all this time. Now, I bet you're going to say that, Masako, you're ruining the saga! Well, let's be real. Had the fighters thought about treating Boo with respect and placating him with food, sort of enhancing what Goku did to make him comply with waiting? Like Saiyan's food, they could have easily gotten him on side. Also, why didn't Shin explain the true composition of Boo sooner? He knew! He knew the Grand Supreme Kai was part of Boo, since he was there when it happened! Anyway, justification over, it cuts off a lot of filler anyway. Vegeta and Piccolo were beside themselves with incredulity.
Is this how we beat the legendary Majin Buu? With a meal?
The prince was furious with this charade, and was ready to go in and fight Boo himself. But Goku grabbed him and gazed into his very soul. Not this time, Vegeta. It's better for us all if we let this happen. And hey, if we end up being friends, we can fight and train with him so he can get stronger. Vegeta was growling at being forced into this.
What's gotten into you, Kakarot? You're letting the imposter run the show?
Do you got any better ideas? Said Goku with a serious tone. Nope, Vegeta didn't have any. So without saying a word, he just left, heading back to Capsule Corp, unable to look anyone in the eye.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of with Vegeta on this one, Goku. Doesn't this seem kinda odd?
Goku shrugged.
Well, not really. Food always makes things better, you know?
Piccolo scowled.
I don't, Goku. I don't eat.
Oh, right.
Thankfully, to stop the awkward tension, Lazuli and Krillin had arrived with the food, and Boo began to tuck in. He found all the food to be very exquisite, delicious, and was very happy about it. He hadn't eaten anything this good in eons, and he polished off the entire banquet in mere minutes. It would have taken multiple humans hours to do the same feat. Boo patted his stomach and belched.
Delish! Thank you! Boo full now!
He smiled, and Krillin and Lazuli smiled back, relaxing a little. There's more where that came from. If you promise to be a good boy and be our friend, cooed Lazuli.
Friend?
Boo didn't know what that meant, but before Krillin had explained what it meant, Barbary woke up after being knocked out and flew into a fit of rage, kicking over the plate containing the last scraps of food.
Enough of this! I will not be thwarted by hors d'oeuvres!
Boo looked a little confused.
You hungry too, Potato?
No! You are mine to control, and I command you to kill these fools at once! I freed you, and you shall obey. Get that out of your hand and listen!
Boo had picked up one last donut, which Barbary then slapped out of his hand. Uh-oh. You see, Boo? That guy is the opposite of a friend. Lazuli gestured to her husband that they should probably step back a little bit. Steam was forming from Boo's head, and his eyes, which had been slits up until now, opened. And despite their simplistic design and nature, they were still scary to look at.
You not touch Boo's food! Ah!
Boo shrieked and picked up Barbary, clutching at his throat. Barbary was terrified beyond belief. He may have been an all-powerful mage, but in the brute strength department, he was woefully lacking. The genie's antenna began to crackle and spark. Lazuli joked. Well, he's dead meat. That gave Boo a thought.
Meat. Yeah. Potato Man look good enough to eat.
Wait, Boo, no! Let's talk. I'm sorry that I.
Too late. Boo's antenna sent out a beam which engulfed Barbary, turning him into a literal jacket potato. Or a baked potato for you American folks out there. Nothing wrong with a jacket potato with cheese and beans. Or in our case, Jakes and sensu beans. In one swift move, Boo ate Barbary whole and looked proud of himself. Krillin, keen to break the ice, spoke up. Say, if you can turn people into food, why do you need actual food, huh? Boo shook his head.
Real food tastes better.
He said. That made sense. Shin couldn't believe it. Barbary had been slain by his own beast. Boo had saved them. Granted, this was very much done in a fit of anger unbefitting for a hero, but the results spoke for themselves. Boo was free. Oh no. Boo was free. Shin couldn't quite get over the fact that despite this stroke of luck, the beast that had caused chaos millennia ago was allowed to walk about like this. He almost didn't care about what Krillin and Lazuli had done. The fact remained that this was something that he, the Supreme Kai, had come here to put a stop to. He was supposed to take care of this. Krillin, I thank you for your help, but feeding Boo will only delay the inevitable. We need a longer-term solution if we wish to truly be rid of the worry. Boo was now rubbing his stomach in contentment, glad that Barbary was gone and now in his belly. He then yawned and fell asleep without warning. That's right, he had gone to sleep. How long? Nobody knew, but this was Shin's chance. Everyone, we must put Boo back in the ball. Krillin and Lazuli looked taken aback. Back in the ball? Supreme Kai, we just showed we could take care of him. He just needs food and the occasional fight is all. Not much different to Goku. Shin didn't see the funny side of this though. I'm sorry, but as the Supreme Kai of this realm, your ruler, I must insist that we seal him away again. We don't know how long he might be asleep for, so we must act now. I know how to do it, after studying Bibidi's tomes. Lazuli and Krillin were kinda saddened by this lack of trust. Yes, they knew that Shin was only doing his job, but turns out that, despite their camaraderie, he still had little faith in them after all. He even felt sorry for Boo in a way. They didn't realize that Boo was this naive. Piccolo, though, sided with Shin.
I'd rather not be held responsible for the universe going south, you two.
The pair were torn, but they ultimately chose to hold their tongues from then on. But they chose not to help with placing Boo back in the sealed ball. When it was done, Shin was ready to head back to the sacred world of the Kais with the ball containing Boo, promising to hide this orb somewhere that no one would ever find it. Thank you for your help, everyone. It might have been hard to do, but this is truly a great day for our universe. We are safe, and nobody got hurt. Lazuli grimaced. Yeah, right, what about Yamu and Hercule? Did their lives not count? Well, in any case, Shin bade them farewell, and with that, the Boo saga was nullified. All thanks to Krillin and Lazuli's bribery. But they didn't want it that way. They were willing to go ahead and try and befriend the genie. But all that got them was him being imprisoned again. If he ever got out, he would be mad. And who knows what he would do. When the duo were flying back to Papaya Island to pick up their daughter, they talked about it a little. I don't get it, darling. If Shin understood, he would have allowed us to at least try and calm him down. We could have used the Dragon Balls, I don't know, to purge the evil out of him. Lazuli was jaded from all of this. No, Krillin. He clearly was too desperate to think. Some supreme ruler or whatever. He'll regret this. One day. Krillin was a little concerned at this vitriolic response, but all of this ebbed away when they set eyes on their daughter. Their little girl, unknowingly, had helped them save the world at the cost of an innocent soul's freedom. But for weeks afterward, Krillin and Lazuli were brooding over the events of the now defunct Boo saga. Thanks to the events of that last part, it was barely even a footnote in Dragon Ball Z's history. They had managed to find a way to bring peace to the mind of Majin Buu, even with the evil constituents within him, through simple youngling games. They had gained his trust, quite easily, and he had vowed not to harm anyone else. He was happy. He had made some friends. He had honored it. He had shown all the signs that he was telling the truth. But according to some upstairs folks, that wasn't enough. It was the Supreme Kai who wanted him contained, once more, in the sealed cocoon that he had been residing for eons prior. Millions of years, in fact. After eating Barbary and having had the most action he had had for a very, very, very long time, Boo needed a long nap. Even though it was kind of confusing to everyone else, but hey, he's a pink blob genie. They didn't know how he worked. That was when Shin chose to be devious and used that moment to seal him back in the ball. Rather clumsily, Lazuli thought. She had a feeling that this would not be the last time they would see either Shin or Majin Buu. They would return, or at least one of them return, and all that goodwill from Majin Buu would be well and truly gone. No game would be enough to quell his temper. She was sad as well, Lazuli. She didn't even get to say goodbye to Buu. Shin just did it. In reality, both she and Krillin had genuinely grown kind of fond of Buu. They viewed him as an innocent pawn in a potato wizard's game, and that purple imp, so-called the Guardian of the Universe, had potentially jeopardized the very thing he was supposed to protect. As a result, Lazuli and Krillin spent most of their time training, awaiting the day that Boo might return and possibly seek revenge, most likely on them. Most of the Dragon team, though, weren't all that convinced with their theories and paranoia. They felt like they were sort of taking this way too literally or too seriously. Even the likes of Goku was skeptical about this potential warning of their return, Boo.
I don't know, it doesn't seem right, buddy. Shin sealed him away real good.
Did he though, Goku? Said Lazuli with skepticism. He's not a grand mage, nor did he create the containment unit in the first place. He rushed things because he was desperate. I came back to the past to warn you all about the android threat. Have you forgotten about that? Future dangers? Was my mission pointless? Has it gone unheeded? Lazuli was shouting and screaming at this point. Krillin, when he heard it from that point of view, from that angle, had a genuine moment of clarity. Now you see, that made more sense, he thought. Ultimately, the one that they sought the most solace from out of all of this was none other than Vegeta. Despite his less than great relationship with Krillin over these years, the prince knew that things weren't entirely sewn up concerning Majin Buu in a neat little Majin bow, albeit for different reasons and grounds.
I knew quelling the beast with a simple meal wouldn't be the final answer to the chicanery. It's only a matter of time before he comes back. That Supreme Kai was wrong to think they would be that easy.
Krillin was floored. This was most likely the first time in all of the history that he had with the prince that they were in agreement like this. They had a consensus. Krillin sighed and smiled. What do you say? Let's put our past aside, buddy, and prepare for his return, whenever that may be. Vegeta wasn't quite ready to fully commit to this guy, but he knew for sure that after all the things he had seen in his days, that to be complacent was not something to subscribe to. But you should subscribe to this channel if you like the sound of this story and many more. As such, the next few years were spent with a rather unusual trifecta: Vegeta, Krillin, and Lazuli. They trained harder than ever, the first two starting to fully understand one another. Look past the initial backlash of Krillin becoming a Saiyan through what seemingly felt like ill-gotten gains through the Dragon Balls. Vegeta had seen him fight, seen him act like a Saiyan when the chips were down, but that hadn't been enough. But now this tenacity and drive to become stronger than your potential enemy, to anticipate instead of relaxing and being careless, this was very much like a true Saiyan. Not even Kakarot was this driven. Him assuming that the Supreme Kai had done what was completely necessary. He had sewn everything up in which to thwart this particular evil. Vegeta didn't pull any punches though with Krillin. He wasn't being soft on the guy. He had plenty of anger to vent. Krillin also knew this. They didn't hold back against one another. And Lazuli was loving this no-holds-barred arrangement, that at least somebody out there was agreeing with them. She was letting out some very pent-up anger towards the lot of them, as well as her resentment towards Shin. They had trusted him, gone along with his idea because he was the Supreme Kai. He surely would have known what he was talking about if he'd been there when Boo had come. But he'd gone and completely undermined them all, showed his true colors. She knew she couldn't take on the gods and win herself, no. But in actuality, she could have actually done, but she didn't know that because stronger than Frieza. She's way stronger than Frieza at this point. Goku started to take notice of this training regimen and wanted to spar with Krillin to see whether or not this had been a genuine increase in power or whether this was just sort of a venting exercise. But he felt this gain soon enough. After one simple sparring session with his best friend, Krillin was now outclassing Goku in almost every respect. Thanks to all the training that he had received from Vegeta, them being able to actually work together, go all out, not hold back because there was still a lot of bad blood between them, for a common cause as well, he was able to think Krillin more analytically than he had been before and take in all of the environment around him of said battlefield to outsmart his opponent. After years of nothing like this with Goku, Goku had completely misread his best friend. This wasn't the same guy, his style had changed, and this resulted in his defeat.
Whew! Man, Krillin, It's almost like you're a totally different person. What's Vegeta taught ya?
Krillin still had his relaxed side, of course, unlike the prince, and he explained his reasoning again in a very relaxed manner. Look, Goku, the three of us reckon that Shin made a boneheaded move. I don't care whether he's the leader of the universe. He did wrong. We could have tamed Buu and kept watch over him. That's why gods sometimes don't get mortals. Buu was understanding us, and then that god had to go in and take over, mess things up, assuming that we mortal morons couldn't possibly know what to do with him, despite seeing how effective we were actually being. Surely that must get under your skin, pal.
I mean, sure, but, buddy, we really couldn't have won against him.
What? Krillin was stunned, astonished even. His best buddy was admitting that he was possibly outmatched, that he might not have been able to win. Did you really not have a plan, Goku? Krillin was left confused at this. He wasn't feeling quite as endeared to his best friend as before. Normally, he would have gotten what he was saying, trusted him completely. Goku always knew what he was doing, but now, after some prolonged time around Vegeta, he was starting to find Goku's logic a little puzzling, and even sometimes downright annoying. You see, folks, this is exactly what we all should have felt during the Morris saga, instead of Krillin blindly believing what Goku had to say about it. Granted, Vegeta had found the entire plan with Buu inane and stupid and moronic, but he agreed also that it wasn't over. Goku seemed keen to move on, take a break from everything apart from maybe some casual training for his own pleasure and sport. As far as they were concerned, Shin was gone. It had been taken care of. It was in the lap of the gods now. I get the feeling that you're not taking me seriously. I gotta go.
Huh? Well, what's wrong? Don't you want to stay? Chi-Chi's got some lunch cooking up, and I know how much you like it. Why not talk about it over?
I ain't hungry, man. And with that, Krillin just flew away, keen to get away from this very ambivalent sensation that he was experiencing. He really did not know what to make of all of this. Was this good that he was thinking more clearly and rationally, thinking about the safety of the planet and now the universe instead of his best friend? Or was it bad because he was starting to drift away from Goku of all people? The one guy that initially stood up for him back in the day when he had made the wish and everybody was against him for being so selfish about it and careless. He was now befriending his biggest naysayer and eschewing his biggest supporter. Wow, who would have seen that coming, he thought. Meanwhile, on the sacred world of the Kais, Shin was casually taking some tea with Kibito, as so often the Kais liked to do, discussing the latest business and what they were planning to report to the Grand Priest. I mean, should he ever return. I know it's been several thousand years, but it's best to be ready for when the time comes, ain't it right, Kibito?
Sir, have you gone to check the sealed container today? I've been reminding you to do so for the last few days, and yet you have forgotten to do so. It's been generating some rather concerning and strange energy as of late. Negative energy at that. You might want to go and take a closer look. I don't like the sound of it. It might be serious.
Shin, though, confident in his own ability, waved it aside. He was still in the afterglow of having taken care of Majin Buu with very little conflict. I'm sure it's nothing, friend. Probably the occupier having a bad dream or something. He's just a baby after all. Kibito furrowed his brow.
You seem too lax with this, Shin. This does not seem like you. It's my job to ensure that you perform your duties as you are supposed to. And with all due respect, sire, I feel that you are not.
Shin looked at him with a cold expression, as if he wanted to draw a line on this conversation. Well, with all due respect, Kibito, I feel that you are wrong. Buu cannot escape. He is safer here than on Earth. I have done them a service. Nobody nefarious can get to our realm without us knowing about it. I do not want to hear any more about this matter. We are too busy with other matters. Shin picked up his book and began to read. Was this a book about reports of the galaxy? No, it was a fictional book. Kibito sighed. He knew that this was the end of the conversation. So he had to take matters into his own hands and decided to perform the duty himself. He simply could not let this go. When he got down to said chamber, several hundred miles below the surface of the planet, he could indeed feel the dark energy again, pulsating from the sealed ball. Something about the containment didn't seem right. He needed to take a closer look. He touched the ball, trying to sense the power and feel the energy beneath it. Feel the best course of action too. Should they get an even stronger containment field? He should have spoken up about the need to call in proper mages. He knew he should have. There could have been warlocks around the universe to seal the ball properly, to a better expertise than his master did, but he was against it. He didn't want to draw attention to the presence of Majin Buu to any potential magical beings who might want to exploit this rather enticing prospect. Majin Buu, of legend, the creation of Bibbidi, one of the original mages of entire histories. Down in legend as one of the most chaotic and powerful minions that the universe had ever seen. Shin thought it best that he could do it. That if he were locked away here, told to no one, and simply left alone to rot and be forgotten about, that would be right. But this was the wrong move. Within seconds, the sealed ball's surface began to ripple and distort. Protrusions were forming, followed by cracks across the surface. Kibito stepped back and was aghast at the scene. He tried to move, but he was left stock still, too scared to move, the energy holding him on the spot. The egg, within seconds, exploded. All thanks to Kibito touching it, breaking the surface tension. Instead of waking up calmly, Buu was already awake and seething. Instead of his usual pink skin, he was burning red, his eyes wide and furious. Unlike the slits, these were round.
Boo tricked! Boo mad!
His eyes locked with Kibito, with none of the impish sense of delight. He fired a ki blast at Kibito, ending him instantly, destroying most of the room to boot. But Buu didn't care about any of this though. Without any further thought, he breached the roof of the underground cavern and plowed through the crust of the planet as if it were nothing, like custard. Hundreds of kilometers of crust, just like paper. He was on the hunt. Shin could barely hear the commotion of this, for about a few seconds. But then he could feel the ripples of the ground tearing itself apart from when Buu broke through the surface and flew toward him at fantastic and horrific speed. Shin was agog with fear. His plan had failed? How? Surely some kind of sabotage was the case.
You! Take Buu to Earth! Now!
Buu had flown up right behind him and caught him unawares. Shin was left so terrified he couldn't form words and tried to blast Buu with his eye beams. But that was a big mistake. Buu simply just grabbed his head.
Do again and Buu break your head off!
He dropped Shin, and without further ado, Shin did what he was told, because he knew what would happen to him if he didn't do what he was told. Within seconds, they were on Earth, and Buu looked around, trying to sense two particularly familiar people that he thought were his friends. Those traitors, those tricksters. They had tricked Buu, along with this guy, into locking him away again. He didn't want that. That was the greatest fear he had. Oh, they would pay. They would be the first to die. Buu looked to Shin, who was quaking in his boots. Now what? He said with fear.
Buu done with you.
Without another moment to think, Buu zapped Shin into a candy bar and ate him. The Supreme Kai for a snack. It tasted of grape. Meanwhile, out in the sticks, a certain deity-like cat was asleep, but he would never wake up, and his attendant felt a strange sense of exhaustion before he too would descend into a dormant state. Universe 7 was left without Beerus to help clear up the mess of Majin Buu. The bond between he and the Supreme Kai had been broken.
In the end, it's up to Krillin in the finale of what might have happened had he become a Saiyan. It had been quite some time since Buu had been taken away from Earth, and in that time, Vegeta and Krillin had developed a common understanding toward one another that another threat would befall Earth eventually, and that because Majin Buu was supposedly gone, that wouldn't mean that someone stronger might come along and try to wreck their world. After all, time and time again, it had happened before. Why wouldn't it happen again? They haven't seen eye to eye all that much before that point, but this was where the prince began to understand Krillin a little more, view him almost as sort of equal, having for the longest time deemed him a chancer, not a real Saiyan, wanting to wish himself into a Saiyan, even though Krillin had no intention of doing that. This was just an accident. He wasn't born one, so therefore he wasn't one. But now he was starting to act like one in his eyes, never settling, always fighting, being proud of his power, something which Goku had failed to really see the point of, which of course greatly irritated Krillin, and it greatly irritated Vegeta. So in their irritation, they found mutual compatibility. He never thought Krillin, his best friend and biggest advocate for so long, would start to lack basic common sense. After all, one of Goku's biggest drives was to be ready for strong guys, stronger guys. That's what Master Roshi had taught them back in the day, and now Goku is just not trying hard enough. Was Krillin overthinking it? Probably, but he had to admit he did feel better for having trained than if he hadn't. And just as well he had too. One day, when Vegeta and Krillin were training, they felt it. A sudden, powerful energy appearing on the Earth, followed by the snuffing out of a smaller power, the thing that had brought them there. Krillin knew what was going on. It's time! He's back! And he's pissed. Vegeta started in the direction of the energy.
Turns out you were right. You wouldn't forget.
The prince had to admit that Krillin was correct in figuring that Buu would find a way to escape. Damn it. If only Shin had trusted them, he wouldn't have been killed in such a way and everything would have been so much better. They could feel the power approaching and decided to meet it in the middle, instead of bringing the fight to the city where they were presently. However, before they could leave, Lazuli stepped out and told Krillin he was going nowhere without her. You felt it, right? There's no way I'm gonna let you take the fall for this. If there's anyone who can stop Buu from going crazy, it's us. She turned to Vegeta. I guess you're coming too.
Try and stop me, woman.
He saw this coming, Lazuli. Together we might be able to do it. The three of us. What about Goku? Said Lazuli with concern. What about Goku? He's of no use to us. Vegeta and Krillin then flew off with Lazuli, looking concerned as she watched the pair fly away. Not long after this, Krillin and Vegeta were flying over the wasteland and soon enough spotted the form of Buu appearing over the horizon. But something about him looked very unnerving. His skin was not pink, it was red, and fire was surrounding his usually soft frame. Krillin thought that the best plan here would be first to maybe reason with him, try and calm him down enough to not, well, blow up the planet, but he didn't get the chance to do so, as the margin basically kept flying and then flew into him, sent him pile-driven into the ground. The pain was so bad, some of the worst pain he had felt in his life. He had had no time to transform or be on guard. Buu was just wanting to waste him. This was unbridled fury, the likes of which Krillin had never seen before. This was the definition of anger. He thought that he had felt this when he turned Super Saiyan back in the day, but something about this was worse. This was an innocent childlike being having been betrayed. This pure persona had been hurt and it wanted revenge, fueled by the hate within its original core, the Buu of old. Wait, Buu! What's wrong? Tell me! Buu didn't respond though, other than manic grunts that were then punctuated with shrieks of anger as he began to punch Krillin again and again. Vegeta rounded on them and transformed, just about strong enough to get Buu off of Krillin for a moment and allowing that Saiyan to transform himself. The two of them were barely enough though to avoid attacks for the most part. Krillin was left thinking that if he had listened to Goku and not trained, he'd probably be dead by now. But even then, this wasn't enough to stop Buu or even start to mount some kind of an offensive. Where was Lazuli, Krillin thought? Wasn't she right behind them? After a few more minutes of the Saiyans fighting for dear life, Buu's eyes started to revert to his more usual shape, but he was still burning red in hue. But maybe he was calming down? Buu, mad! He shouted.
Yes, we get that, you tub of oof!
Vegeta got whacked for that. Can it, Vegeta? He's calming down! Don't antagonize him!
Calming down?
The prince exclaimed.
Are you serious?
I know, but this is our only chance! Krillin steadied himself and powered down, trying not to appear threatening. Buu, listen, we didn't trick you. We were tricked by that nasty Kai that brought you here. We should be mad at him. Buu was starting to grimace less.
You tricked too?
he said with a certain degree of plainness. Vegeta was still puzzled at the original strategy of Krillin and Lazuli to talk nice to him, how words could win the day, but it worked before, so he let the Saiyan speak. The point is that we didn't do any of this, putting you back in your ball without you knowing. We wanted you to stay with us, become our friend, because you are our friend. We protect you and allow you to sleep with us and have all the food you want. Boo was starting to decrease in redness.
Boo, your friend?
Of course, Krillin said with a smile. The genie was calming down. This was working. However, before Boo could mellow and relax properly, a massive ball of blue energy swept past Krillin and evaporated half of Boo's body. Krillin turned around to see where on earth that thing had come from. It came from Goku. Lazuli following in hot pursuit, looking devastated.
Goku, what the hell? I told you not to attack! But Boo was about to hurt Krillin. I'm not gonna let my best friend be killed.
Oh, Krillin didn't know what to think right now. He was both glad and mad that Goku had turned up, and yet also most likely ruined the whole plan with his stumbling in. Yeah, there's no way they're gonna talk him out of this now. Sure enough, when Boo had reformed, the angry hue and eyes returned. He was madder than ever.
You lied to Boo! Rah!
This time, they all had to fight. They were all going at the hardest they could, just to keep Boo from destroying them. It was getting harder and harder to do so, as Boo wasn't tiring and they were. Krillin was starting to regret all of this. If only he hadn't been a Saiyan, none of this would have happened, and he wouldn't have been responsible for any of this, being the one to lead the universe to its ultimate destruction.
He should have defied Shin. What was he gonna do? His power level was less than Frieza's. He could have taken him out easily, or at least controlled him, or made him sense. Damn it, he was too agreeable.
In one swift roundhouse punch, all four fighters were slammed to the floor as Boo prepared a massive ball of energy, ready to destroy the planet and then everything else. All four of them were left battered and bruised and utterly incapable of getting up. But as the energy ball was about to make contact, they had no choice but to get up and try. One last try. All four powered up to their maximum states and gave up all their power to hold the ball back from making contact with the earth. Krillin and Lazuli looked to one another and wept.
We tried, hon. We did what we could.
Vegeta shouted.
Damn it, you two! Don't you give up! This is not the time to be wishy-washy! Enough!
The prince was right. They had to muscle up and give it their all. With one last push, the quartet pushed back, and the ball was slowly moving backward. Boo was getting angrier and angrier though, and this was fueling the ball more and more, thusly producing some kind of stalemate. However, something came into the fray that would send heads spinning. In one fell move, the ball of angry energy vanished. Boo was too surprised to be mad and was looking at his hands, wondering where the energy had gone. The others were wondering this too. What had happened to make the key just whip out of existence? The answer will become clear soon enough, when a small blue-skinned man with a blue halo behind his head could be spotted floating down toward Boo. Boo was still mad and turned to punch the newcomer, but with one finger, he deflected it. In fact, it actually sent the punch right back at the owner, and Boo was sent flying, ending up with his fist in his mouth. "You are Majin Buu, correct?" said the figure calmly. Boo grumpily nodded, too confused to be really angry right now. "You are responsible for taking the life of the Supreme Kai of this universe, and thusly taking the life of our destroyer and his attendant. I am afraid you must be punished for your crimes. However, I sense something interesting within you." As the figure was inspecting Boo, Boo tried to attack him, but an invisible shield enveloped the small figure, and Boo was punching to no avail. The figure was concentrating hard, studying the likes of Boo, and was looking very calm. "I see. You are in the possession of a being of interest to us. They made a noble sacrifice, but now their actions shall prosper." In a sudden movement, without really caring about Boo, Boo was contorting and transforming into a similarly shaped being, with clothes though, which were starting to form. Pointy ears forming, and a tuft of hair replacing the antenna. The eyes were the same though. And if you're wondering how the GP could actually do this, Angels in Dragon Ball have been kept deliberately mysterious by the showrunners. That means they can just put in any kind of power, whatever they want at the time, whatever's convenient. So we're just gonna do what they do. Very clever move,
My gosh, what happened?
said the being. Welcome back, Grand Supreme Kai of Universe 7. I trust you are fully cognizant at this time. The Grand Supreme Kai then spotted who was talking to him and bowed profusely.
The priest, it is you! To what pleasure do I find your company in?
I wouldn't call it pleasure, Kai. Your vessel was about to destroy the universe, you see. In a fit of pique, it had murdered the Supreme Kai of the East and thusly ended the lives of the universe's destroyer and my son. However, your return to prominence has corrected the latter fact. He shall be returning to his duties soon enough before we find a new destroyer. The Grand Supreme Kai bowed his head in sadness.
My goodness! Is there any way we can bring him back?
Hard to say, but for now, we must seek a golden fruit from the Kai tree to fill in the gaps. Are you ready to return to your duties? The Kai nodded.
Of course, but there is one thing I must do first.
He looked down to the beings on the ground, flying down to them.
Hello, Krillin, Lazuli. My former self remembers you. Don't ask me how. Our Lord Priest works in mysterious ways. I just wish to say thank you for being my friend and seeing the good in my vessel. Not many people would have been as selfless as you.
Krillin and Lazuli, exhausted beyond belief, nodded in gratitude. As they were talking, the Grand Priest studied Krillin closely and then was finding out something that was off with the natural order. In one move, he appeared before Krillin and greeted him, Krillin being extremely nervous after what happened to Boo.
You are the being known as Krillin, yes? He said politely. Yes?
It has come to my attention that you are presently a Saiyan of Universe 7, but yet not one. Some sort of mystical force has transformed you into a Saiyan. You were originally a human of this planet.
Yes?
That was all that Krillin could muster. I see. Well, that is something I cannot abide by. It is not within the laws of nature for beings to change their makeup. I cannot allow this to continue. Lazuli exclaimed.
What? Don't you dare harm my husband!
Harm him, mortal? No. I will merely revert your husband into being a human. After all, you have all done your best to defend against Majin Buu.
Well, what does that give us?
Said Goku. The GP then replied very nonchalantly. I would have erased you.
What?
I thought, well, it's a good thing they tried then. Is there nothing I can say to convince you otherwise, sir? Said Krillin sadly. I'm afraid not. It is my word. I have spoken. Please do not resist, human. Krillin sighed and bowed his head. Goku wasn't happy though.
Wait, Krillin, you wanted to be like me. You're a great Saiyan. If you become a human now, you won't be able to become a Super Saiyan anymore. And who knows what else?
Krillin turned to his friend. Sounds like a challenge, buddy. He smiled and gave Goku the thumbs up as the white light of the Grand Priest enveloped him. Years later, a teenage girl was trying her best to concentrate. With all of her might, she was focusing a power to awaken from within her. Her father, watching from afar, was nodding, looking over at her ki. Come on, Marron, you got this! You gotta reach deep within and yank it out of there! I would show you myself, but yeah, you know.
Yeah, I get it, Dad. You keep telling me.
Marron then collapsed to the floor in exhaustion.
When's Mom gonna be back from the future? I want her to see me transform when I get it.
Krillin smiled. She needs to check up on it. Good thing we programmed it to arrive the day after she left. I felt kind of bad depriving them of their Lazuli, but time, yeah. Weird, right? Marron laughed and got up to get a drink from the kitchen. Krillin then returned and began to focus on what his recent master had taught him. Unlock his potential. His ultimate potential. He had managed to perfect the power to formulate it to his own liking, and was hoping for the right chance to give it a shot. Luckily for him, the being arrived.
Hey, Krillin!
Shouted Goku as he flew down to the garden of Krillin and Lazuli.
Lazuli still not back yet?
Krillin sighed as Goku liked to make an entrance. Nope. And remember, don't tell the Grand Supreme Kai about the time machine. I'm already enough hot water with wishing to be a Saiyan, you know. I doubt that he or the even bigger guy will tolerate time travel if that got out.
Okay,
said Goku, but then another thought occurred to him.
Say, has that Kai taught you anything?
He has, actually. Want me to show you? I think it might be enough to match Super Saiyan.
Really? Well, I'd like to see that then.
Goku got into position, and Krillin readied himself, channeling deep into his soul. In one swift move, an orange turtle-like shell formed around his back, and his forehead dots glowed with an equally orange hue. His eyes turned red, and he was in his signature position. This is what I like to call my sagacious form.
Sagacious, huh? Well, I don't know what that means, but it feels strong. Ready to go, buddy?
Said Goku as he powered up to Super Saiyan. Yeah, as always, buddy. The two then began to spar. And in a way, friends, Krillin did end up being like Goku, in his own way. And that's where we end things.